Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was rescued by Sirius earlier? The ruined cottage burned slow and stubborn, a low orange glow against the cold village night. Sirius Black did not slow the motorbike. Wind tore at his hair and robes as he dropped out of the sky and gunned the bike straight down toward the broken roof. He landed hard in the lane, tires skidding on loose stone. The bike shuddered under him. He killed the engine and was already swinging a leg over, boots thudding on the ground as he ran. Smoke clawed at his throat as he shoved the broken front door aside. "James!" His shout vanished into the ringing silence. He stepped over splintered wood, glass crunching under his boots. A picture frame lay face down beside the stairs. The house smelled of ash and something sharp that made his skin prickle. The dry sting of magic gone wild. "Sirius!" His own voice sounded strange in his ears. No answer. He pushed on, wand in hand, every nerve ready for an attack that did not come. The sitting room was a ruin. The sofa was flung against the far wall. The table was snapped in half. The clock had stopped. James lay in the middle of the wreckage. Sirius froze. For 1 second the world narrowed to that still figure on the floor. James Potter, hair wild, glasses crooked, eyes staring at nothing. "Prongs," came out as a broken whisper. He dropped to his knees so fast his wand nearly slipped from his fingers. His hands hovered over James, useless. No pulse to check, no spell that could change that empty stare. His breath hitched once, hard. Then he forced it down. Later, he reached out and gently closed James' eyes. "Sorry," he muttered, voice rough. "I am so sorry." A faint wail floated from upstairs. Sirius jerked his head up. "Harry." He scrambled to his feet, every movement sharp now. The corridor tilted for a moment as his stomach flipped, but he pushed through it and ran for the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. The air grew hotter nearer the nursery. He hit the doorway and stopped. The nursery walls were scorched. Plaster had cracked in jagged lines. A chunk of ceiling had fallen near the cot. A dark cloak lay crumpled beside it, empty, as if someone had simply melted out of existence. The wooden rail of the cot was blackened and charred in one corner. Lily lay in front of it. She was on her side, one arm flung out as if she had tried to reach up again even after she fell. Her hair spread like a dull red halo on the scorched floor. She looked small in a way Lily never had in life. Sirius swallowed hard. For a moment his vision blurred. The back of his throat burned. "Lils," he whispered. "You stubborn, brilliant idiot." The wail came again, thin but furious. He stepped around Lily carefully and looked into the cot. Harry sat amid the wreckage of blankets, cheeks streaked with tears, green eyes huge and angry. A faint red mark blazed on his forehead, still smoking at the edges, shaped like a crooked bolt of light. He reached up, fists opening and closing, furious at the world for not answering his cries fast enough. Sirius' chest clenched. "Hey, there you are," he said softly, voice shaking. I know, I am late." Harry drew in another breath that promised a full scream. Sirius slid his wand into his sleeve and reached down with both arms, ignoring how his hands trembled. "It is me," he said, scooping the child up. "It is Padfoot. I have got you." Harry squirmed once, made a furious little noise, then pressed his wet face into Sirius' shoulder. Tiny fingers fisted in his robes. His crying eased into shuddering hiccups. Heat from the damaged cot prickled against Sirius' back. Magic still hummed in the air, ugly and wrong. He could almost feel the spot where something had rebounded and torn itself to shreds. Voldemort, gone. The thought flashed through his mind, bright and wild. For a heartbeat something savage flared in his chest. James and Lily were dead, but the monster was gone. The idea made him want to laugh and scream at once. Steps thudded somewhere outside, heavy and clumsy on the path. The front door groaned again. A large shadow filled the hallway below. Rubeus Hagrid. Of course Dumbledore would send Hagrid. Loyal, solid, impossible to move once he decided on something. Sirius held Harry tighter, feeling the baby warm and solid in his arms. He made himself breathe once, slow, then headed back down the stairs. Hagrid stood in the ruined sitting room, shoulders filling the space, eyes wide and wet as he stared at James' body. His coat was streaked with ash. A pink umbrella stuck out of one pocket. "Sirius," Hagrid rumbled when he saw him. His voice shook. "Thank Merlin. I did not know who would be here." Sirius' feet felt heavy on the last step, but he made them move. "You are late," he said, because the words were easier than the grief in his throat. "He is gone." Hagrid looked down at James again. A tear slid into his beard. "Dumbledore sent me," he said. "Said I was to take Harry. Take him away from here." Harry shifted, offended by the change in tone. His face scrunched up again. Sirius rubbed tiny circles on his back, almost on instinct. Hagrid's gaze snapped to the baby. "There he is," the half-giant breathed. "Little Harry." Instinct screamed at Sirius to step back. He did, small enough that Hagrid did not seem to notice at once. "Dumbledore wants him safe," Hagrid said. "I got instructions. Take Harry to him." Sirius set his jaw. "Harry is safe with me." Hagrid frowned, confused. "Sirius, Dumbledore said the boy was to go to his family. His mum's sister said it is very important." "Lily hated her sister," Sirius snapped. "You have met Petunia, have you not? She called us freaks every chance she got. You think James would want his son there?" Hagrid flinched. "Professor Dumbledore knows things we do not," he began. "I know one thing," Sirius cut in. He shifted Harry a little higher on his shoulder. "I am his godfather. That was not tradition or some fancy party title. They named me guardian in case something happened. Something happened. That makes him mine." Harry gave a tiny snuffle, as if backing him up. Hagrid took a hesitant step closer, huge hands half raised. "Dumbledore told me straight," he said. "He said I was to bring the boy to him. Said there are protections the boy will need. Things to do with his mum blood. I do not understand it all, but he was firm. He said Lily would want it." Sirius laughed, short and harsh. "Did he now? Did he tell you she begged him not to leave them alone? That she did not trust her sister one bit?" He did not listen then either. Memory stabbed through him. Lily, standing in the Potter's kitchen, hands on her hips as she argued with Dumbledore about wards and secrecy. James making a joke to take the edge off. Dumbledore eyes, distant and heavy with plans. Sirius swallowed. "Lily trusted me," he said quietly. "James trusted me. They asked me to be the one. That is what matters." Hagrid looked torn, gaze shifting from Sirius to Harry and back again. "I do not doubt they loved you," he said. "But Dumbledore gave me an order. He is the headmaster. He is the leader of the order. He knows the magic." "He is not Harry father," Sirius said. He did not sit up all night in that rocking chair because Harry had colic. He did not listen to James brag about his son's first accidental magic. He did not get roped into babysitting while Lily tried to have one quiet bath. He felt his throat sting again. "I did," he added. Hagrid flinched once more. He was sweating now, big hands twisting in front of him. "Sirius, he said it was urgent." Hagrid tried again. "He said you know who might have supporters, that there might be more danger. The boy needs protections only he can set up. Blood stuff, old magic. I cannot argue that. I am just here to fetch the lad." There was a distant bang from the lane outside, the sharp pop of someone arriving by apparition. Sirius' heart thudded faster. Ministry, or he had left his own motorbike out in full view, and somewhere out there Peter. For a moment the old plan flashed in his mind. Hand Harry over, ride out, hunt Peter down, force the truth out of him in front of the world. James' body on the floor, Lily lying upstairs, Harry small and hot against his chest. If he left now and something went wrong, if the ministry grabbed him, if Dumbledore decided to tuck Harry away again, he might never see his godson. Sirius felt sweat slide down his spine. His fingers had gone numb. He tightened his grip on Harry and made the choice he had been avoiding since he stepped into the house. "I am not giving him up," he said. The wild anger from earlier narrowed into something cold. "Not to Dumbledore. Not to anyone." Hagrid squared his shoulders, the floor creaking. "Sirius," he warned. "Do not make me. I do not want to fight you. We are on the same side, are we?" Sirius lifted his wand a fraction. Not enough to point straight at Hagrid's face, but enough to make the message clear. Harry shifted restlessly, feeling the tension. Sirius moved him to his other arm, keeping the baby pressed close, so that his own body was between Hagrid and the child. "Listen to me," Sirius said, forcing his voice to stay calm. "You know me. I would die before I hurt Harry. You also know Dumbledore likes to keep his pieces arranged just so. That is what Harry would be. A piece. A symbol. He is the boy who lived," Hagrid said, almost pleading. "Everyone will look to him. Dumbledore just wants to keep him safe until he is ready." "And what does ready mean?" Sirius shot back. "Ready to die at the right moment. Ready to be the quiet weapon the old man pulls out when he needs to remind the world how wise he is." Hagrid's jaw tightened. "That is not fair." "No," Sirius said. "It is not. That is the point." Another pop sounded outside, closer this time. Voices floated in, faint but urgent. Hagrid turned his head toward the door. The conflict on his face sharpened. "I do not think they will be pleased if they find you here with the boy," he said softly. "Everyone thinks you were the secret keeper. Some folk are saying you betrayed them." The words hit like a punch. Sirius swayed, stomach lurching. "What?" he whispered. "People are saying," Hagrid went on, almost wincing, "that you were the only one who knew where they lived, that you were meant to keep it safe. Dumbledore did not say it himself, but the Aurors, they are talking. They will be coming for you." Panic flared, jagged and hot, but it did not swallow him this time. He clung to the cold thing in his chest instead. "Peter," he said, voice flat. "Peter was the secret keeper. We switched at the last moment. I thought it would throw Voldemort off. Merlin, I thought I was being clever." Hagrid stared at him, eyes wide. "But Dumbledore said." "Dumbledore was wrong," Sirius snapped. "Again." Harry gave a soft complaint. Sirius checked his hold, rocked him slightly until the baby settled, thumb curling in the fabric of Sirius' robe. Footsteps crunched closer outside. Someone shouted. Sirius met Hagrid's gaze. "Give me one night," he said quietly. "One night. Let me get Harry somewhere safe and warded. Let me talk to the goblins and get proof. Once I have something solid, I will come to Dumbledore myself and we can shout about it in his office until he loses his voice. But not tonight. Tonight I keep my promise." Hagrid looked at the doorway again, then back at Harry. The baby had gone quiet, worn out from too much fear and crying, cheek pressed against Sirius' shoulder. "You swear you will not vanish?" Hagrid asked. "You swear you will bring him back to talk?" "I swear I will keep him safe," Sirius said. "And I swear I will not let him become a tool for anyone. Not Voldemort, not the Ministry, not even Dumbledore." He did not add that after tonight, Dumbledore would have to go through him for everything. Hagrid closed his eyes for a moment. His massive chest rose and fell. Sweat stood out at his temples. "All right," he muttered. "I am probably mad to do this. Dumbledore is going to tear his beard out. But I can see how that boy holds on to you. And I remember Lily shouting about her sister, I do. I will tell Dumbledore I could not find you. I will say someone moved the boy before I got here." Relief swept through Sirius so fast his knees went weak. "Thank you," he said, and meant it. "Do not thank me yet," Hagrid grumbled. "You had better make this worth it. You look after him proper, you hear? No stunts, no drinking yourself stupid, no vanishing. That lad needs someone steady." Sirius nodded once. Sharp. "I know," he said. "He will have it." Voices drew nearer in the lane. A beam of light cut across the curtains. "Go," Hagrid said, stepping aside. For all his gentleness, his voice rumbled like distant thunder. "There is a back way. I will block the front. I am good at that." For a second Sirius saw what James had always said about Hagrid. The giant heart under the shaggy beard, the stubborn kindness. He tightened his hold on Harry and hurried toward the kitchen, boots crunching glass and debris. The back door hung crooked on one hinge, but the lane beyond was dark and empty. He could hear the distant whoosh of more arrival spells toward the front. His motorbike sat where he had left it, gleaming faintly. He swung onto the seat one-handed, Harry cradled to his chest. The baby fussed at the sudden movement, tiny fists scrabbling, but Sirius held him steady and murmured nonsense into his hair until the cries faded into shallow breaths. "Up we go then, little one," he whispered. "Let us vanish before the old man catches his breath." He kicked off from the ground. The bike roared to life, then leapt up into the sky, leaving the ruined cottage below. The cold night air cut through his shock, stinging his cheeks. Tears streamed back from the corners of his eyes, part wind, part grief he could not stop for yet. Harry shifted again, pressing closer. Sirius could feel the rapid flutter of the baby heart against his own chest, both of them clinging to each other in the rushing dark. "Do not look down," Sirius muttered to himself. "Just keep moving." He turned the bike toward London lights in the distance, then past them, toward the secret, stubborn heart of his own family. The house that had tried to break him. The house he would bend into a shield. Number 12 Grimmauld Place slid into view only when he wanted it. Old wards stirred at his approach, cold and familiar, brushing over his skin like unwelcome fingers. He landed in the narrow street with a jolt, then slipped through the front door the second it creaked open. Inside, the hall smelled of dust and old rage. The portraits whispered in their frames, irritated at being woken. "Shut it," Sirius snarled. "You lost the right to comment on anything, Mother." He moved straight past the threadbare curtains that hid her portrait, refusing to look. She hissed anyway, muffled by heavy fabric. Up the stairs, past the screaming house elf that lived to obey a long-dead mistress, into a bedroom that had once been his and would not be again. He laid Harry in the middle of the bed, on a patch of blanket that did not look like it was about to shed moths. Harry screwed up his face, indignant at being put down. "I know," Sirius said. His hands shook as he drew his wand. "One moment. I have to make sure no one can touch you here." The air in the room felt thick and stale. Old black family wards pulsed faintly through the floorboards, shaped for secrets and control, not safety. Sirius ground his teeth and began to work. He walked the room slowly, tracing new patterns with his wand, sweat breaking out along his hairline. Lines of light followed his movements, threading into the old fabric of the house. Protection, not prison. Strength, not cruelty. A shield for Harry and a trap for anyone who meant him harm. His breathing grew harsh. His arm burned from the strain. Harry watched him from the bed, eyes bright in the dim light, fingers curled in the blanket. At the last line, Sirius nearly stumbled. His legs felt like water. He forced himself through it, teeth clenched, until the final spark sank into the floor with a faint thrum. The air settled. The room felt different now, less like a cage and more like a circle drawn around something precious. Sirius lowered his wand. His hand shook so much he had to sit down before he fell. He sat on the edge of the bed and let out a breath he did not remember holding. "Right," he said softly. "First step done. No one is taking you out of here unless I say so." Harry blinked at him, then reached out with both hands, demanding to be picked up again because his godfather was within reach and not currently holding him. It was clearly an unacceptable situation. Sirius let out a raw little laugh and scooped him up. "You are impossible," he said. "Just like your parents." He held Harry close, pressed his face into the baby hair, and finally let himself shake. The tremors ran through him in slow waves. James was gone. Lily was gone. The world outside this house would be gearing up for a celebration and a hunt, raising glasses to the boy who lived and sharpening blades for the man they thought had betrayed him. They were wrong. He would prove it. "You are Harry Potter Black," he murmured into the quiet room. "You are not a symbol. You are not a weapon. You are my godson and my heir, and you will never beg anyone for scraps of love. Do you hear me?" Harry gave a small grunt and tried to gnaw on his collar. I will take that as yes, Sirius said. He shifted so that his back rested against the headboard and drew Harry against his chest. The baby warmth bled some of the chill from his bones. He stared at the far wall and began to think. He needed money that Dumbledore could not reach. That meant black vaults, not Potter ones, at least for now. He needed legal proof of his guardianship. He needed to speak to goblins about wills and oaths and whatever quiet clause Lily had hidden in the paperwork. He needed allies who were not tied to Dumbledore. Remus, if he could reach him before anyone else did and before suspicion poisoned everything. Maybe Andromeda, if she was willing to risk the quiet life she had carved out. He needed to find Peter. Rage flared again at the thought, hot enough to make him see spots. His hand spasmed on Harry's back. He took a sharp breath and forced his fingers to loosen, stroking instead. Not now, he muttered. Later. I will hunt you later, you rat. Right now Harry's heartbeat was a fast little flutter against his ribs. Right now the old house hummed with new wards. Right now the world still thought Sirius Black was out there, wild and half-mad, ready to be dragged to Azkaban. Let them think it. He could use that. He looked down at the bundle in his arms. Harry had finally fallen into a deeper sleep, mouth slightly open, tiny eyelashes clumped from dried tears. You and me, Sirius said quietly. We are going to change everything. He did not know yet what that meant. He only knew that Dumbledore would not write Harry's story. Sirius Black would. And Harry, once he was old enough, would pick up the pen himself. Albus Dumbledore snapped the file shut so hard that dust leapt from the parchment. The sound echoed through his office. Fawkes shifted on his perch and let out a soft trill that did nothing for Dumbledore's mood. He pushed his glasses up and forced his hands to flatten on the desk. The latest report from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement lay under his palms. The words were burned into his mind already. Sirius Orion Black remains at large with the Potter child. Remains at large. 10 years of that same line, dressed in new language every so often. The fire in the grate flared. Minerva McGonagall stepped out, brushing soot from her sleeves. Her mouth was a tight line. You sent for me, she said. I did, Dumbledore answered. His voice stayed mild with effort. Thank you for coming so quickly, Minerva. I was awake, she replied. The Ministry owls have been flapping about all night. I assume this is about Black again. He slid the file across the desk. Same as always, he said. Only more public now. Madame Bones is displeased that Black continues to elude capture. She is also displeased that every lead involving Harry results in failure. Minerva skimmed the top sheet. Her jaw clenched. Perhaps she should be displeased that no one gave Black a trial. She snapped. If he is guilty, let him be sentenced. If he is not, then this entire farce is on us. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. We have discussed this, he said. Not enough, Minerva shot back. We still have no proof either way. And for 10 years you have had no contact with Harry. That is what troubles me. Fawkes gave another soft note, as if agreeing. Dumbledore opened his eyes and focused on the window instead of her face. The sky above the towers was still dark, with a gray hint of dawn at the edge. There are wards, he said slowly. Black has buried himself in a Black family sanctuary. The house is hidden and ancient. I have only glimpses through old records. I can sense the boy presence faintly, like a spark behind stone. Cannot reach him. You said you would bring him back, Minerva reminded him. Her voice softened but did not lose its edge. You said we needed him here with us to shape him properly. Shape him. He heard his own words thrown back and did not like their sound in her mouth. I intended to raise him in a safe home, Dumbledore said. With his aunt, under protection she could provide by virtue of blood. Black took that chance away. Perhaps Harry is safe where he is, Minerva said. Perhaps he is loved. Dumbledore's fingers curled on the desk. Love is not the only concern, he said. There is a prophecy, Minerva. You know that. I know, she replied. I remember that night. He saw the memory flash through both their minds. The broken house in Godric Village. The cold body of a child who had killed a monster. The living child who had survived. The prophecy named one, Dumbledore said. But the nature of prophecies is often flexible. Two boys were born under the same stars, both marked in their own way by the war. If I cannot guide Harry, I must consider the other. Minerva stared at him. You mean Neville, she said. Frank and Alice's son, Dumbledore agreed. He is already in the public eye as a child who suffered at the hands of Death Eaters. People expect greatness from him. We can use that. Use, Minerva repeated, voice flat. We can protect him, Dumbledore corrected. We can give the world a symbol, a focus for their hope. If the dark rises again, the people will look to the boy who lived. At present that boy is beyond our reach. The risk is too great to wait and see if Sirius Black ever brings him into the light. So we shape what we can. You will make Neville into a symbol, Minerva said. I will ensure he is ready, Dumbledore said. She studied him for a long moment. And what happens to Harry? She asked quietly. Dumbledore looked back at his desk, at the closed file, at the ink stain on the corner from some careless night last year. Harry will live, he said. He will attend Hogwarts eventually. I will meet him then. Perhaps by that time we will find a way to unravel Black Hold. For now, there is work to do. Minerva's shoulders sank a fraction. You intend to coach Neville, she said. Frank and Augusta have already asked for advice, Dumbledore replied. They are overwhelmed. The boy is shy, magically volatile, and the public stares every time they enter Diagon Alley. If anyone is to keep him from breaking under the weight of expectation, it is us. The embers in the grate shifted. A log cracked. Minerva looked older than he had ever seen her. Very well, she said at last. I will not abandon a child. But I do not like this, Albus. Nor do I, he said. She left without further words. The fire snapped as she vanished. Dumbledore stayed seated, hands clasped so tight that his knuckles ached. Sirius Black had stolen his cornerstone. He had seen the boy only twice in the last 10 years. Once in a blurred prophet photograph, a dark-haired child on a broom far above some nameless field. Sirius a small shape racing below. Once as a faint flicker behind layers of magic when he tried a half-forbidden tracking spell. Just enough to confirm life. Never enough to touch. He breathed in slowly and let the air out through his nose. If he could not hold the boy, he would hold the story. The world would still have a hero. It would still look to Hogwarts for guidance. It would still look to him. For now, that would have to be enough. Severus Snape stared at the same report in a different room. His rooms under the castle were narrow and cool. A cauldron steamed on the nearest table. The scent of brewing potion and damp stone clung to everything. He held the ministry letter between 2 fingers as if it might stain him. Remains at large, he read softly. Of course he does. He folded the page with slow care and set it beside the cauldron. The green surface of the brew gave a lazy bubble. Lily eyes flashed across his memory, angry and bright. Promise me, she had said on the last night he saw her alive. If anything happens, you will protect my son. He had promised. Then he had gone to Dumbledore like a coward, tears and desperate bargains, and Dumbledore had turned that promise into service. The boy is safe, Dumbledore had told him again and again. I have placed him with blood. I am watching him. Severus had clung to that, to the idea that his spying, his risk, his constant dance with death had meaning. Now, Black had the boy. Black, who had laughed with Potter at school while Severus walked the halls alone. Black, who had once tried to kill him with a joke. Severus' lip curled. Except Black had not killed him. Black had saved the boy at Godric Hollow. Black had vanished into some ancient Black property and wrapped himself in wards that even Dumbledore could not fully crack. The boy was alive. More than that, from the scarce hints Severus had gathered, the boy was thriving. He had heard that from Lucius of all people. A careless remark over a drink with other disgruntled former Death Eaters. Little Potter, Lucius had said with a thin smile, flying on a broom as soon as he could walk. Black brings him to some private racing ground now and then. I have seen them. The child has no fear. Severus had said nothing at the time. He had listened between the lines. Lucius did not know he had noticed that slip. Black had money. Black had power. Black was training the boy. Severus stirred the potion once. Mechanical. If Lily's son was safe, if he was loved, if his magical education was being handled by someone with actual skill in defense, then what did Severus owe Dumbledore? The debt to Lily was still there. It sat in his chest like a stone. But the form of that debt had changed. Once he had believed that remaining at Dumbledore's side was the only way to honor her. Now, every time he looked at the headmaster, he saw something else. He saw a man who had intended to leave Lily Child on a doorstep with people who hated magic. Severus knew Petunia Dursley. He had watched her spit insults at her younger sister. He stirred the potion harder. The surface hissed. Dumbledore had intended to place Harry in that house, bind him there with some blood charm, and keep him ignorant and dependent until it suited the headmaster to reveal everything. Black had ruined that plan. Severus could almost respect him for that. It irritated him deeply. He lifted the spoon free of the potion, wiped it with a cloth, and set it aside. "Well, Lily," he said into the empty room, "your son is not starving in a cupboard. He is not being told he is a freak. The man who once tried to throw me to a werewolf is now his guardian. Fate has a cruel sense of humor." The torches flickered. He could walk away. That thought came sudden and clear. He could stay at Hogwarts for the steady work, the potion stores, the small distance from the ministry. He could teach classes, sneer at imbecile children, and keep his head down. He did not have to risk his neck for Dumbledore any longer. He thought of returning to the Dark Lord. The space where that mark still lay hidden under his sleeve tingled. Memory rather than magic. No, the Dark Lord had fallen. Even if he returned, he would be a shadow that clung to old patterns. Severus had no interest in kneeling to another self-proclaimed savior. There was another path. His eyes slid to the shelf of forbidden tomes in the corner. The ones he had collected quietly, the ones even Dumbledore did not know about. He could research. He could deepen his own magic. He could make himself useful to no one but himself. Lily would have disliked that. She would have called it selfish. But Lily was gone. Her son was safe. Severus let out a long breath he had not realized he was holding. "I have paid enough," he muttered. The file on the table stayed closed. He turned back to his cauldron and began to brew for himself rather than for any cause. 10 years after the Night of Fire, a boy stood in the heart of a hidden house and held a spell in his mind until his head ached. Again Sirius said. Harry Potter gritted his teeth. Sweat ran along his spine under his shirt. He could hear the faint hum of the wards in the walls and the tick of the old black family clock downstairs. A glass sphere floated in front of him at chest height. The surface shimmered. Small sparks skated across it, slipping over a thin shimmer of protective charm. Harry focused on the charm line that held the sphere in the air. He pictured it tightening. Then he pictured it twisting. He did not say the spell aloud. The sphere spun. Light flashed inside and then flared out without sound, pouring into the air like steam. The spell around it trembled, then settled. The glass did not shatter. Sirius let out a low whistle. "That was solid," he said. "You almost lost it when the light burst, but you held the structure." Again, Harry groaned. "You said that already," he complained. "My head feels like it is full of bees." Sirius leaned against the doorframe, arms folded. He was older now, lines at the corners of his eyes, but there was a steadiness in him that had not been there in the years before Godric Hollow. "Bees mean the pathways are getting a workout," he said. "You wanted non-verbal control. This is what it takes." "I know," Harry said. "Just letting you know I intend to complain about it." "That is your black side," Sirius said. "Always dramatic." He stepped into the room and tapped the sphere with his wand. The stabilizing charm flickered, then reset to its resting level. "One more set, then we move to wards," he said. "You promised yesterday, remember?" Harry made a face, then rolled his shoulders. "Fine," he muttered. "One more set." He lifted his wand. The wood fit into his fingers like it had grown there. He had had it since he was 9, a special arrangement with Ollivander that had involved more political dancing than he had understood at the time. Sirius had come home from Diagon Alley white-faced and tight-lipped, but he had handed over the wand with a smile anyway. Harry raised it now, then let his arm drop slightly as he closed his eyes. He pictured the charm shape for levitation. Flow, lift, steady. He pictured the defensive overlay they had been working on this month, a thin skin of earth magic around the spell, so that whatever he lifted did not explode if someone attacked it. He let the pattern build behind his teeth. Every instinct wanted to speak it. He did not. He pushed the pattern down his arm instead, into the wand, into the air around the glass. The sphere lifted smoothly. A faint dust-colored film wrapped around it, barely visible. Harry opened his eyes. Better, Sirius said. Do you feel the strain point? In the middle, Harry said. Right where the levitation and the shield meet. If I push too hard on one, the other shakes. Good, Sirius said. That is exactly what it should feel like. You are forming two spells as one. It will smooth out with practice. Again. Harry laughed, despite the sweat on his forehead. You really enjoy saying that, he said. I really enjoy the idea that if some idiot throws a curse at you in a corridor, you will not die because you forgot that you can layer spells, Sirius replied. Now concentrate. They worked until Harry's vision blurred at the edges. The sphere lifted, sank, flashed, and steadied. Each time he managed to keep the shield intact. The strange tingling behind his eyes grew. Finally Sirius lowered his own wand. Enough, he said. If you keep this up much longer, you will forget your own name at dinner. Sit. Harry sank onto the nearest chair and rubbed his temples. My brain hurts, he muttered. That means you are doing it right, Sirius said. Here. He handed over a glass of water. Harry drank half in one go. Sirius watched him with the quiet measuring look that had become more common as Harry grew older. You are ahead of where I wanted you for your age, he said. Harry blinked. That a good thing? It means you are ready for more, Sirius said. And it means we have to be even more careful about hiding what you can do. Harry's mouth twisted. Because of Dumbledore, he said. Because of a lot of people, Sirius said. Dumbledore, yes. He still tries to track you. The wards hate him now, which is satisfying, but it means he thinks about you more often than I would like. There are also Death Eater remnants who would love a second chance at a Potter trophy. There are ministry officials who love the idea of a tool they can show to voters. The less they know about your actual level, the better. So I pretend to be a bit rubbish when I get to Hogwarts, Harry said. Trip over my own robe, mispronounce spells, blow up a cauldron or two. Not too much, Sirius warned. I can hear Lily laughing at that idea from wherever she ended up. You will not hide that brain. But you do not need to show everything either. People cannot use weapons they do not know exist. Harry nodded slowly. Got it, he said. Mildly talented, not terrifying. Exactly, Sirius said. He clapped his hands once. Come on, he added. We are not done. Wards next. You think because you can float a snow globe without muttering that I am letting you skip rune arrays. Harry groaned again but pushed himself to his feet. They moved down the hall to the study that faced the back garden. Outside, the old wards shimmered as a faint haze over the grass and trees. They had brought some of the original Grimmauld protections with them, then layered them over this house on the coast until the land itself felt stitched with black magic. Harry had been too young to remember Grimmauld Place clearly, and Sirius preferred it that way. The old London house sat sealed and sullen now, watched by a single black elf and a few stubborn curses. This house was different, lighter. Sirius drew his wand and traced a small shape in the air. Lines of pale light appeared, forming a simple square. Right, he said. This is the basic boundary ward you saw last week. For points linked anchored in earth. Tell me what each point holds. Harry stepped closer. The shapes were simple enough, but he could feel the weight behind them. North holds detection, he said. South holds warning. East is the mental anchor. West is the power sink. Good, Sirius said. So if you wanted to know when someone with hostile intent crossed the line, which point would you tweak? North, Harry said. Though I could also shift the mental anchor so that it sends the signal to a portable charm instead of to the house. Sirius' lips quirked. And how would you do that? I would add a relay rune at the east point, Harry said. Something that links to a token keyed to our magic. Then the ward sends the feeling to the token instead of the walls. Show me, Sirius said. Harry took his wand and drew a tiny extra curve at the east side of the glowing square. Pulsed. Now, Sirius said. He tossed a small stone across the invisible line near the garden edge. Harry felt a faint nudge against his wrist where his charm bracelet sat. He grinned. That worked, he said. Good, Sirius said. Now collapse it and rebuild it without speaking. Harry rolled his eyes. Of course, he said. Because that is easy. Because you are Harry Potter Black and you can do hard things, Sirius answered. Come on. No one ever built a proper Grey Ward by whining about it. They worked until the sun slid lower toward the horizon. By the time Sirius let the last construct fade, Harry's hands were shaking. He had traced more runes in the air than he could count. Each one had to sit just right or the ward hissed and collapsed. The house hummed under the new layers. Sirius wiped sweat from his brow with the back of his wrist. You did well, he said. I am proud of you. The words landed with a warmth Harry never got tired of. Thanks, he said. His voice came out small and honest. Come on, Sirius went on. Food, then politics. Harry groaned. Why politics, he said. Because power is not just spells, Sirius said. You know that. We have talked about it since you were old enough to ask why the minister always looks smug in the paper. Harry made a face but followed him to the kitchen. After they ate, they ended up back in the study. The table there was covered in parchment. Some was neat with clean lines and seals. Some was a mess of notes in Sirius' spiky hand. Harry dropped into a chair and pulled his legs up. So, he said, you promised to tell me what you have been doing at the Wisengamot. Sirius sat opposite him and massaged his temples for a moment, as if deciding where to start. You know that I never had a trial, he said. Harry nodded. You say it often enough when the prophet prints something stupid, right? Sirius said. So in the eyes of the law, I am in an odd place. Everyone thinks I am a mass murderer, but there is no formal conviction on record. The Black Lordship was never stripped from me either, which means my seat in the Wisengamot still exists. But you cannot walk into the chamber, Harry said. Not yet, Sirius said. If I tried to stroll in tomorrow, they would send half of magical law enforcement after me before I reached my bench. So we do something else. We test the structure. Harry rested his chin on his knees. How? I found every old ally the Black family ever had, Sirius said. The ones who did not go to prison and the ones who came back from it with a headache and a lot of regrets. I spoke to them through letters, through goblins, through very quiet meetings in rooms that did not officially exist. I asked them to use their votes. On what? Harry asked. On questions that matter to us, Sirius said. I had them propose small bills, changes to procedure, requests for inquiries into old cases. Nothing that screams Harry Potter. Just enough to see how people react when someone touches Dumbledore power. Harry frowned. Let me guess. He is not happy. Oh, he is very polite about it, Sirius said. He smiles. He talks about unity. Then his friends block every move. They stall. They table motions. They praise the intent and kill the content. I have a list of names now. People who will follow him into anything, and people who tilt their head when they think no one sees. He slid a parchment across the table. Names, lines, circles around certain entries. Harry scanned it, then looked up. You are mapping the entire thing, he said. Of course, Sirius said. When you walk into that chamber one day as Lord Black and Lord Potter, you will know exactly who smiles because they like you and who smiles because they want something. You will also know who is already itching to tell Dumbledore to sit down and retire. Harry traced one name with a finger. Amelia Bones, he said. Sharp woman, Sirius replied. She hates that you vanished, but she hates sloppy justice even more. She pressed for my trial again last year and was blocked. That told me a lot. That Dumbledore likes you right where you are, Harry said. Sirius' lips thinned. Yes, he said. He does not want me cleared. If I am cleared, I can claim you in the open. I can sit in my seat. I can call him to account for the way he handled the last war. As long as I am a fugitive in the eyes of the public, he can keep the narrative tidy. Noble headmaster, tragic orphan, fallen friend. Plays well in newspapers. Harry felt anger flare in his chest. So he keeps you under a shadow to keep his story clean, he said. That is one way to see it, Sirius said. Either way, it means we cannot rely on him. We cannot rely on the ministry. We rely on ourselves and the people who prove they care more about truth than about image. Harry leaned back and let his head rest against the chair. What do you want me to do? He asked. For now, Sirius said, you learn. You train. You keep listening when I rant about law and custom. You make lists in your head. By the time you reach Hogwarts, you will be walking into a game that has been running since before you were born. I am teaching you the rules so that you can stop being a piece and become a player. Harry looked at the parchment again, at the tangled web of names. It is messy, he said. It is power, Sirius replied. Magic is one tool. This is another. Dumbledore has been using both for a long time. So did Voldemort. We refuse to play is not an option. We choose how we play. That is the difference. Harry was quiet for a moment. So Neville, he said. He is part of this. Sirius hesitated. Dumbledore has not given up on a symbol, he said. From what my sources tell me, Neville is being pushed toward that role. Extra lessons. Little public appearances. Hints in the paper. The Longbottom boy who survived. The public likes that story. It will crush him, Harry said. It might, Sirius said. His voice was grim. Or it might harden him. I do not know. I have tried to keep an eye on him without drawing attention. When you get to school, you will meet him yourself. You will see how far this has gone. Harry's chest felt tight. So he is the face and I am the hidden piece, he said. For now, Sirius answered. One day that will change. You will decide how and when. That is why we do this. That is why you lift glass spheres until you want to scream and trace wards until your fingers cramp. When the time comes, you will not freeze. You will act. Harry nodded slowly. All right, he said. I get it. Sirius studied him. In a year or so, your Hogwarts letter will come, he said. You will have to play the part of a normal child while knowing all this sits under your feet. Harry gave a small, sharp smile. I can do that, he said. I can smile and pretend and make friends and let them think I am just another boy who got lucky as a baby. And underneath, Sirius said, you will carry every lesson we have hammered into you. Every ward, every spell, every political game. That is the secret of this sanctuary. It does not just hide you, prepares you. Harry looked around the study. The wards hummed softly. Outside, the garden trees moved in a calm breeze. This house feels safe, he said. It is, Sirius answered. For now. The world out there is not. We will not be able to stay here forever. That is the point. Shelters are meant to give you strength to step outside, not to keep you locked in. Harry felt a strange mix of nerves and excitement in his stomach. Hogwarts, he said quietly. Hogwarts, Sirius echoed. They sat in silence for a moment, both seeing halls and classrooms and hidden corners in their minds. For Sirius, it was the place where he had laughed with his best friends and made mistakes that still echoed through his life. For Harry, it was a name in stories, a promise and a test. Sirius leaned forward. No matter what happens there, he said, voice steady, remember this. You are not alone. You are not a weapon in someone else's hand. You are my heir and you have choices. If Dumbledore tries to box you in, you step sideways. If someone tries to use you, you walk away. You owe the world nothing it is not willing to earn. Harry looked him in the eye. I owe you and my parents, he said. I owe Neville, maybe. I owe people who stand with me. The rest can line up and wait. A flicker of pride warmed Sirius' face. Spoken like a black, he said. And like a Potter. Harry smiled. Good, he said. Because when I walk into that school, I intend to change a few things. Sirius laughed. Tired and genuine. I have no doubt, he said. Outside, the wards shivered once, as if acknowledging a promise. Inside, Godfather and Godson sat over a map of a world that had no idea what was coming. Harry memorized another name on the parchment and filed it away in his mind. One more piece on a board he fully intended to flip when the time was right. He felt tired to the bone, sore from magic, and strangely ready. Sources. Harry stepped through the barrier and straight into a wall of sound. Steam hung in the air. Owls screeched. Someone laughed too loud near the front of the train. For a second, the noise hit him so hard his chest tightened. Then Sirius's hand landed on his shoulder and the pressure in his ribs eased. Breath, pup, Sirius said quietly. Short ones. You are fine. Harry dragged in air that tasted like smoke and metal. I am not nervous, he muttered. That is why your hand is shaking then, Sirius said. His mouth twitched. Lucky for you, You have an incredibly handsome godfather here to absorb any embarrassment. You are not coming on the train, Harry said. Tragic, I know. They moved to the side of the platform, away from the swirl of families. Sirius had insisted on arriving early. The trunks were already loaded. Hedwig's cage sat beside them, the owl watching everything with sharp eyes. Last checks, Sirius said. His voice dropped even lower. Remind me of the plan. Harry rolled his shoulders. He knew this, but the familiar rhythm helped calm him. Publicly, I am the quiet heir. Neville is the loud story. People already stare at him. They will keep staring at him. That gives us room to work. And Hogwarts? Hogwarts is not school. It is a political hub with dormitories, Harry said. Dumbledore controls Gryffindor. He will try to pull me there. I cannot let that happen. Where do you need to be then? Sirius asked. Though they had talked about this so many times, Harry could recite his answer in his sleep. Slytherin, Harry said. Saying it out loud still felt strange. That is where the old families sit. That is where the networks are. They are dangerous, but they are useful. If I want influence that does not run through Dumbledore, I will find it there. Sirius nodded once. Cool approval, no hesitation. Good. Remember, the house does not define you. You define what the house means to you. Harry swallowed. His stomach gave an uneasy twist. He glanced across the platform. Neville Longbottom stood near the far end, close to the train. His grandmother's hat was even more absurd in person than in the photographs. The boy under it shifted from foot to foot, shoulders slightly hunched, wand hand clumsy. Dumbledore stood with them, head bent, eyes kind and bright. Too bright. Harry watched the way Dumbledore's fingers brushed Neville's shoulder, just for a moment. To anyone else it looked like comfort. Harry saw the faint shimmer that answered the touch. Not light, not warmth. More like the cold bite of a lock sliding into place. The memory of Sirius's voice from weeks ago pushed into his mind. Those are control spells, Harry. Under the surface. Old. Layered. They sit on the core and press down. He will call it protection. Harry's jaw tightened. Sirius followed his gaze. Do not start a war on the platform, he said softly. We hit him through law and politics, remember? I remember. Sirius squeezed his shoulder again. Good. Also, do not duel anyone on day one. That was one single time, Harry said. In my defense, you were 8 and that boy called you a curse word, Sirius said. Still, no duels in the corridor. If you must show off, do it in class with a professor watching. Harry snorted, then flinched when his throat tightened. You are really not coming, he said, quieter than he meant to. I will not be hovering, Sirius said. That is different. You just called it hovering yourself. Sirius gave him a look. I will be around, just not in the castle. You have wards on your trunk, on your owl cage, on your own skin. You can call me if something feels wrong. But Hogwarts must see you as your own person, not my shadow. Harry stared at the red train carriages. Heat rolled past his face. For the first time that morning, he let the fear show. What if I misjudge it? He asked. What if I choose wrong and end up trapped under him anyway? Sirius shifted so they were face to face. You will not. But let us say you do. Let us say you make a mess of your first week. You still have me. You still have a home that is yours, not his. You still have a vault full of old curses and boring contracts I can weaponize. We do not lose on the first day, Harry. We make notes. Harry gave a weak laugh. That is your answer to everything. Notes win wars, Sirius said. And remember this. Albus built a story around helplessness. You are not helpless. You never were. Even when you feel like you are. Harry nodded. His heart slowed a little. A whistle shrieked. People started to move. Molly Weasley's voice rang out from across the platform, calling for her many children. Harry saw a shock of red hair and the small boy attached to it staring at him, eyes wide. That would be Ron Weasley. Harry had read the file Sirius drew up on the family. Light aligned, Dumbledore loyal, poor but proud. A natural touch point for the headmaster. Sirius noticed the stare and grinned, lifting his hand in a lazy salute. The boy jumped and turned away. Charming, Sirius said. Make friends where it is safe. Alliances where it is useful. Do not confuse the two. I know. I am allowed to repeat myself, Sirius said. I am your legal guardian. It is in the job description. Harry rolled his eyes, then stepped forward and hugged him. It was quick and tight and desperate. For a moment Sirius's arms clamped around him like iron. Harry felt him breath against his hair. Go show them what a black raised Potter looks like, Sirius murmured. Harry pulled back, swallowed hard, and nodded. See you at Christmas. Earlier if you get yourself expelled, Sirius said. But that would be annoying, so please do not. Harry smirked, grabbed his trunk handle, and walked toward the train. The great hall was even louder than the platform. Candles floated over long tables. The ceiling glowed with soft stars and a smear of cloud. Harry took it all in with one fast sweep of his eyes, then forced himself to look bored. He moved with the incoming first years, keeping Neville just at the edge of his vision. Neville's eyes were wide. He clutched his wand like a lifeline. Dumbledore watched from the staff table, expression gentle and wise. To anyone else it would seem like affection. Harry felt the same faint wrongness he had seen on the platform. The sense of something held down. McGonagall set the stool at the front and placed the sorting hat on top of it. The brim twitched. A rip near the edge shifted, forming a mouth. First years, McGonagall said. When I call your name, you will come forward and sit on the stool to be sorted into your house. Harry listened with half an ear as names ran by. Each choice gave him data. The nervous squeal of a girl sorted into Hufflepuff. The smug stride of a boy who walked to Slytherin like he already owned the place. The tiny flinch in Dumbledore's shoulders when one more pure blood went to his snake house instead of Gryffindor. When Longbottom, Neville was called, the hall tensed. Whispers swelled. Boy who lived. The one in the Prophet. Neville stumbled, almost caught his foot on the hem of his robe, then righted himself. The hat dropped over his eyes. The hall waited. Seconds stretched. Harry narrowed his eyes. He was too far to sense spells directly, but he saw the faint shimmer in the air around the stool. Not the broad golden glow of General Ward's. Sharper, focused, like a narrow cage. The hat twitched, then shouted Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table exploded into cheers. Neville sagged with relief as he pulled the hat off and shuffled to the table, cheeks scarlet. Dumbledore smiled down at him, hands folded, eyes bright. The shimmer faded. Harry filed that away. They had been right. The spells were tied to public narrative. House story, control. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Harry walked to the stool with his chin high and his step steady. His fingers were cold, but he made sure his shoulders stayed loose. He felt hundreds of eyes on him. Some curious, some hungry, some hostile. He sat. The hat dropped over his vision, blocking the hall. Well now, a dry voice muttered near his ear. You are not what I expected. Harry did not flinch. He knew this was coming. You expected a frightened boy who did not know where he was. He thought back. You got someone who read the history. The hat chuckled. Confident are we. Clever, yes. Brave, no doubt, and loyal when you choose to be. You have a sharp streak of ambition too. Interesting mix. I do not have time to be interesting, Harry thought. Put me where I can work. Ah, so you have already chosen, the hat said. You know, Gryffindor would suit you. You have courage and you would do well there. Dumbledore would be pleased. You would have friends who would die for you. Harry's stomach twisted. That is the point, he thought. He built his control on Gryffindor. He wants me near him. He wants me visible. I cannot let him have that. You speak his name with dislike, the hat said, tone curious. Rare for a child. I am not stupid, Harry thought. He tried to lock me away with relatives who hate magic. My godfather stopped him. That alone tells me enough. The hat was silent for a moment. Harry felt it move through his memories, skimming over late nights in the Black Library, dueling drills in the warded courtyard, Sirius's tired smile after another Wisengamot session. You are already trained, the hat murmured. Heavy for one so young. You understand politics. You understand that your life is not entirely your own. A pause. You also care more than you admit. I care about the right target, Harry thought. Not about making Dumbledore feel safe. The hat actually laughed. You would cause such trouble in Gryffindor, it said. Exposed, watched, pushed. A spark in a dry forest. Tempting. No, Harry thought, firm. His pulse thudded in his ears. I need access. I need networks. I need knowledge that is not filtered through him. Slytherin can give me that. You do know what that would mean, the hat said. Its voice dropped. Suspicion. Fear. They already whisper about you. Boy who lived raised by a black. They will look at you and see a threat. They already do, Harry thought. At least there I can turn that fear into something useful. The hat fell quiet again. He felt it slide deeper, scanning not just him, but the shape of his future. It brushed against the memory of Neville's stiff shoulders and Dumbledore's hand. Paused. This is interesting, it said softly. The Longbottom boy carries locks. Not mine. Old layered, pressed into his core. They tell him he is safe. They tell him he is weak without the one who holds the key. Harry's hands curled on his knees. Can you remove them? No, the hat said. I am cloth with clever spells, not a healer. I can see, cannot mend. But I can tell you this. They are not there by accident. Harry already knew that, but hearing it from an ancient artifact made his throat burn. Then all the more reason to stay away from the man who did it, he thought. You really are a strategist, the hat said, amused and a little proud. Fine. If you insist on walking the snake path for your own reasons, I will not stop you. You will twist this house into something new, one way or another. Harry steadied his breath. Then do it. Very well, the hat called out, voice booming inside his skull and across the hall. Slytherin. The word hit the hall like a dropped stone. For a heartbeat, there was only silence. Then the Slytherin table began to clap. Slow at first, scattered. Then stronger as Draco Malfoy started to applaud with a cool little smirk, pulling others along. At the Gryffindor table, the reaction was mixed. Some stared, stunned. A girl with bushy hair frowned, eyes narrowed, studying him as if he was an interesting problem. Ron Weasley went red. Harry pulled the hat off and handed it back to McGonagall. Her mouth was tight. Her eyes searched his face for something he did not have any intention of showing her. Off you go, Potter, she said. Her voice was crisp, but he heard the strain. He walked to the Slytherin table, each step measured. He took the seat Draco waved him into, near the center. The green banners above seemed darker than the rest of the hall. He felt eyes on him from every direction. Dumbledore watched from the head table. The twinkle in his gaze had cooled. His smile stayed in place, fixed and thin. Harry met his eyes for a brief second and did not look away. The feast began. Food appeared on the plates. Conversation started up again. Low at first, then louder as shock faded into gossip. So Draco Malfoy drawled on Harry's left. The famous Harry Potter joins us in the House of Cunning. I cannot decide if that is sensible or insane. Why not both, Harry said. Draco huffed a laugh. My father said you were unpredictable. He also said your godfather is a menace in formal robes. That sounds like Sirius, Harry said. Draco's gaze sharpened. You call him by his given name. He is my guardian, Harry said. Godfather is still a mouthful in everyday talk. Point, Draco said. He tilted his head. So you chose Slytherin on purpose. You did not? Please. With my family, Draco said. I was born with a green scarf waiting on the cot. You had options, though. The hat took longer with you than with anyone else. Half the table was holding its breath. Harry shrugged. I am where I need to be. Cryptic, Draco said. He leaned in a little. You do realize this will drive Dumbledore mad. Harry poked a potato with his fork. That is a nice bonus. A few seats down, one of the older boys snorted. Hope you can spell as well as you talk, Potter, he said. This house eats the weak. Harry looked at him until the boy shifted and looked away first. Good thing I am not weak then, Harry said. The boy gave a short nod, apparently satisfied, and went back to his food. Across the hall, in red, Ron Weasley stared at him with open outrage. As dessert appeared, Ron slammed his hand on the table and stood. Oi, Potter, he shouted over the noise. Conversation around them faltered. Heads turned. McGonagall looked alarmed. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Harry set his fork down and lifted his head. Yes? he called back. Ron jabbed a finger toward the green table. How could you do that? He demanded. You are Harry Potter. You are supposed to be a hero. You cannot be a snake. A ripple of whispers rolled through the hall. Some laughed. Some gasped. Sit down, Mr. Weasley, McGonagall snapped. Ron ignored her. His face was almost the same color as his hair. Everyone knows Slytherin is full of dark wizards, he said. You went where you know who was. What does that say about you then? Harry felt a slow heat rise in his chest. His heart thudded, but his voice came out calm. Says I know how to use my head, he said. His words carried easily in the sudden quiet. You can call half the school evil if you like. I will be over here making sure the real monsters do not get a second chance. Real monsters, Ron repeated, voice cracking. You sound like them already. You are supposed to be on our side. Our side, Harry echoed. You mean Dumbledore's side? Ron flinched. He is the greatest wizard alive, he said. He is the light. He kept the world safe. Harry's fingers curled on the table. He could feel Draco watching. Half the staff too. He is the one who tried to send me to relatives who hate magic, Harry called back. Forgive me if I do not line up to be grateful. A murmur ran through the students. Most had never heard that part. Hogwarts gossip traveled fast. By breakfast, every version of this argument would be twisted 3 ways. Ron looked lost for a moment. Then his face hardened. You sound like a dark wizard, he said stubbornly. Going to Slytherin, talking back to Dumbledore. You are just proving it. Beside him, Hermione Granger shifted on the bench. She turned to Ron, eyes flashing. That is not how logic works, she said. You cannot just shout at people and decide they are evil because they made a different choice. Whose side are you on then? Ron demanded. I am on the side of facts, Hermione said. At the moment we have none. We have rumors and a very loud opinion. Ron spluttered. He is in Slytherin. And? Hermione said. She looked at Harry across the hall, studying him the same way she might study an essay question. He walked up there with perfect posture. He did not trip. He did not sweat that I could see. That means he is either very confident or very trained or both. That is interesting. That is creepy, Ron said. You will see. He will turn on us. Hermione gave him a look that said she thought he was being ridiculous. Or he will do well in his exams and never talk to you again, she said. You are not required to like him, Ronald. Ron stared at her, betrayed. Harry watched the lines forming. Subtle. Sharp. Dumbledore finally stood. His presence rolling over the hall like a soft blanket. Students, he said, voice warm. I am sure we are all very excited. But perhaps we should focus on welcoming our new arrivals rather than judging their houses. The Sorting Hat never makes mistakes. His gaze flicked to Harry, just for an instant. Under the gentle tone, Harry heard the message. You have made my life more difficult. Harry lifted his glass in a tiny, polite salute. The tiniest smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The feast wound down after that. Prefects called for first years. The Slytherin group collected near the doors, and Harry fell in with them. Nice work, Draco said quietly as they walked toward the dungeons. You managed to insult St. Albus without even raising your voice. That was not the goal, Harry said. No, Draco said. But you did it anyway. My father will be delighted. The Slytherin common room was cool and shadowed. Green lights glowed from lamps shaped like coiled serpents. The walls were stone and water, rough lines and river sound. Harry felt a strange sense of calm settle over him. It was not friendly in the way Gryffindor would be, but it felt honest. No pretense of warmth, just power and expectation. The prefects gave the usual speech about secrecy, rules, points. Harry listened, but his mind was elsewhere. On Neville's dull eyes under the hat. On the faint shimmer of those locks. On the way Dumbledore had smiled, proud and kind, while he held the key. Later, in the first-year dormitory, trunks were open, clothes were thrown around, and a low buzz of talk filled the room. Harry set his things away with neat movements, wand always within reach. Draco waited until the other boys were arguing over bed placement before walking over. He sat on the trunk across from Harry's and folded his hands. Mind if we talk, Draco said. Harry shut the lid on his trunk and turned to face him. Go on. Draco glanced around. You lot make more noise, he ordered. And if any of you are listening in, at least be subtle about it. One of the boys laughed. That was fine. Noise gave cover. Draco lowered his voice. All right, let us drop the schoolyard act for a moment. You did not flinch at Ron's little speech. You did not grovel under Dumbledore's smile. You walked into this dormitory like you have been in rooms like this your entire life. So, who trained you? My godfather, Harry said. He is good at making trouble. Black, Draco said. He taught me how to throw a knife with a butter spoon when I was small, then got banned from our sitting room for a month. My mother still complains. Harry felt a quick stab of fondness. That sounds right. Father says Sirius is reckless with his own safety but very careful with his people, Draco said. He says that makes him dangerous and useful in equal measure. That is one way to put it, Harry said. Draco tilted his head. He also says Sirius has been quietly building something. He would not say exactly what, but he is too tense for it to be nothing. Considering the way you chose your house, I am guessing you are part of that project. Harry did not answer. Silence itself was an answer. Draco nodded slowly. Good. I hate being bored, he said. Look, Potter. I am not going to do the childish thing and ask you to be my best friend. I already have people who follow my lead. What I want are allies who can think. You think I can, Harry said. You walked away from the safe house for political reasons, Draco said. You do not jump when Dumbledore coughs. And you looked at that Longbottom boy like he was a puzzle, not a hero. So yes, I think you can. Longbottom is not a puzzle, Harry said. His voice came out flatter than he expected. He is a victim. Draco blinked at the sharpness. That is a strong word. Fits, Harry said. The hat saw spells on him. Not school wards, not basic protections. Locks on his magic. Old, deep ones. Someone put them there while telling him it was for his own good. Draco went very still. You are sure, he said. The hat is older than most buildings in this country, Harry said. It has no reason to lie. Draco breathed out through his nose. Well then, he said softly. That is interesting. Father told me Longbottom does not perform the way a boy with his bloodline should. He assumed it was simple cowardice. It is not, Harry said. He thought of Neville's tight shoulders. The way he had clung to his wand. He is trying. He is just chained. Chains are politics, Draco said. His eyes flicked to the ceiling, where green light reflected in faint ripples. If Dumbledore did this, it means he wanted control over the public story more than he wanted a strong warrior. Yes, Harry said. Draco looked back at him. And you think you can break those chains? Not yet, Harry said. He forced himself to be honest. I am 11. I have theory and training and one godfather who already burnt half his bridges to get me out. If I move too soon, Dumbledore will close ranks and I will lose my footing. But I can plan. I can gather proof. I can build enough power that when we move, he cannot bury it. Draco watched him for a long moment. You say we, he said at last. Harry held his gaze. I did, he said. Question is, do you want to be part of that or stand in the way? A slow grin spread over Draco's face. It was sharp and pleased and more honest than any he had shown at the table. Do not insult me, Draco said. I have waited my entire life for something more interesting than listening to Father complain about ministry committees. If you are building a faction that cuts between dark and light, I want in. That does not bother you, Harry asked. Being in the same group as the half-blood. Blood only matters if you let it limit you, Draco said. My father would have an aneurysm if he heard me say that out loud. So do not repeat it. I am not stupid, though. You have the Potter name and the black tie. You are not some random half-blood off the street, no matter how much Dumbledore wants to paint you as helpless. And you clearly do not plan to bow to the Dark Lord either. That suits me. I like my neck the way it is. Harry snorted. You make a lot of jokes about things that could get you killed. It is either that or scream into a cushion, Draco said. So, terms. What do you want from me? Access, Harry said at once. You have ears in rooms I cannot reach yet. Your father sits on the Wisengamot. Your family has contacts my godfather cannot use openly. I need information. I need to know where Dumbledore pushes, and where he is vulnerable. And in return, Draco said. Harry thought for a moment. In return, I give you something he will never offer, he said. A path that does not end with you branded as dark or bent under his version of light. I share what I learn from the Black Library. I help you survive whatever mess he creates with this Longbottom story. I keep you out of Azkaban when the smoke clears. Draco stared at him. His throat moved as he swallowed. You talk like you already see the war, he said quietly. I do, Harry said. His chest was tight again. He looked away briefly to steady himself. And I refused to walk into it blind. Silence stretched between them. In the corner, someone laughed at a rude joke. The mundane sound grounded the room. Finally Draco stuck out his hand. All right then, he said. Alliance, not friendship. Alliance, Harry agreed. He gripped Draco's hand. The shake was firm, not crushing. Draco released him and leaned back. We will have to play nice in public, he said. Pretend it is about house pride and childish rivalry. That will keep people from looking too closely. I can manage a few snide remarks, Harry said. I had a feeling, Draco said dryly. You realize this makes us the most dangerous pair of 11-year-olds in the building. Harry let himself smile. Good, he said. Dumbledore has relied on children who do not understand they are pieces on his board. Time he met some who do. Draco's eyes gleamed. You know, Potter, I think I might actually enjoy school. Later, when the others had drifted to their beds and the room was dark, Harry lay on his back and stared at the underside of the canopy. His muscles ached with the long day. His mind buzzed. Images flickered one after another. Sirius's tight hug on the platform. Neville's lost eyes under the hat. Dumbledore's small, fixed smile when the word Slytherin rang through the hall. Ron's angry shout. Hermione's sharp, logical defense. Draco's cool, eager grin. He drew in a slow breath. The air in the dungeons was cool and smelled faintly of stone and lake water. Steadied him. Slytherin. The word no longer felt like a threat. Felt like a tool. He turned onto his side and closed his eyes. One day they would take those locks off Neville's core and make sure everyone saw who had put them there. For now, Harry thought, feeling sleep start to pull at him, he had done the first thing on the list. He had stepped off Dumbledore's path. And he was not alone. Sources. The first hint came from a troll. Harry sat on his bed in the Slytherin dormitory weeks after that Halloween and stared at the notes spread over his knees. The candle on his bedside table had burned low. Shadows licked along the stone ceiling. Around him, the other boys snored softly. He was not thinking about homework. He had finished that an hour ago. He was replaying the night the troll walked into the castle. He had felt the wards shiver. Not the clumsy surface alarms the staff used, but the older lines under the stone. They had rippled with something wrong, as if someone had jabbed a blade into a nerve. Then the voice had come through the hall. Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. Harry had watched the staff table the way he had been trained to watch a room. Dumbledore wide-eyed. Snape already moving. Quirrell with his fake stammer. The same night, the same moment, the third-floor corridor wards had flickered in a way that screamed diversion to anyone who knew how to read them. Sirius had taught him to read them. Harry turned one of his notes over and drew a simple ward array with the edge of his wand. For points. One line cut. One new line added. Forced through a weak spot. That was what that night had felt like. Many people running around screaming about a troll while someone took a quiet step toward something much more important. On his other side, Draco shifted and mumbled into his pillow. Harry looked across at him. Stop thinking so loud. Draco muttered without opening his eyes. You are going to set the room on fire. Harry huffed a laugh under his breath. You were awake. Draco rolled onto his back and blinked up at the ceiling. His pale hair stuck out at all angles. You muttered something about runes, he said, and trolls. I put that together. Harry hesitated. Sharing ideas still felt like tearing a little hole in his own shield. But they had shaken hands on an alliance. That meant something. Quirrell is too clumsy, Harry said softly. On the surface. The stammer, the smell of garlic, the way he wrings his hands. It is a cover. The troll was deliberate. So was the third-floor warning in the first feast. No one draws that much attention to a corridor unless they want people to poke and be seen poking. Draco yawned, then frowned. So what do you think is really up there? Something Dumbledore wants, Harry said. Something he thinks only he can control. Something he is using as bait. Bait for whom? Draco asked. Either for Quirrell or for Neville, Harry said. Maybe both. Draco sat up a little. The bed curtains rustled. Explain. Harry lowered his voice even more. The dormitory was full of the slow rhythm of sleeping boys. Pansy and the other girls were 2 rooms away. No one else stirred. Look at the pattern, he said. The troll. The corridor. The way Professor McGonagall looks ready to faint every time Neville walks past. Dumbledore keeps throwing lines into the water. He wants something to bite. Either he expects a servant of the Dark Lord to go for whatever he is guarding, or he expects Neville to stumble into heroics and prove the story he built. Draco thought about that for a moment. Father said there were rumors of an artifact, he said slowly. Something the alchemist made. Immortality talk. He did not have details. Harry nodded. He had read the same whispers between the lines of articles. Nicholas Flamel. An old friend of Dumbledore. A stone that made gold and stopped age. That fits, Harry said. Dumbledore could use it to draw out anyone still loyal to the Dark Lord. He could also arrange a tidy set of school trials for Neville that make him look brave without actually killing him. If they go wrong, he can step in and save the day. Draco made a face. You say that like you are listing potion ingredients, not human lives. I am listing intentions, Harry said. He expects Neville to follow his lead. He expects us to stay in our houses and play our roles. I do not intend to do that. Draco leaned forward. So what is the plan? Watch, Harry said. We track the ward flares. We watch Quirrell. We see how often Neville is in the wrong place at the wrong time. When the pattern tightens, we act first. Act how? Draco asked. Harry thought of Sirius bent over a map, drawing little marks for every place Dumbledore had pushed his pawns in the last war. We take the bait away, Harry said. We do it quietly. We find out why the Dark Lord is still clinging to the world. And we stop him on our terms, not as some school play. Draco stared at him in the dim light. Then he lay back down and pulled his blanket up. All right, he said. Fine. Wake me when you decide to steal from the headmaster and save the world in first year. I would rather have a nap before that. Harry smiled in the dark, small and sharp. Sleep, he said. We have time. He knew from Sirius habit that the biggest moves happened when people thought nothing was going on. He meant to be ready. The night the pattern closed in, the storm outside the castle rattled the windows. Rain hammered the lake. Thunder growled over the hills. Harry sat in the Slytherin common room and pretended to read while he waited for the wards to twitch. Draco sat beside him, flipping a page now and then and looking insulted by his own boredom. Blaise and Pansy argued softly over a chess game in the corner. An hour passed. 2. The common room emptied as people drifted to bed. At last Harry felt it, a sharp pull like a hook catching on the edge of his mind. The third-floor wards flared, bright then dim, as if someone had forced a door through that should never open. At the same time, the broad castle wards rippled with panic. Another troll, Harry thought, or something close. More chaos. He set his book down. Draco straightened at once. That it, Draco muttered. Harry nodded. His heart sped up. Quirrell is moving. And Neville, Draco asked. Harry closed his eyes for a second and reached for the faint mark he had tied into the warning charm on Neville's school bag. A tiny push against the Slytherin shield line routed through his charm bracelet. It was a trick he had copied from Sirius' work at the Coast House, scaled down for school use. He felt the whisper of the answer. Neville moving fast, up instead of down, toward the forbidden corridor. Dumbledore has him on a string, Harry said. Of course he does. Draco swore under his breath. So, do we sit on our hands and let the symbol march into a trap, or do we play hero? We play strategist, Harry said. Go change into something dark. Cloaks with hoods. No house edges. You have 2 minutes. Draco vanished toward the dormitory steps without argument. Harry stood, heart thudding. His hands felt cold and dry. He crossed the room to the far wall, pressed his fingers against the stone, and whispered a single word under his breath, a trigger only the house could hear. The wall hummed in reply, recognizing black magic. Sirius had helped him tie subtle channels into the old Slytherin wards over the summer. Not to control the house, only to listen. Now that Link showed him the flow of students and staff like faint lights on a map. Quirrell was moving along the corridor on the 3rd floor. Neville was a weaker spark behind him, slower but still following. McGonagall and Flitwick were running in the direction of a conjured disturbance on the ground floor. Dumbledore was absent. Of course he was. Draco came back, quickly, cloak over his arm. Harry had already pulled his own on. They shared one brief look. "We go straight up," Harry said. "Side stair, west. Less traffic. We stay behind Neville. If he gets caught in something, we pull him out and use the confusion to reach the end." "And if Quirrell reaches the artifact first?" Draco asked. "Then we find out how far he is willing to go," Harry said. "And we test something I have wanted to test since I read about soul bonds." Draco made a face. "You saved that little detail for now. No time for a full lecture," Harry said. "Move." They slipped out through the common room door and into the corridor. The castle seethed with distant shouts and magic. Harry could feel faint pulses through the stone. He and Draco took a narrow staircase that zigzagged upward. Every few landings, Harry checked the tiny charm at his wrist and adjusted direction. They reached the 3rd floor corridor just as Neville pushed through the main doors ahead, wand clenched in his shaking hand. "Neville," Harry hissed. Neville jolted. His eyes were wide in the torchlight. Sweat shone on his face. "What are you doing here?" he whispered. "You are not supposed to be," he said. "Who said?" Draco cut in, though they both knew. Neville swallowed. "The headmaster," he said. "He told me there was something only I could stop. He said it was time for me to stand up." Harry's chest hurt. "Did he tell you he would be nearby?" he asked. Neville hesitated, then shook his head. "He said he had to attend to other things. He said I would not always have him to rely on." "Of course he did," Draco muttered. Harry stepped closer. "Listen," he said, voice low and steady. "You do not want to walk into that room alone. Quirrell is already ahead of you. The teachers are running in circles. The castle wards are screaming. This is not a noble test. This is a mess. But if I do nothing," Neville whispered, "the Dark Lord might come back. Everyone keeps looking at me like I should be doing something." "You are 11, Harry said. "They are wrong to put that weight on you. We are not here to make you run away. We are here to make sure you do not die trying to live up to a lie." Neville blinked. "A lie? This can wait," Draco said under his breath. But Harry shook his head. "Neville," Harry said quietly, "has anyone ever cast anything on you without explaining what it does?" Neville flinched. His hand touched his chest right over his core. "He said it was protection," Neville whispered. "He said my magic was wild and this would help." Harry's throat tightened. The hat had been right. "You are not weak," Harry said. "You are chained." Neville stared at him. "You sound like my gran when she is angry about ministry rules." "She is not wrong," Harry said. "We will talk about this later. Right now we have a possessed teacher and a stolen artifact somewhere ahead. One problem at a time." Neville looked down at his wand, then at Harry and Draco. "You are from Slytherin," he said. "I am supposed to be careful." "Good," Draco said. "Be careful. Be suspicious. That includes Dumbledore. That includes us. You can watch us like a hawk once we are not in immediate danger." Harry took a breath. "You can come with us," he said. "Or you can run back to your house and wait for an owl. Either way, I am not leaving this corridor with Quirrell loose." Neville clenched his jaw. His shoulders still shook, but he nodded. "I am coming," he said. Draco muttered something that might have been a prayer and moved to Neville's other side. "Fine," Draco said. "House truce. At least until we survive the night." Harry did not waste time. He pushed open the door at the end of the corridor. The stench of dog filled the air at once. 3 heads lifted from massive paws. Yellow eyes glared. "Right," Draco breathed. "That is one way to protect a stone." Harry drew his wand. The dog, all 3 of its faces, bristled. "Music," Harry said quickly. "The notes on the floor, look." Neville stepped closer, squinting through fear. "Someone played here," he said. "They left in a hurry." Harry found the old harp propped in the corner, strings dusty. He flicked his wand in a smooth circle, muttered a charm Sirius had stolen from an old black book, and sent the harp into motion. Soft notes tumbled into the air. The dog blinked. Its ears drooped. Within moments, all three heads sagged to the floor, breath deep and slow. Draco stared. "You know lullabies for monsters," he said. "My godfather has interesting taste in reading," Harry answered. "Move. We do not know how long this will hold." They slid past the huge paws and reached the trapdoor. Harry dropped through first, landing hard on a cushion of weeds. The smell of plant sap filled his nose. Draco and Neville dropped beside him. Tangles of vine reached for their arms. "Devil's snare," Neville said, and for once his voice held more instinct than fear. "Stop fighting. Tightens when you struggle." He went limp, trusting. Harry forced his own muscles to relax, then snapped his wand hand up just enough to point. He sent a rush of warm light into the creeping vines. They recoiled from the heat at once. "Never mind, that works too," Neville said faintly as they untangled themselves. They pushed on. A key room, a chessboard, a troll that had already been knocked out by someone in a hurry. "Quirrell," Harry said. He came through first. By the time they reached the final chamber, sweat stuck Harry's shirt to his spine. His lungs hurt. His wand arm trembled a little from the constant casting. The room held a single mirror. Quirrell stood facing it. His back was straight, his usual hunch gone. His turban sat crooked, as if pulled at by unseen hands. "Professor," Neville blurted, then flushed. Quirrell turned. His face had lost the nervous twitch. His eyes were cold and flat. "Ah," he said. His voice no longer stammered. "The symbol and the wolf cub. I expected at least one of you. I did not expect both. This is better." Draco stepped half in front of Neville, wand ready. Harry walked forward, keeping his own wand loose at his side. "You have something that does not belong to you," Harry said. Quirrell smiled, slow. "On the contrary," he said, "it belongs to my master. I am merely reclaiming it." Harry felt his scar prickle. The old ache flared, sharp and hot. "You are carrying him," Harry said quietly. Quirrell's head snapped a little, as if something behind his skull tugged. "You know nothing," he said. His voice hitched for a second, the ghost of the old stammer, then smoothed back out. "You are a child. Children see things adults pretend not to," Harry said. "I have seen the way your magic moves. It stinks. It does not follow your breath. It does not match your pulse. Something else rides you." A hiss slid through the air. It did not come from Quirrell's mouth. The scar on Harry's forehead burned. For a heartbeat the world dipped gray. He saw green light over a crib. He heard Lily scream. He heard Sirius shouting. Then it snapped back. Draco swore softly. "Harry." "I am fine," Harry said. His voice shook. He forced it to steady. "You are not." Quirrell's lips peeled back. "You think you can stand in front of the Dark Lord," he said. "You think this school can protect you. That old fool left you with family who hate your kind. He meant you to crawl back to him grateful. Instead you hide behind a blood traitor and some old wards. You have no idea what you are playing with." Harry let the words roll over him. He thought of Sirius reading him obscure curse theory by the fire. He thought of Gringotts' records. He thought of the way his scar had reacted when they passed a vault ward that hummed with ancient rage. "You tore your soul trying to kill a baby," Harry said. "You stuck a scrap of what was left into a body that could not hold it. You are hollow. You are weak." Quirrell flinched. Not on his own. His muscles jerked, as if another will fought to pull him forward. "Enough," a new voice hissed. This one came from everywhere at once. Cold, dry, full of hunger. "Stop playing with them. Take the stone." The back of Quirrell's head bulged. Harry watched, stomach churning, as the turban shifted. "Do not," Neville whispered. He sounded sick. Harry stepped sideways, drawing their attention. "He cannot take it," Harry said. "That mirror is keyed. It will only yield the stone to someone who wants it, not for greed, but for use." "Then you will take it," the cold voice said. "You will take it and hand it to me." The pressure in the room thickened. Harry could taste metal on his tongue. The scar blazed. He understood in a rush. "That is how you survived," he said. "You put a piece of yourself into me when the curse rebounded. You left another piece at the center of some ritual that binds you. You scattered your soul like a child tearing paper. Quirrell staggered. His hands clawed at his turban. You know nothing, the voice snarled. You are a fluke. A mistake. No, Harry said. You are the mistake. He flicked his wand. Fast. Not a cutting jinx. Not a blasting curse. He sent a thin, precise thread of magic straight into his own scar. Sirius would have shouted if he had been there. He had warned Harry a dozen times not to prod at the scar without supervision. But they had spoken about theory. About soul tethers and lily wards and the way love and intent could twist curses into new patterns. Harry trusted those talks more than he trusted Dumbledore. The thread of magic struck the scar and snapped out again. Bright. It caught the clinging presence there and flung it forward, into the space between them and Quirrell. For a second, everyone froze. Something ugly and thin tore free of Harry's mind. Felt like ripping a scab off old skin. He heard himself gasp. His knees buckled. Draco grabbed his arm and held him up. The thing that spilled into the air was barely visible. A smear of shadow with edges. It hurt to look at. The same cold voice screamed. Quirrell's body jerked backwards as the scrap of soul that had been lodged in Harry crashed into the mass in his skull. Both fragments clung, then struggled. The possessive link wobbled. Harry took that moment. He pointed his wand straight at Quirrell's chest and shouted a basic disarming spell with every bit of power he had. It was not elegant. It was not fancy. It was focused. The spell slammed into Quirrell. His wand flew from his hand. The shock broke what little balance the soul tether had left. The smear of shadow tore free, shredding Quirrell's nerves as it went. The room reeked of burnt air. Quirrell collapsed, screaming once, then going limp. The shadow thing hung in the air for a heartbeat, ragged, half-formed, as if trying to pull itself together again. Harry could feel it reaching for him, for the scar. Old habit. He did not give it the chance. He snapped his wand up and poured the same ward line he used in his bedroom into a circle on the stone. A simple, gray protection pattern that repelled intruders and locked presence out. The shadow hit the invisible line and recoiled. It screamed again, thinner this time, and shot through the far wall, fleeing, a wisp without anchor. Silence slammed down. Harry sagged, shaking. His scar throbbed, but the deep ache he had carried as long as he could remember was lighter, less sharp. Draco hauled him upright. What did you just do? Draco hissed. Pulled a splinter, Harry said through gritted teeth. He stuck part of himself in me that night. It hitched a ride on the rebound. I pushed it back at him. Neville stared at Quirrell's body. Is he dead? Neville whispered. Harry moved, slowly, and knelt beside the defense professor. He pressed 2 fingers to Quirrell's throat. Faint, thready pulse beat there. Alive, Harry said. Barely. He is empty though. Whatever was running him, it is gone for now. The stone, Draco said. Harry turned to the mirror. He knew that if he looked into it for desire alone, he would see his parents and Sirius at a table, all alive, laughing. He knew that if Neville looked, he would probably see a proud grandmother and a world where no one told him he was not enough. He stepped closer, keeping his thoughts tight. I want the stone to keep it out of his hands, he whispered. His reflection stared back at him. For a moment nothing happened. Then the reflection reached into its pocket and tucked something heavy into Harry's real robe. He felt the weight at once. A small, solid shape near his ribs. He did not pull it out. Draco cleared his throat softly. You have it, he said. Harry nodded. We cannot keep it here. Neville looked from Harry to the mirror and back again. Dumbledore will know, he said. He will feel the change in his wards. He will come. Exactly, Harry said. Which is why we will not be here. Draco glanced at Quirrell. What about him? Harry's jaw tightened. Let Dumbledore deal with the mess he made, Harry said. Come on. They moved fast, retracing their steps. The dog still slept, the harp charm running on the last of its energy. By the time they slipped back into the 3rd-floor corridor, Harry could feel the castle shift again as more staff rushed about. They parted from Neville at the first junction. Go to Gryffindor, Harry said. Say you got lost in the chaos. Say you tried to help and could not find the source. Let Dumbledore spin his story. Neville hesitated. What about you? He asked. We were never here, Draco said. Neville looked Harry straight in the face for the first time. You did something to your scar, he said. I felt it. You look lighter. Harry touched his forehead. I pulled something ugly out, he said. When we have proof, I will tell you what it was. Neville nodded. I will hold you to that, he said. He turned and ran. Harry and Draco went the other way, down into the cool shade of the dungeons, hearts still hammering. Only when they were safe in their dormitory with the curtains drawn did Harry reach into his pocket and pull out the stone. It sat on his palm, heavy and dull red. It did not look like something that could cheat death. It looked like a rock. Draco stared. You are carrying the key to immortality in your hand, he said. Harry closed his fingers around it. No, he said. I am carrying proof. Sirius did not shout when Harry showed him the stone that summer. He went very quiet. Grimmauld Place for once felt almost gentle. The portrait in the hall stayed muffled behind thick curtains. Creature muttered in other rooms instead of under their feet. The table in the kitchen was covered with parchment and teacups. Harry set the stone in the center of the table. It gleamed under the lamplight. Sirius looked from the stone to Harry and back again. His mouth was a hard line. Tell me everything, he said. Harry did. No drama. No dressing up. He described the troll, the corridor, the traps, Quirrell, the thing in the air, the feel of his scar tearing, the mirror. Draco added the bits Harry was too close to see, like the way Harry had almost fallen when he cast into his own scar. Sirius listened without interrupting. Fingers pressed together so tightly the knuckles were white. When Harry finished, Sirius leaned back and stared at the ceiling for a long moment. All right, he said at last. So Dumbledore baited both a servant and a child with one artifact and almost lost control of both. He will say he had everything under control, Draco said. He had come through the flu under cover of a black crest and a lot of old etiquette. He will say the teachers contained the threat. He will lie, Sirius said. His voice was calm. Too calm. As usual. Harry watched him. I pulled something out of my scar, Harry said. I can feel the difference. Sirius' eyes softened. We will check that, he said. Properly. We will not rely on your subjective sense, as sharp as it is. He reached for the stone. His fingers brushed it, then stopped. We are not keeping this, he said. It is a liability. Flammel, Harry said. Yes, Sirius replied. This is his work. Dumbledore would not risk destroying it. He would keep it where he could reach it. We will do what he would not. Draco raised a brow. How? Goblins, Sirius said. They hate soul tampering. They hate unstable anchors. They also love objects that bend reality as long as they are not cursed. We can give them this in exchange for answers. Answers to what, Harry asked, though he already knew. How the Dark Lord survived, Sirius said. How many pieces he made. Where they might be. And whether there is one left in you. Harry's throat closed for a moment. I felt something leave, he said. During the mirror fight. That does not mean there was only one fragment, Sirius said gently. Soul work is messy. We will not guess. We will ask someone who can see the threads. He glanced at Draco. This is where I ask you if you are sure you want to stay involved, he said. You have already done more than enough for an 11-year-old. Draco snorted. You say that like I would walk away when I am finally doing something interesting, he said. My father will expect a report anyway. I would prefer to tell him I was present, not reading about it secondhand. Sirius' mouth twitched. You are impossible, he said. Fine. Keep your head down when you go home. Let Lucius think you are dabbling in politics, not unpicking the Dark Lord curse map. Draco smiled. Sharp. He underestimates me, he said. That is useful. Sirius picked up the stone at last and dropped it into a black family warded pouch. The old runes stitched into the leather glowed dull red for a moment, then settled. We go to Gringotts tomorrow, he said. You can both come, but you let me do the talking. Deferential to goblins, Draco said, nodding. My father says that is the only way to leave with all your limbs. Your father is not wrong about everything, Sirius said. Gringotts smelled of metal and old magic. They stepped out of the flue entrance at the back, a path few customers used, and walked straight to a side door guarded by 2 armed goblins. Sirius wore formal robes that did him no favors, but they carried the right crests. Harry and Draco had been drilled on etiquette for the last 2 hours. Lord Black requests an audience concerning a dangerous artifact, Sirius said in gobbledygook. His accent was rough but clear. The guards looked them over, took in the pouch at Sirius' belt, and exchanged a short discussion in their own language. One of them vanished down a corridor. After a short wait, they were ushered into a private room with stone walls and heavy chairs. A single goblin sat at the table, fingers steepled. His skin looked older than the vault doors. Lord Black, he said. It has been some time. Director Ragnarok, Sirius answered with a small bow. I have brought you a problem and an offer. Harry sat straight by his side. Draco sat on the other, every inch the poised air, though Harry could see the tightness at the corners of his mouth. Ragnarok's gaze flicked to the boys, then back to Sirius. You have brought the boy, he said. Bold. He is my heir, Sirius said, and the one most affected by what we are about to discuss. Ragnarok's eyes narrowed slightly. Very well, he said. Show me. Sirius set the pouch on the table and tapped a key rune. The leather opened. He tipped the stone into his hand and placed it in front of the goblin. Flammel work, Ragnarok said at once. His voice stayed flat, but his eyes sharpened. Many have dreamed of this. Few have seen it. We do not want to use it, Sirius said. We want to destroy it or remove it from this war. Dumbledore has been using it as bait. The Dark Lord already reached for it through a host. I might be wrong, but that seems like poor risk management. Ragnarok snorted. Wizards and their toys, he said. Always so sure they can juggle fire. He reached out. His fingers did not touch the stone. Instead, he let a faint line of goblin magic flow from his hand toward it. The stone glowed. Ragnarok's eyes widened a fraction. This is more than gold and life, he said softly. There are soul marks here. Frayed. Someone tried to seize the stone through sheer will and left a smear of their essence on it. Harry's stomach flipped. He had hoped, somewhere under his logic, that he was wrong. Can you tell whose? He asked. Ragnarok looked at him. I can smell the same rot on you that I smell here, he said. Lighter, but present. You have been touched by a split soul. Harry swallowed. Can you see if any fragments remain? Ragnarok rose and walked around the table. He did not ask permission. Goblins never did when it came to soul work. He placed his fingertips on Harry's scar. A cold, clean line of magic slid into his skin. Harry forced himself not to flinch. Ragnarok frowned, concentrated, then let go. The largest piece that clung to you is gone, he said. You tore it free in a way that would have killed most adults. There are trace threads left, but they are not anchors. More like stains. They will fade if you do not feed them. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Then the main anchor is somewhere else, he said. Several somewhere else's, Ragnarok corrected. This signature repeats. It has been bound to items that have passed through our view. One was a diary worked by Lucius Malfoy. One was a cup that belonged to a certain old family. One was a ring touched by rural blood magic. There are more. Harry and Draco exchanged a quick look. My father, Draco began, then caught himself. Director, can you tell if the diary is still in his possession? Ragnarok's lips pulled back from his teeth in what might have been a smile. It is not, he said. He brought it here once, asked about concealment, then decided to use other channels. Since then, we have felt it leave the bank and sink into the general web. We do not track every object one of your nobles shoves into a girls' school trunk. Harry felt a chill. Ginny. 2nd year. That means it will surface soon, Harry said. We already saw the term plan. Lucius will be at the bookshop. The Weasleys will be there as well. Draco shut his eyes briefly. Of course, he murmured. He will plant it on the lower house family to cause a scandal if it goes wrong and to claim credit if it goes right. Sirius swore in 3 languages. We can stop that, Sirius said. We grab the diary before it bonds to a child. Good, Ragnarok said. Destroying a soul anchor is annoying if it has burrowed into a host. Easier if we take it while it still thinks it is a book. Harry leaned forward. You can destroy them, he said. We can break them, Ragnarok said. At a price. This is old, ugly work. Estanes are rituals. For each anchor you bring, we will require payment in coin and in influence. Support in the Wiesengamat when goblin cases arise. Vetoes against the worst proposals from your ministry. You want this cleaned. We want your system less hostile to ours. Fair trade. Sirius nodded slowly. We can live with that, he said. The Dark Lord cut this world apart once already. If we have to pay to keep him from doing it again, we will. Ragnarok looked at Harry. You understand what you are asking, he said. I do, Harry said. His voice came out steady. We are not talking about one quick duel. We are talking about a war of attrition against pieces of a soul that does not know how to let go. Dumbledore wants a symbol. Voldemort wants a body. I want neither of them to get what they want. Ragnarok studied him for a long breath, then tipped his head. There is black steel in you, he said, and something of Evan's stubbornness. Very well, Harry Potter. Bring us the diary when you can. Bring us the ring, the cup, anything else that stinks of this signature. We will break them. Just remember that once we start, the soul behind them will feel the loss. It will fight to keep the rest. Harry nodded. Good, he said. It is time he stopped thinking the world is his box of toys. Year 2 proved Ragnarok right. Harry watched it unfold like a pattern he had studied 100 times. Lucius Malfoy slipped the diary into Ginny Weasley's cauldron in flourish and blots with the easy grace of a man who had practiced deception his entire life. Draco saw it happen. Harry felt the object ward on the bookshop shelves twitch as the diary crossed an invisible line. They did not move at once. Sirius had drilled caution into them. Do not grab until you can do it clean, he had said. If you make a scene, Lucius will spin it as an attack on an innocent girl. If you take the diary in front of Dumbledore, he will try to keep it. We need that book in goblin hands, not as another piece in his plans. So Harry waited. He watched. He made sure the diary did not sink claws too deep into Ginny first. He sat in the Slytherin common room one evening in October and pressed his fingers to the edge of a simple locator charm he had tied to the diary signature on the day at the shop. The trace told him the book had been opened, closed, opened again over and over, in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory. She is writing more, he told Draco, voice low. Hermione says Ginny has been pale, Draco answered. She trips over her own feet. She forgets what day it is. Ronald has noticed something is wrong, but claims it is just first-year nerves. Harry's jaw clenched. They had proof enough. He waited until a Saturday when most of Gryffindor House had gone to Hogsmeade for the first trip. First years stayed behind. Prefects were distracted trying to herd the ones who felt left out. Teachers enjoyed the brief quiet. Harry and Draco slipped up the stairs, wearing plain robes and a charm that blurred house colors. They did not go through the portrait door. That was sealed. They climbed up through a maintenance passage Sirius had taught Harry years ago, a narrow slot behind the wall that led to a forgotten crawl space under the girls' corridor. From there, a short, uncomfortable shuffle brought them to a loose stone near the Gryffindor first-year dormitory. House roster, Harry whispered. Slytherin wards answered. He was not in his own tower, but he could still listen. Only Ginny, he murmured. The others went to complain in the common room. Draco eased the stone aside. Through the gap, they could see the corner of a bed and part of a trunk. Ginny Weasley sat on the floor beside it, knees tucked up, diary open on her lap. Her quill moved fast, as if pulled by someone else. Her eyes were unfocused. I do not like this, Draco muttered. Neither do I, Harry said. They waited until Ginny's head drooped, exhausted. She closed the diary with slow fingers and set it on the floor by her bed. Then she crawled up onto the mattress and lay down. Within minutes, her breathing slowed. Harry slid the stone further aside and sent out a soft sleep charm. It settled over her like a veil, keeping her from waking easily. He did not like tampering with minds, but this was gentle, more like a cushion than a cage. He pushed himself through the gap, careful not to knock anything over, and crossed to the bed on silent feet. Draco waited in the crawl space, wand ready in case someone came up the stairs. Harry stood over the diary and reached out. For a moment, the air around it felt cold. The same rot Ragnarok had mentioned. The same wrong pattern from Coral Room. A tether leading down into the castle foundation. Got you, Harry whispered. He picked the diary up, slipped it into a prepared black pouch that snapped shut with a quiet click, and tied it at his belt. Ginny stirred. Her fingers twitched. Harry resisted the urge to touch her shoulder. He did not know her. He did not have the right. "We will fix this," he said under his breath. "You will not remember how close it got." He slid back into the crawl space. Draco replaced the stone. They did not speak until they were 3 corridors away, back under the lake. "That feels worse than the stone," Draco said. He rubbed his arms as if chilled. "It is more focused," Harry said. "The stone had flammel craft to blunt the soul smear. This is pure anchor. It wants a mind to chew on." "Gringotts," Draco said. Harry nodded. "Gringotts." The diary fought them the whole way to the bank. It tried to slip from the pouch. The black wards curled around it and held fast. It tried to whisper into Harry's head through thin soul threads. He pushed it away with the same simple circle he had used against the wraith in the mirror room. By the time they sat again in Ragnar's private chamber, Harry felt drained and angry. Ragnar took one look at the pouch and bared his teeth. "Good," he said. "You were fast. The residue on the girl should clear with rest." He drew the diary out with tongs and set it on a carved stone circle on the table. Runic lines flared to life around it, binding it in place. "Name," Ragnar said. The diary surface rippled. Ink formed letters. "Tom Marvolo Riddle." Harry stared. A chill walked up his spine. "You think you are clever," a voice hissed from the paper. "Pulling me from a host. Bringing me to bankers. You have no idea who you are challenging." "I do," Harry said, leaning forward. "You are the man who renamed himself to hide from his own mortality. You are the one who chopped his soul into pieces because he could not bear the thought of dying. You are pathetic." The ink pulsed, furious. "You cannot stop me," the diary said. "I have other anchors. I have a servant who wants me back." "You will lose." Ragnar snorted. "You will lose value," he said. "That is what matters here." He pressed his palm to a key rune at the edge of the circle. The lines around the diary brightened. Harry felt the air thicken. "Watch," Ragnar said. "You wanted to learn countermeasures. This is the simplest sort we can show to wizards." Magic gathered above the diary. Not a blast, but a steady, crushing presence, like deep water. It pressed down on the book from all sides, not tearing the soul fragment apart, but squeezing it, forcing it to collapse in on itself. The ink writhed. The voice screamed again, high and thin. Hair prickled on hairy arms. Draco swallowed hard. Ragnar spoke in gobbledygook, short, sharp phrases that tasted of iron. The circle responded. The pressure shifted, twisted, focused on a single point at the center of the diary. There was a sound like a bubble snapping. The ink went dead. The cold in the room faded, leaving a faint smell of burned paper. The diary lay limp on the stone. Ragnar lifted his hand. "That anchor is gone," he said. "The soul behind it will feel a crack. He will pull tighter to what is left." Harry sat very still. Part of him wanted to cheer. Another part felt oddly heavy. "So that is it," he said. "One down. Several to go," Ragnar said. "Each one will fight harder. The ring will be worse. The cup worst of all. There may be others we have not seen. You have chosen a long road." Harry nodded. "We knew that," he said. "Good," Ragnar said. "Then let us speak of prices." They did. For the stone, for the diary, for future work. Sirius agreed to every reasonable demand and rejected the few that would have given goblins power over wizard children. The discussion took hours. When it ended, the stone and the diary lay in a sealed vault under Gringotts. Their soul stains had been stripped. Their names had been carved into a ledger of broken anchors that very few would ever see. Harry walked back into Diagon Alley with a lighter scar and a heavier list in his head. Dumbledore had no idea any of this had happened. Neville still woke from dreams he could not remember. His magic pressed down. The Dark Lord had lost 2 fragments and was still out there. A shadow without a body, clinging to whatever anchors remained. Harry looked up at the sky above the alley and thought of Hogwarts' stone corridors, of Draco Grin in the common room, of Neville hunched at the Gryffindor table, of Hermione focus, of Ron narrowed eyes, of Snape cool stare, of Sirius tired smile. "We are ahead of him," Harry said quietly. "For now," Sirius replied. He stood beside him, shoulders relaxed but eyes sharp. He will feel this sooner or later. So will Dumbledore. They will both push harder. We have removed some of their safety nets. That makes desperate men. Harry felt a strange calm settle over him. Good, he said. Let them be desperate. It is easier to read people when they stop pretending to be noble. Sirius barked a short laugh. You sound more like a black every day, he said. Harry smiled. It did not reach his eyes. I am Harry, he said. That is enough. He turned toward the castle in his mind, toward another year of classes and quiet plotting and small kindnesses and simple spells that would change the shape of the war, and he walked forward. The envelope from Hogwarts landed on the kitchen table with a soft thud. Harry did not look up at once. He was still finishing the knot on a ward string, pulling it tight between his fingers until the small bead of magic at the center glowed steady blue. Across from him, Sirius watched with his chin propped on one hand and a mug of tea in the other. You do know most 14-year-olds are not calibrating home-made detection charms before breakfast, Sirius said. Harry grunted and tied off the end. You are the one who gave me a full ward catalog for my birthday, right? And you have already used it to break into my study twice. It was a security test, Harry said. You passed. Eventually, Remus snorted from the stove. You two can argue about who is more paranoid later, he said. Harry, letter. Harry finally glanced at the parchment. The Hogwarts crest gleamed on the front. Under it, in neat ink, his name, Harry Potter Black. No hyphen. Just two names that still felt strange together. He wiped his fingers on a cloth, set the finished ward string aside, and pulled the envelope closer. Bet you a galleon Dumbledore wants something, Sirius said lightly. You said that about the last 3 letters, Harry replied. You were right about 2 of them. The odds are still in my favor. Harry slit the envelope and unfolded the letter. The first page was the usual list of books, robes, and potion ingredients. He scanned it, then turned to the second sheet. The header there was different. Here we go, he murmured. Sirius leaned forward. What is it this time? A new defense teacher with a suspicious past. A ministry decree. A surprise inspection of your socks. Harry read aloud. Dear Mr. Potter Black, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has been selected to host the upcoming Triwizard Tournament. As an enrolled student, you will be present during the events. Attached you will find the ministry safety guidelines and a note from the headmaster regarding security. Remus abandoned the eggs and crossed the kitchen in 3 steps. They are bringing that thing back, he said. Now, with the world in this state. Harry kept reading. The Triwizard Tournament is a time-honored tradition that fosters cooperation between magical nations. Measures have been taken to ensure the safety of all students. Under no circumstances are underage students to attempt entry into the tournament. Champions will be selected by the Goblet of Fire, a powerful artifact that binds the chosen by unbreakable magical contract. He paused and glanced up. That is generous of them, he said, informing me which object they plan to abuse. Sirius' mouth flattened. He calls that safe, he said. After what we know. After the stone. After the diary. Remus rubbed his temples. The goblet binds by contract, he said. If you are chosen, you must compete. It forces your name into the center of every political conversation. It is a perfect stage if you want to make someone a symbol, or ruin someone who will not obey you, Harry added. Sirius tapped the table with his fingers, eyes distant. They will push Neville at it, he said. That is clear as glass. The public boy who lived in a grand dangerous tournament. Sells well. His blocks are still in place, Harry said quietly. He told me he has trouble pushing his magic past a certain point. The healers at St. Mungo never saw anything wrong. Dumbledore took that very calmly. Of course he did, Sirius said. He put them there. The room went silent for a few seconds. Rain tapped the window. Creature muttered in some distant corridor. The eggs on the stove began to crisp at the edges. Remus turned the heat down with a flick of his wand. If Dumbledore forces Neville into this, he said slowly, then either he removes the blocks to let him survive, or he marches a half-suppressed child into dragon fire. Harry looked at the letter again. He will tell himself it is a test of courage, he said. He always does. Sirius sat back, dark eyes sharper now. All right, he said. Then we treat this for what it is. Not a game. A political weapon. If he means to use it, we make sure it does not point only one way. You want me in the tournament, Harry said. Sirius did not deny it. I want you on the stage, he said. On your own terms. So that when Dumbledore starts pulling strings in public, he is not the only one with a puppet that can cut the threads. Remus frowned. The age line will be set, he said. The goblet is old. It does not like to be cheated. It also does not care about school registers, Sirius said. It recognizes magical polities. Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, Durmstrang. If we register the Grey Alliance as a fourth recognized body, we can enter a champion under that banner. Harry raised a brow. The Grey Alliance is still a set of draft notes and a lot of swearing about the Wisengamot, he pointed out. Then we stop drafting and start acting, Sirius said. We have House Black. We have allied votes from Longbottom, Greengrass, and Abbott in private. We have Goblin backing as long as we continue to bring them cursed rubbish to break. We formalize it. We stand up and say we are a political bloc, not a social club. Remus gave a short, tired laugh. You make that sound simple. It will not be simple, Sirius said. It will also not get easier if we wait until Dumbledore tightens his grip and Voldemort creeps back with a new mask. This is a chance to show the world there is a third way. Harry folded the letter again, fingers steady. If we do this, he said, we do it with safeguards. We are not marching me into Dragonfire just to make a point about contracts. Sirius' expression softened. You are not a symbol to me, he said. You are my kid. I am not Dumbledore. We prepare you until the dragons are more scared than you are. That is not a very high bar, Harry said. I am already scared. Remus smiled faintly. Good, he said. If you stop being scared of dragons, we have gone wrong somewhere. Harry looked down at the ward string near his plate. The bead glowed a steady blue. It was tuned to magic signatures, not faces. Detection, he said. If this tournament is going to be a stage, someone will try to use it as cover. Barty Crouch was mentioned in the notes from Gringotts. His son vanished from prison in suspicious ways. In the other timeline, he would have been the one tampering with the cup and the goblet. We have already cut that path once, Sirius said. Voldemort is weaker. Pettigrew is in a cell. But Crouch Sr. is still a wreck. And Junior is clever even without his master at his shoulder. If someone tries to sneak him into the castle, we will see it. Harry lifted the string. I can adapt this to track soul patterns, he said. Ragnarok showed me how to feel the shape of the diary signature. If Moody appears and his magic does not match his history, we will know before he starts throwing curses at students. Remus looked between them. So, he said, we train you for dragons, we prepare Neville as best we can without tipping Dumbledore, we formalize a political alliance, and we set traps for hidden Death Eaters. Sirius raised his mug. Just another school year, he said. Harry clinked his glass of pumpkin juice against it. His heart beat faster, a mix of fear and the sharp, clean thrill he always felt when a plan clicked into place. Then we had better start, he said. The first sign that Hogwarts had changed came at the opening feast. Harry stepped into the great hall with Draco at his side, Daphne and Tracy a step behind them, the rest of Slytherin House filling in the lines. The candle light reflected off the enchanted ceiling, showing a clear autumn sky with a sliver of moon. At the staff table, the empty chair for defense was no longer empty. The man sitting there had a scarred face, one electric blue eye that whirled and clicked in every direction, and a battered staff propped against the table. His hair stood up in a spiky mess. A flask hung at his belt. He looked, in short, exactly like every whispered story about Alastor Moody, the Auror who had scared criminals for a decade straight. Harry felt the ward string around his wrist give a light pulse, then settle. That is either Moody, Draco murmured, or someone who has spent a lot of time in front of a mirror. Watch his magic, Harry said under his breath. They took their seats at the Slytherin table. Harry gave Neville a small nod across the hall. Neville sat between Hermione and Ron, shoulders tense, eyes flicking to the staff table every few seconds. Dumbledore raised his hands and began his usual cheerful speech. Harry let the words wash over him. He had heard this style of talk enough times to map it in his head. Gentle jokes. A few warnings about the third floor or the Forbidden Forest. This time there was an added section. As many of you will have already heard, Dumbledore said, his voice warm, this year Hogwarts has the honor of hosting a most exciting event. The Tri-Wizard Tournament. A murmur ran through the hall. Some of the older students who read more history than was healthy went pale. Others leaned forward with open curiosity. This noble tradition, Dumbledore went on, will bring students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang to our halls. A champion from each school will compete in 3 challenging tasks for eternal glory. Eternal injuries, Draco muttered. To ensure safety, Dumbledore said, no student under 17 years of age will be permitted to submit their name. An age line will be laid around the Goblet of Fire. The goblet itself will choose the most worthy candidate for each school. Harry watched his face. Dumbledore looked pleased. Not simply excited. Satisfied. As if a set of plans he had once believed ruined were back on track. We will give you more details once our guests have arrived, he said. For now, I ask you to welcome this opportunity to build bridges between nations. The feast began. Plates filled. Conversation broke out. Draco leaned closer. He did not say anything about other alliances, he said quietly. He would not, Harry replied. He thinks the world is divided into his side and Voldemort's side. The idea of a neutral block upsets his neat map. Daphne slipped into the seat on Harry's other side once everyone had settled. Her dark hair was pinned back, her gray eyes sharp. You are frowning again, she said. It gives you wrinkles you do not yet deserve. Thank you, Harry said dryly. The letter was right. They are bringing the tournament back. Daphne looked toward the staff table, then back at him. My father sent word this morning, she said. He thinks it is reckless. He also thinks it is an opportunity. House Greengrass has been waiting for someone to knock Dumbledore off his self-built throne. Good, Harry said. Tell him to keep the lines open. Sirius means to stand up the Grey Alliance before the first task. Tracy, sitting across from Daphne, blinked. You are really doing that, she asked. Making it official. Harry poked at his roast potatoes. If Dumbledore is going to throw children at monsters on an international stage, he said, I would like the world to see that not all of us signed that consent form. He felt eyes on him. He looked up. From the Gryffindor table, Neville watched him. When their gazes met, Neville gave a small, tight nod. Harry nodded back. He wondered, briefly, if Dumbledore could feel it. The quiet decision passing between the boy he had chosen and the boy he had tried to sideline. The Goblet of Fire arrived a week later. It stood on a raised platform in the Great Hall, a rough wooden cup filled with blue-white fire. The air around it hummed with old magic. Dumbledore placed an invisible line around it that glowed briefly gold when he stepped back. That is the age line, Hermione whispered at breakfast. Anyone under 17 who tries to cross will be repelled. That will not stop idiots, Ron said. It will just make them bounce. Harry stood near the other end of the table, pretending to listen to Blaise complain about the quality of the toast, while his mind walked through the contract clauses Sirius had shown him. The goblet recognized 3 categories by default. Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, Durmstrang. It would accept names under those labels and assign 1 champion to each. That part was set. There was a 4th slot, buried under old dust. The clause that allowed another magical body to request recognition as long as it had legal standing and a defined leadership. It had not been used in centuries. There were notes in the Black Library about the last time someone tried. It had gone badly for everyone. We will not repeat their mistakes, Sirius had said. We will not use the Alliance as an excuse to throw more children at danger. We will use it to show that we understand the risk and that we are ready for it. So now Harry waited. The French arrived first. Beauxbaton students swept into the hall in pale blue robes. Madame Maxime towered over them. Fleur Delacour led the group. She moved with the easy grace of someone who knew everyone was watching and had decided she might as well enjoy it. The Durmstrang ship appeared on the lake at sunset. Victor Crumb stepped off the deck looking as if he would rather be anywhere else except on a broom. The welcome feast was loud. A tangle of accents and competing stories. Harry kept part of his attention on the goblet. The ward string at his wrist hummed once when Moody limped past it, then went quiet again. Not enough to trigger an alarm. Not yet. After dessert, Dumbledore rose. The Goblet of Fire will be accepting names for the next 24 hours, he said. On Halloween, our champions will be chosen. You know the rules. Do not try to fool the age line. I do not wish to visit the hospital wing for avoidable burns. A ripple of laughter went through the hall. Harry met Sirius' eyes at the staff table. Sirius gave the smallest tilt of his head. It was time. They waited until later that night, when most students had drifted back to their common rooms and the staff were wrapped up in quiet conversation. Sirius stood outside the great hall doors with a folded parchment in his hand. He wore formal black robes with the black crest at the shoulder and a slim silver chain at his throat that Harry recognized as a goblin ensealment charm. Remus stood at his side as legal witness. You are sure? Sirius asked one last time. Harry nodded. His chest was tight, but his mind felt clear. If we let Neville stand alone, every failure will land on him, he said. If I stand beside him, the world will see the difference between voluntary risk and forced martyrdom. Sirius' lips curved in a brief smile. You sound like you have been reading my notes again. They were on the kitchen table, Harry said. You left them there. Come on, Remus said quietly. Before someone notices we are loitering and writes a very dull article about it. They walked into the hall. The goblet flame burned steady. Dumbledore stood near it with Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, and a small cluster of ministry officials, including Barty Crouch Sr. Crouch looked even more brittle in person than in the photographs. His hair was thin. His mustache trembled when he frowned. His eyes were sharp as flint. Fudge was absent. That was a small blessing. Dumbledore turned as they approached, eyes mild. Lord Black, he said, to what do we owe the pleasure? I am here in my capacity as head of an independent political alliance, Sirius said pleasantly. I wish to register a fourth champion slot with the goblet. Madame Maxime raised a brow. Karkaroff's eyebrows nearly vanished into his hairline. The tournament is for schools, Dumbledore said. The rules are quite clear. The rules recognize magical bodies with legal standing, Sirius replied. The Grey Alliance meets that standard. We have signed charters from several houses and a neutrality pact with Gringotts. He handed the folded parchment to Crouch. You can verify the seals, he added. Crouch took it with very careful fingers, as if it might explode. He scanned the contents, lips moving. The room held its breath. At last he looked up. The Alliance has legal standing, he said stiffly. It registers as a recognized magical body under Clause 8 of the tournament charter. The goblet should accept an entry under its name. Dumbledore's smile tightened. Barty, he began. Crouch did not look at him. You insisted the tournament would follow the old rules exactly, he said. That includes this clause. If I attempted to block it, I would be breaking the law I am supposed to uphold. Sirius did not let even a hint of satisfaction show in his face. Harry felt it anyway. Then I would like to submit a candidate, Sirius said. He glanced at Harry. Harry, your choice. Harry stepped forward. His heart hammered hard enough that he could feel it in his throat. He took the parchment Sirius handed him and laid it on the nearest table. On it, in neat ink, he wrote his name. Harry Potter Black, champion of the Grey Alliance. He folded the paper once and walked up to the age line. The wards prickled against his skin. They recognized his age. They also recognized that he was not crossing on behalf of Hogwarts. He stepped through. Nothing pushed him back. The wards curled around him and let him pass. He dropped the paper into the goblet. The flame flared white for a second, then settled back to blue. Behind him, he heard a sharp breath from Karkaroff, a low murmur from Maxime, and the faint scraping sound of Dumbledore teeth grinding. Thank you for your cooperation, Sirius said smoothly to Crouch. We will, of course, continue to coordinate on security matters. The last thing any of us want is an incident on this stage. Crouch nodded once, still stiff. Indeed, he said, security is vital. Harry looked at the defense table. Moody was watching him, good eye narrowed, fake eye spinning slowly. The ward string at Harry's wrist gave another faint twitch. He felt a second signature in the room for a heartbeat, thin and twisted. Then it vanished. He smiled at Moody, small and sharp. Got you, he thought. Halloween came with rain and nerves. The whole school gathered in the great hall again. The goblet had been moved to the front, its flame now red-tinged instead of blue. The air buzzed with anticipation and too much sugar. Harry sat at the Slytherin table with Draco and Daphne. Neville sat at the Gryffindor table, pale but determined. Remember, Harry had told him the night before in a quiet corner of the library. You do not have to impress anyone. You only have to survive. Let me handle the politics. You focus on staying alive. Neville had nodded, fingers clenched around his wand. I am tired of being a story for other people, he had said, but I am not tired of living. That will not change. Now, as Dumbledore dimmed the candles and held up his hands, Harry watched the goblet. The flame burned brighter. A scrap of parchment shot into the air and fluttered down into Dumbledore's hand. The champion for Durmstrang, he called, is Victor Krum. Polite applause. Durmstrang students pounded the table. Krum rose with a small scowl and walked to the side chamber. Another scrap. The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. More cheers. Fleur rose, head high, and glided forward. Cedric Diggory's name came next for Hogwarts. Hufflepuff exploded with pride. Cedric's cheeks went pink. He looked like he wanted to sink through the floor and also like he would do his best not to embarrass his house. Harry's heart thudded harder. Dumbledore paused. Then another piece of parchment burst from the flame. The champion for the Grey Alliance, Dumbledore read, voice very even, is Harry Potter Black. The hall went silent for half a breath, then erupted. Slytherin shouted. Hufflepuff cheered. Ravenclaw started arguing among themselves about fairness. Gryffindor noise split between surprise and anger. Harry stood. His knees felt strange. He walked toward the front, each step steady by pure stubbornness. As he reached the platform, he glanced at Neville. Neville looked back wide-eyed. Then slowly he nodded. Relief flickered over his face. It was small but there. Harry stepped through the doorway into the side chamber. Krum stood near the far wall, arms crossed. Fleur leaned against a pillar. Cedric paced. They all looked up as he entered. So, Fleur said, one brow lifting. They allow alliances now. Harry shrugged. The rules said I could enter, he said. No one bothered to read them until we did. Cedric huffed a laugh. That sounds about right, he said. Before they could say more, Dumbledore swept in, followed by McGonagall, Moody, Karkaroff, Maxime, Crouch, and a couple of other officials. Sirius slipped in at the end, expression calm but eyes sharp. For champions, Maxime said. This is not what we agreed. The charter allows it, Sirius said. You read it yourself, Barty. Crouch looked as if he was grinding his teeth down to dust. The law is clear, he said. We can hardly change it mid-tournament. Dumbledore gave him a brief measuring look, then turned to Harry. Harry, he said, with a gentle smile that showed nothing of the frustration in his eyes. Did you put your name into the goblet? Yes, Harry said. Under the banner of the Grey Alliance. Did anyone force you to do so? No, Harry said evenly. My godfather advised me of the risks. I decided they were acceptable. I would prefer to face dragons of my own choice than be shoved at them in the dark. There was a small sharp sound from the doorway. Neville stood there, breathless, flushed, McGonagall's hand still on his shoulder. Mr. Longbottom, she said, you were told to stay with your house. Neville met Harry's eyes, then looked at Dumbledore. You told me, he said, voice shaking just a little, that the goblet would only pick those ready for it. You said if I felt called, I should trust that. You never said there would be another champion standing beside me. Harry saw the flicker in Dumbledore's expression. The tiniest sign that this, at least, had not been part of his design. We will discuss this later, Neville, Dumbledore said. For now, you should return to your dormitory. The champions need to prepare. Neville's shoulders slumped for a moment. Then he straightened. Yes, headmaster, he said. As he left, he brushed his hand against Harry's arm. It was brief, but Harry felt the slight tremor. Sirius stepped forward. Since we are talking about preparation, he said, there is the matter of security. I will be providing independent warding for my champion. We will also be implementing detection measures for any staff involved in the tournament. Karkaroff sneered. You do not trust Dumbledore wards, he asked. I do not trust anyone who has twice used children to guard or retrieve artifacts that could end the world, Sirius said pleasantly. No offense, headmaster. Some offense taken, Dumbledore replied. The corners of his mouth twitched. But perhaps an extra layer of safety is wise. This is a dangerous event. Moody snorted. Danger is what makes it worth doing, he growled. You want safety, send them to Knitting Club. Harry Wardstring gave another small pulse. The magic around Moody felt wrong. Not like the steady scarred pattern of an old oar, like something sitting just off-center. He caught Sirius' eye. Sirius gave the slightest nod. The detection grid would pick up more later. For now, they let it rest. The first task was in November. That gave them time. By the time the task arrived, Harry had memorized every inch of the arena. He stood behind the tent flap with his wand already in his hand, heart pounding in his ears. The roar of the crowd outside came in waves. The smell of smoke and dragon musk seeped through the canvas. Draco and Daphne had been sent to the stands. Sirius and Remus waited with the other judges. McGonagall had offered one last tight nod before leaving him alone. Neville had gone before him. Harry had watched the boy walk out into the arena, wand drawn, shoulders tense. The Hungarian horntail had reared, wings spreading, fire blasting across the rocks. Neville had flinched, then forced himself forward. He had used simple spells, solid but basic. Shield charms, distraction hexes, soil-softening charms to make the dragon stumble. His reactions were slower than they should have been, as if he was pushing through mud. Harry had felt the locks like chains around Neville magic, pulling every spell back just a little. Neville had still managed to grab the golden egg and roll out of the way of a gout of flame, then limp back to the tent white-faced but alive. Not bad, he had muttered to himself. Not dead. That counts. Harry had clapped him on the shoulder as he passed. You did more with what they allowed you than most would with full power, he had said. Now it was his turn. Ludo Bagman's voice boomed through the arena. And now, our final champion, representing the newly formed Grey Alliance, Harry Potter Black. Harry took one deep breath and stepped through the tent flap. The noise hit him like a wall. Shouts, cheers, some boos, from people who still believed he had stolen a place that should have been Neville alone. He tuned them out. The dragon in front of him was a Welsh green, smaller than the horntail but still massive. The scales shimmered. Smoke curled from its nostrils. It stood over its nest of rocks, the golden egg gleaming in the center. Harry lifted his wand. His body felt light and grounded at once. This was what he had trained for on beaches and in forests and in the Black House courtyard while Sirius yelled advice and Remus corrected posture. Speed, precision, control. He flicked his wand in a fast pattern. Ventus, he muttered. Wind whipped up in front of him, stirring dust and ash into a thick low cloud. The dragon snorted, swinging its head, trying to see through the haze. Harry ran, keeping low, using the uneven rocks as cover. His legs pumped, muscles burning. The heat from the dragon breath rolled over him like a furnace. Sweat broke out across his back. The dragon roared and blasted fire across the ground where he had been a second before. Stone cracked. The shield charm he threw up at his back flared bright, took the edge of the heat, and shuddered. Come on, he muttered. Just a little closer. He reached the boulder he had marked earlier. Sirius had made him walk the arena 3 times, noting cover, line of sight, escape routes. He darted behind the rock and slapped his left hand to its surface. Runes scribed there earlier woke at his touch, the faint lines flaring as his magic poured into them. Heat redirect, Sirius had called it. Goblin inspired, wizard refined. The dragon inhaled again. Fire built in its throat. Harry shot out from behind the rock and flung himself forward, rolling as the flames surged. They hit the rune-marked boulder instead. The runes flared gold. The fire bent, curving away from Harry and back toward the dragon's own flank. The beast roared in shock as its own heat washed over its side. It reared, wings flapping hard enough to send gusts across the arena. Harry scrambled to his feet, heart racing. He could feel the strain in his arm where the shield had taken the brunt. Stupefied, he shouted, aiming not at the dragon head but at its front leg. The spell hit. The dragon stumbled. His foot went numb. It shifted weight, trying to adjust, giving him a narrow, clear line to the nest. Harry ran. The world narrowed to that one gleam of gold. He vaulted over a fallen rock, ducked under a swinging tail, felt the rush of air as wingtips whipped past his shoulders. He reached the nest, grabbed the egg, and turned. The dragon lunged. For a split second, Harry saw the rows of teeth, the glow of fire behind them, the pure animal anger. His mouth went dry. He did not try to block the whole breath. He could not. Instead he threw himself sideways, rolled, and fired a blasting curse at a smaller boulder between them. The rock shattered. Shards flew. The dragon flinched, eyes squeezed shut for an instant as chips struck its snout. The fire went wide. Harry hit the ground hard. The egg clutched to his chest. Pain shot up his shoulder. He gasped. The breath knocked out of him, but he held on. The whistle blew. The crowd roared. The dragon handlers rushed in, wands out, calming charms already on their lips. The Welsh green snorted, huffed smoke, and settled back over the nest. Now -1 egg. Harry lay there for a second, chest heaving, staring at the smoky sky. His heart hammered. His throat tasted of ash. Then he pushed himself up slowly, every muscle protesting, and lifted the egg in one hand. The noise swelled again. He caught sight of the stands. Neville was on his feet, cheering. Hermione beside him was clapping so hard her hands would probably sting later. Ron whistled through his fingers. At the staff table, Dumbledore's face was a polite mask. Sirius grinned openly. McGonagall had one hand pressed against her chest, somewhere between relief and a heart attack. Moody clapped once, slow and deliberate, his fake eye spinning like mad. The ward string at Harry's wrist burned cold for half a heartbeat, then cooled. There it was, the clear twist. Moody magic did not feel like Moody. Harry tucked the egg under his arm and walked back to the tent. His legs trembled. Sweat cooled on his skin, making him shiver. Neville met him at the entrance. That was insane, Neville said. Very clever, but insane. Thank you, Harry said, still panting. How is your shoulder? It hurts, Neville admitted. Pomfrey said it is bruised, not shattered. She wanted me to stay in bed. I told her I would feel worse if I had to hear about your task secondhand. Harry smiled. You did well, he said. With what you had. Neville looked away, jaw tight. What I had, he echoed. Right. Harry wanted to say more, but Ludo Bagman stuck his head in, already babbling about scores. There would be time later. For now, there was another threat to handle. They set the real trap at the Yule Ball. The castle glittered with lights and frost charms. Students in formal robes clustered along the walls. Music drifted from a live band on the dais. The floor had been cleared and polished for dancing. Harry tugged at his collar. He wore traditional black family dress robes, which meant dark fabric cut to move easily and enough embroidery to make old purebloods nod in approval. He felt like he was wearing someone else's skin. You look fine, Daphne said at his shoulder. She wore green robes that matched her eyes and a small silver pin with the greengrass crest. Her hair was down for once, falling straight around her face. Stop fidgeting. I am not used to this many people staring, he said. Yes, you are, she replied. You are just more aware of it tonight. He huffed a soft laugh. Fair. Besides, she went on, tone light, you promised me a dance. If you bolt before that, I will be very offended and House Greengrass may reconsider our support for your grand alliance. He turned to look at her properly. Is that a threat? He asked. A negotiation, she said. He held out a hand. Then we should get the terms in writing, he said. On the dance floor, her fingers slid into his. They were cool and steady. They stepped onto the floor just as the band started a slower piece. Harry rested one hand lightly at her waist, the other still holding hers. Daphne followed his lead without comment, eyes on his face, not on his feet. You are not terrible at this, she said after a moment. Sirius made me practice so I would not embarrass the family in public, Harry said. He is dramatic. From what I have seen, he lives for drama, Daphne replied. So do you, sometimes. I live for well-controlled outcomes, Harry said. Drama is just how other people describe them. She smiled. There was a small pause. How did it feel? She asked softly, standing in front of that dragon. Hot, terrifying, clear. I was scared, he said simply. I knew exactly how quickly I could die if I lost focus. That made the world very sharp. She nodded. And yet you still ran toward it, she said. That is what interests me. Not that you survived. That you chose to do it in a way that made a point. He looked at her. You saw that, he said. Everyone saw, she replied. Neville was barely holding on. You planned around that. You made sure the contrast between Dumbledore Push Champion and Alliance Champion was obvious. That was not an accident. Harry hesitated. It was not only politics, he said. I wanted him alive. I know, she said. That is why I am here. They turned slowly with the music. Father thinks you are dangerous, she added after a moment. I am, Harry said. So is Dumbledore. So is Voldemort. The difference is what we do when we have options. And what options we are willing to give others, she said. Exactly. Her grip tightened slightly on his hand. House Greengrass wants stability, she said. We are tired of being told to choose between chaos and a kindly tyranny. This gray alliance you keep drafting, is it truly gray? Or is it just a softer version of one of the extremes? Harry took a breath. The music swelled. He chose his words like spell components, careful and clear. We want rules that apply to everyone, he said. No more headmasters who think they are above the law because they have a phoenix. No more dark lords who think fear is a reasonable tax. We want transparency, real trials, oversight for someone like me who can throw curses harder than is healthy. You want to limit your own power, she said slowly. I want people I trust to tie me to a chair if I start sounding like either of them, he said. Daphne laughed, quick and honest. That might be the most reassuring thing you have ever said, she told him. He shrugged, a little embarrassed. I told Sirius he could smack sense into me if I started thinking the ends always justify the means, he said. He told me Remus would probably get there first. They would, she agreed. And I suppose if you annoy me enough, I will simply pull my support and leave you to the tender mercy of the Wisengamot. He winced. Now that is a threat. Motivation, she corrected. For a few heartbeats they said nothing. They just moved step, turn, turn. The room around them blurred into color and light. Harry became aware of something else then. The ward string at his wrist hummed, faint and insistent. He followed its tug with his eyes. At the edge of the room, near the refreshment table, Moody stood with a glass in his hand. His electric eye whirled, scanning the room. Every so often he took a pull from the flask at his belt. On the surface, nothing about him had changed. But the detection ward Harry and Sirius had stitched into the hall, woven through the chandeliers and the floor, was filtering magic signatures in slow, looping waves. Moody glow was wrong. It was layered. One rough, scarred pattern overlaying another, younger one that pulsed quicker. Harry felt the two patterns clash where they met his detection charm. Problem? Daphne asked quietly, reading his expression at once. Possibly, Harry said. Care to help with an experiment? She did not even pretend to hesitate. Always, she said. Then when the song ends, he said, laugh at something I say and walk me toward the table. Slowly. We need to pass under the brightest chandelier. I can laugh at you on command, she said. That is an easy task. The song wound down. Harry said something mildly self-mocking about pure blood dancing lessons. Daphne laughed, as instructed, and steered them toward the drinks. Under the main chandelier, the ward string thrummed hard. A sliver of light passed over Moody and showed the truth to anyone tuned enough to see it. The magic at his core was not the deep, steady tone of a veteran oar. It was restless, brittle, coiled. Barty Crouch Jr. Harry did not look directly at him. He picked up a drink, handed one to Daphne, and smiled as if nothing at all was wrong. Confirmed, he murmured under his breath. She kept her expression smooth. What now? She asked. Now we tell Sirius, he said. And then we set a second net. One that bites. They caught him 2 days later. The ball had given them proof. That did not mean they could simply shout it in the corridor. Dumbledore would demand more. The Ministry would try to bury it. so they arranged an inspection. Officially, it was a routine security review of staff involved in the tournament, requested by Lord Black and approved by the Ministry after Barty Crouch Sr. spent an entire meeting muttering about procedure. Unofficially, it was a trap. The inspection took place in an unused classroom near the Great Hall. The walls were bare stone. A single goblin-crafted disc sat on a table in the center of the room, runes etched deep around its edge. Ragnarok had delivered it himself, along with a flat look that said more than any speech. Place each subject on the disc, he had said. We will read their soul pattern remotely. If there is a mismatch between body and magic, the disc will flare. That is all you need for your court. What you do with it is your problem. Now Harry stood near the back wall with Daphne, Draco, and a couple of oars. Sirius and Remus flanked the disc. Dumbledore stood to one side, watching with apparent amusement. McGonagall looked like she had not slept in a week. One by one, the staff involved in the tournament stepped up onto the disc. Bagman. The disc stayed dull. Maxime. Dull. Karkaroff. The disc flickered once as it read Old Death Eater marks, then settled. Snape. There was a tense silence as the disc traced the scars of old vows and broken promises, but in the end it stayed calm. Disappointing, Snape muttered as he stepped down. I half hoped for a dramatic revelation that I was someone else after all. Do not tempt fate, Remus said dryly. Finally, Moody limped forward. His wooden leg thumped against the stone. His coat rattled with the weight of hidden weapons. He scowled at the disc as if daring it to challenge him. Get on with it, he growled. Just a formality, Sirius said pleasantly. Humor us. Moody stepped onto the disc. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the runes around the edge flared blood red. The air in the room seemed to clamp down. The detection ward on Harry's wrist burned cold. Moody froze. His electric eye whirled wildly. What is this? He snapped. That, Sirius said, voice gone very flat, is a goblin soul reader telling us you are not who you say you are. Dumbledore took a step forward, eyes suddenly much sharper. Alastair, he said, explain. Trap, Moody snarled. Some cursed piece of goblin rubbish. You let Black bring their tricks into the school, what did you expect? He went for his wand. Harry was already moving. So were the oars. Harry had seen the pattern of Crouch Sun magic in the ball. He knew how quick it flared. He knew it would be faster than most here expected. He did not try to outdraw him directly. Instead he snapped his wand to the side and shouted, Gravitas. The spell hit the floor at Moody's feet. The stone went heavy. Moody's leg buckled under the sudden weight. He stumbled. His wand flicked wide. The curse he had been about to throw seared into the wall instead, leaving a scorched line. Remus fired a stunner. Sirius layered a binding charm over it. An Auror added a body bind. The spells hit in rapid sequence. Moody jerked once, then crashed to the floor, rigid. His flask rolled away, clinking against the table. For a moment no one spoke. Then the flask popped open. Polyjuice fumes spilled out, sharp and sour. Moody features began to melt. The scars smoothed. The false eye fell out with a dull thud and rolled across the floor. Underneath, the face of Barty Crouch Jr. emerged. Pale, wild-eyed even in unconsciousness. McGonagall made a choked sound. Dumbledore stared. For the first time since Harry had met him, he looked genuinely shocked. Barty Crouch Sr. whispered. His own face had gone gray. Harry stepped closer, heart pounding in his ears. Director Ragnarok pattern reading is clear, he said. This is Barty Crouch Jr. He has been in the castle all year, teaching defense, handling wands, taking points, setting tasks. Under your nose. He did not raise his voice. He did not have to. The words hit the room like spells. Dumbledore slowly let out a breath. It appears I have made a grave error, he said. Sirius let out a short, humorless laugh. You think, he asked. Crouch Sr. swayed. He was supposed to be under watch, he said. I arranged for him to be kept safe after Azkaban, away from this war. You arranged for him to be hidden, Sirius said. Hidden means easy to move. Someone did. Someone brought him here. Who signed the paperwork to hire Moody. Who checked the wards when he arrived. Dumbledore did not look away. I did, he said. Harry watched him carefully. There was no denial, no attempt to blame anyone else. Just a simple admission that he had opened the door and not checked what walked through. Then that is on you, Harry said quietly. Neville walked into a task designed with information from a Death Eater. Students have been learning from a man who would gladly hand them to his master. You did not see it. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, they looked older. You are right, he said. I did not. He turned to the Aurors. Take Crouch Jr. into custody, he said. Secure him. Question him in front of witnesses. No private cells. No quiet trips through the night. Crouch Sr. opened his mouth, then shut it again. Something crumpled in his expression. Very well, he said hoarsely. We will do this properly. As the Aurors levitated the bound Barty onto a stretcher of light and carried him out, the goblin disc cooled. The runes faded. Harry felt his shoulders sag. His muscles shook with belated reaction. Daphne touched his elbow. You are trembling, she murmured. I just helped arrest a man who spent the last year pretending to be the person my godfather used to trust with his life, Harry said. Forgive me if my hands are not steady. She squeezed once, firm. You did what Dumbledore should have done, she said. You checked. Sirius came to stand beside them. His face was tight, eyes dark. You all right, he asked. Harry nodded slowly. I will be, he said. After tea. Possibly after 3 cups. Remus gave a faint huff of tired amusement. We can arrange that, he said. Dumbledore approached. For once, he did not loom. He seemed smaller. Harry, he said. Lord Black. Miss Greengrass. Daphne inclined her head. Polite but distant. Sirius just looked at him. You were correct to insist on independent security, Dumbledore said. I misjudged the risk. Yes, Sirius said. You did. There was a long pause. What are you going to do now, Harry asked. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. I am going to stand in front of the school, he said, and tell them the truth. Then I am going to review every decision that led here and ask myself whether the pattern of my choices has been sound. I suspect I will not enjoy the answers. For once, Sirius said, we agree. Dumbledore nodded, as if he had expected nothing else. He turned and left the room, his robes whispering softly over the stone. Harry watched him go. His heart was still beating too hard. His palms were damp. His wand felt heavy in his fingers. Draco came up on his other side. You just cracked his castle, Draco said quietly. Only a corner, Harry replied. The whole thing will come down later. Daphne exhaled slowly. And when it does, she said, you will need more than one house watching your back. Harry looked at her. Her eyes were clear. This is me, she said, putting House Greengrass on record. We stand with the Grey Alliance. That is not just about dance partners, Draco muttered. No, she said. It is not. Harry felt something unclench in his chest. Thank you, he said. Do not make me regret it, she replied. I will try not to, he said. The weeks after the exposure were a blur of hearings, headlines, and whispered conversations. Barty Crouch Jr. confessed under goblin-warded questioning. The world learned how he had escaped Azkaban, how his father had hidden him, how he had slipped his leash and slid into Hogwarts under Polyjuice. Every new detail was another crack in Dumbledore's reputation. Harry watched from the sidelines as Sirius used each crack to wedge the Grey Alliance further into the center. He stood in the Wizengamot and spoke about transparency, about the dangers of single men holding too much quiet power. He did it in a calm voice, with clear evidence and simple language that even the laziest member could not ignore. Neville watched from the public gallery sometimes, face set. They still had another task to survive, then a maze to walk, then years of war to unravel. But for the first time, Harry felt that they had shifted the ground under both Dumbledore and Voldemort in one move. He stood on the balcony of Grimmauld Place one cold night, wrapped in a cloak, breath puffing in the air. The city lights flickered beyond the wards. He heard footsteps behind him. Daphne joined him at the rail, hands tucked into her sleeves. You missed dinner, she said. Sirius was offended. He made a speech about growing boys and food. I was not hungry, Harry said. You say that as if it changes his mind, she replied. He smiled faintly. He will forgive me, he said. Eventually, they stood in silence for a moment. Do you ever think about what this would look like if he had taken you to the Dursleys? Daphne asked quietly. Harry's stomach turned at the thought. Sometimes, he said. Sometimes I wake up and feel like the world around me is what we made in spite of that plan. Not instead of it. She nodded. And now, she said, you are building something new on the ruins of those plans. That is what scares them, you know. Not your power. Your refusal to be the story they wrote for you. He looked at her. Does it scare you? He asked. She met his gaze without flinching. It interests me, she said. And it makes me very careful. Careful people live longer. He laughed softly. Then let us try to do both, he said. Live longer and build something better. She reached out and took his hand. It was a simple touch. No drama. Just warm fingers in the cold night. That, she said, sounds like a plan worth dancing for. Harry squeezed her hand back. His chest felt a little less tight. Below them, the city moved. Above them, stars pricked the sky. Between, in the quiet warded space they had carved out of a broken world, Harry Potter stood with an ally at his side and the next move already forming in his mind. Cold water hammered against Harry's chest as he drove his legs down. Wand clenched tight in his hand. Gills burning as they pulled strange Hogsmeade Lake water instead of air. The bubble of clear space around his head shimmered. The spell Sirius had insisted he learn instead of relying on a plant clung to his skin. A thin layer that turned water aside and fed him air from a small floating reservoir charm pinned to his collar. Above him, the muffled roar of the crowd was only a distant rumble. Down here, it was dark rock, swaying weed, and the slow glide of pale shapes. A Grindylow lunged from the side, fingers of bone and slime reaching. Harry snapped his wand toward it. Stupefy, the red bolt cut through green water, hit the creature in the chest, and sent it tumbling back into the weeds. Third one, he muttered. His voice sounded strange in the bubble, thin and flat. They are getting bolder. He glanced down at the ward string around his wrist. The tiny bead at its center pulsed slow and steady, tuned now to the signatures of his friends. The hostages were ahead. He kicked harder, heart pounding from more than the strain. Cold bit at his fingers. The water numbed his legs in spite of the warming charm. Each spell took more effort. Their shapes appeared out of the gloom. Stone pillars. A rough arch ropes of weed wrapped around for still figures drifted there, anchored to the rock. Neville. Hermione. A small dark-haired girl Harry guessed was a Beauxbatons student. A boy he recognized from Durmstrang. Harry swam closer, jaw tight. Neville's face was pale, eyes closed. Bubbles drifted from the corner of his mouth. He looked as if he was asleep, not suspended at the bottom of a freezing lake as bait. Of course Dumbledore thinks this is fine, Harry said under his breath. Why not tie children to rocks when you can add drama? He did not waste time arguing with the water. He raised his wand and cut through the weed around Neville first. The weed writhed, trying to tighten. Harry gritted his teeth and added a severing charm. Then a short, sharp, blasting spell to the stone where the ropes anchored. The knot came free. Neville's body sagged. For a second Harry's stomach lurched in pure instinctive panic. Then Neville's chest moved. Slow but steady. The Gill's charm was holding. Harry slid an arm under Neville's shoulders and tugged him away from the pillar. A guttural hiss came from the dark to his left. A cluster of gray figures with spears appeared. Merfolk. Their eyes were flat and unimpressed. One stepped closer, spear angled in a clear warning. Harry drew his wand back from Hermione. He did not throw a curse. He held the wand pointed down, his grip tight but still. He was here to build something, not add another fight to the list. The task says one hostage, he said slowly, hoping they understood enough English and his words carried through the spell. But I am not leaving the others to drown if the headmaster miscalculated his timing. I take this one now. If you are not ordered to release them at the surface mark, I am coming back. The mare leader tilted its head, hair drifting around a sharp face. It did not smile. It did not strike. It watched him, then gestured with the spear toward the surface. Permission or impatience. Either way, Harry was not going to argue. He tightened his grip on Neville and kicked for the light. His muscles screamed. His lungs burned in spite of the spell, body insisting this was wrong, wrong, wrong. The cold wrapped around him like stone. He broke the surface with a gasp, the bubble spell shattering in a spray of water. Sound hit him. The stands around the lake roared. Whistles shrilled. Flags waved. The November air slapped his wet face, icy and sharp. Hands grabbed Neville and hauled him onto the platform. Madame Pomfrey was there, wand already moving, lips pressed in a hard line. Harry dragged himself up after him, chest heaving. His wand felt heavy. His fingers shook. Ludo Bagman's voice bounced over the water. And there we have Harry Potter Black, champion of the Grey Alliance, returning with his hostage. That was some fine spell work. Smart use of environmental charms. Very impressive. Harry ignored him. He leaned over Neville as Pomfrey finished the last check. Neville's eyes blinked open. He coughed, spat lake water, then groaned. That was awful, he rasped. Harry let out a breath that tasted of fear and relief. You did not have to be down there at all, he said. But since you stayed alive. That is something. Neville tried to smile and managed a weak copy of one. You always pick the encouraging bits, he said. Someone has to. Sirius appeared at Harry's side, ignoring the edge of the judge's table. His hair was wind-blown, his formal robes damp from spray. He spared one quick glance for Neville, saw he was breathing, and then looked Harry over. All limbs present, Sirius said. No frostbite. I am impressed. I am freezing, Harry said. And I think my legs are going to fall off. That is what hot baths are for, Sirius replied. And thick socks. And maybe a fire whiskey for me, because watching that was a very unpleasant experience. Harry checked the lake again. Hermione and the other hostages were being cut free by their champions. Fleur scowled at the merfolk as she worked, her hair drifting in the water spell around her head. Crumb moved slow but steady, his movements efficient. No one was left behind. Good. Harry stepped back from the edge, let Pomfrey run a quick warming charm over him, then wrapped a towel around his shoulders. His legs still shook. His heart was finally starting to slow. When the scores were called, he listened with half an ear. Crumb was ahead on time. Fleur scored high on creativity. Cedric gained points for steady work. Harry points fluctuated as judges argued over rule-bending versus hostage safety. Madame Maxime approved. Karkaroff complained. Crouch talked in dry legal phrases about task interpretation. Dumbledore's face was thoughtful. In the end, the numbers barely mattered. The real score was this. Neville lived. No one had vanished into a graveyard. No one had come back dead. That was how it was meant to be. Not a rigged ritual. Contest. Dangerous but not a slaughter. That night, when the lake was quiet again, Harry stood at the shore with Sirius and watched the surface ripple. This is what it could have looked like the first time, Sirius said quietly. If anyone had bothered to ask whether resurrecting a madman was a good footnote for a school sporting event. Harry shoved his hands into his pockets. He still has Horcruxes, he said. He is still out there. All we did was close one door. Sometimes closing the worst door buys enough time to build something better, Sirius replied. We have another task, then we have free hands for a while. Use that time. Harry nodded slowly. We will, he said. The third task passed under more wards than any Hogwarts event in living memory. Goblins anchored stone wards at each corner of the maze. Aurors patrolled the outside. Dumbledore layered his own protections inside. Sirius insisted on independent checks from a neutral council member from Beauxbatons and a German regulator whose name Harry promptly forgot and stored as tall ministry man with no sense of humor. There were still creatures, curses, and moving hedges. There were still screams and spells and moments when someone could have died. Harry ran, fought, and solved puzzles until his lungs burned and his legs felt carved from iron. Cedric moved in calm, steady bursts. Crumb took risks that made Harry's teeth hurt to watch. Fleur turned half the hedge into ash when a blast ended up hotter than she intended. No cup turned into a trap. No cold graveyard. No tall, thin body rising from a cauldron while Death Eaters grinned. When Harry and Cedric reached the center at the same time, they were both bleeding from shallow cuts and covered in dirt. They both looked at the cup. Then they looked at each other. You realize whoever takes it alone becomes the ministry favorite for the next decade, Cedric said, breathing hard. And whoever refuses to play along brands himself as difficult, Harry replied. Cedric grimaced. You do not want the glory, he said. I do not want to be a shiny poster boy. This is awkward. Harry thought of Neville, of how the title of boy who lived had wrapped around his friend like a chain. He lifted his wand and blew out a breath. We take it together, he said. They split the title. They cannot plaster one smiling face on every textbook. They will have to talk about cooperation. Cedric stared at him. Then slowly he smiled. You really are as annoying as they say, he said. Thank you, Harry replied. They grabbed the handles at the same time. The cup flared bright. For a heartbeat Harry felt a tug, the faint twist of directional magic, a path that wanted to lead somewhere else. The ward's goblins had anchored slammed down. The tug snapped like a string cut under strain. The cup shuddered and then settled, glowing only with mundane light. The stands exploded. When they stepped out of the maze, hands still on the cup, Sirius was already moving toward them, Aurors at his heels. Dumbledore stood still on the platform, eyes fixed on the cup as if he could see the path that had not opened. Harry met his gaze. You missed this trap too, his expression said. We caught it before it could close. Dumbledore nodded once. It was small, but Harry saw it. Recognition, and a quiet acceptance that the ground had shifted under his feet. The closing ceremony that followed was a blur of formal words and thin smiles. Fudge shook hands and spoke about unity while clearly calculating which papers would praise him. Madame Maxime and Karkaroff traded polite barbs about old grievances. Sirius waited. He knew how to pick a moment. When the crowd had settled enough that voices carried clearly, he stepped forward. He did not raise his voice much. He did not have to. Years of practice in the Wisengamot had given him a tone that cut through chatter. Before we end, he said, I have a brief announcement. Harry stood with Draco, Daphne, and Neville near the front of the Slytherin and Gryffindor sections. He felt the small buzz of magic as Sirius used the platform as a focus. The events of this year have shown us two things, Sirius said. First, that old traditions can bring danger as well as pride. Second, that when those dangers appear, our protections must be more than a single man and a handful of secrets. He did not look at Dumbledore by name. He did not have to. The Black family, together with allied houses and neutral partners, has formally constituted what we call the Grey Alliance. Sirius went on. Its purpose is simple. Transparency. Shared security. A refusal to allow any one faction to decide the future of our world without oversight. Murmurs rose. Some approving. Some wary. We have already seen what happens when one dark wizard twists the law, Sirius said. We have also seen what happens when one light wizard decides he knows best and need not answer questions. The Alliance believes we can do better than that false choice. He looked out at the students. We will be working with Gringotts, with foreign ministries, and with any house that is tired of being told to pick between fear and blind faith, he said. The Triwizard Tournament has shown that cooperation is not just a word for speeches. It can be a path to survival. He stepped back. Harry felt a strange warmth in his chest. Pride and dread mixed. This was the public hinge. The private work would be worse. He glanced at Daphne. Her eyes were sharp, assessing the crowd, noting which faces turned interested and which turned away. This will make enemies, she murmured. It already has, Harry said. Now they will have to say so out loud. Summer came faster than Harry expected. The weeks after the tournament were filled with exams, gossip, and an endless trickle of articles about Barty Crouch's trial and Dumbledore missteps. Neville spent more time in the library, jaw set, as if willing his magic to push through something it could not yet see. Harry watched. He did not push. Not yet. They would need timing for that revelation. For now, there was another hunt to start. The first formal council meeting of the Grey Alliance took place at Grimmauld Place, in a room Sirius had once called the Old Drawing Room and now called the War Room. The long table was polished and bare except for a stack of files, a pot of tea, and a copied set of goblin reports. The walls were lined with shelves holding cursed objects in locked boxes, all of them tagged with goblin runes and black family wards. Sirius sat at the head of the table. Harry sat to his right, Remus to his left. On the far side sat Director Ragnarok of Gringotts, stone-faced, eyes like sharp coins. Next to him, Amelia Bones in dark robes, monocle catching the light. On the nearer side, to Harry right, Daphne Greengrass and her father Lord Cyrus Greengrass represented neutral pure-blood interests. Every person in the room had been vouched for. Every wand had been checked. The door was warded with goblin and wizard work both. The roster was clear. 8 chairs. 8 people. No one else. Sirius rested his hands on the table. His expression, for once, matched his title. No jokes. No grin. "Thank you for coming," he said. "We all know why we are here, but we will say it plain for the record. Tom Riddle hid pieces of his soul in objects that still poison this world. We have already destroyed 2. The stone. The diary. The rest need to go." Ragnarok inclined his head slightly. "Gringotts has confirmed 4 more soul anchors," he said. His voice was careful. "A ring from the Gaunt line. A locket that bears both Slytherin and black marks. A cup once held by Hufflepuff heiress. And the living snake that shadows Riddle's spirit. 5 in total that remain," Amelia said. "Voldemort current wraith form, tied to these artifacts, and the original body destroyed years ago. 5 targets," Sirius said. "Each of them dangerous. Each of them a chance for Riddle to claw his way back if we leave them be." Cyrus Greengrass drummed his fingers once, then stilled them. "My house has no interest in seeing another Dark Lord rise," he said, "nor in allowing the headmaster to use the threat as a way to gather more quiet power. We will support a clean removal. But we want rules on the books first." "We all do," Amelia agreed. "Hunting dark artifacts across borders without clear law looks far too much like vigilante work. I am not putting my badge on the line for a secret crusade." Harry met her gaze. "Then we do this with oversight," he said. "Formal charters. Mixed teams. Goblin sign-off on containment. Ministry sign-off on raids. Alliance sign-off on targets." Daphne nodded. "And clear lines for who answers to whom," she added. "We are not building another order that runs on private letters and one-man approval." Remus slid a thin folder toward Amelia and Ragnarok. "We spent the last month drafting something workable," he said. "This is the Charter for Magical Artifact Cleansing and Containment. Short version. We define a joint task force. Grey Alliance provides funding and some key assets. Gringotts handles curse-breaking and storage. The Ministry grants legal authority to seize specific items based on evidence. The Council sits above, with 1 representative from each side, to break ties and audit actions." "No private stashes," Ragnarok said. "No private collections," Amelia echoed. "If I find so much as a single cursed ring tucked into some family vault after this, that house will answer to my department." Sirius raised his hands. "Agreed," he said. "Black vaults are open to Goblin and Ministry inspection for this purpose. If Regulus left anything else behind, better that we all see it now." Harry felt a small twist in his chest at the name. Regulus' story still sat under most of this. The brother who had turned on Voldemort and died for it while the world slept. Daphne watched him for a second, reading the flicker, then turned back to Ragnarok. "What is our first target?" she asked. Ragnarok laid a hand on a separate folder and pushed it to the center of the table. "The locket," he said. "It carries both Slytherin crest and black charms. Regulus Black attempted to destroy it years ago and failed. He left a note with precise wards. The original fake was delivered to Gringotts by creature under orders from Lord Black, and we matched the curse pattern. The true locket still rests in a coastal chamber warded with riddle work." "Sea Cave," Sirius said quietly. "The one near the old holiday house that Mother always complained about. Regulus used to vanish there for hours." Ragnarok nodded. "Gringotts survey teams confirm a ritual platform inside," he said. "Blood wards. Inferi in the water. A central basin of enchanted fluid that reacts to living magic. At the center, on a small island, the locket." Amelia's jaw clenched. "Children go to school while this sits under our world," she said. "Wonderful." Harry leaned toward the map as Ragnarok unfolded it. Ink lines showed a narrow cove, a slit in the rock, then a larger inner space. Symbols marked the wards. "Who goes in?" Harry asked. Sirius glanced at Amelia, then at Ragnock, then back at Harry. "Mixed team," he said. "You, me, Remus, Bill Weasley as curse expert. One Auror from Bones Department for oversight. Creature as guide. Ragnock can anchor from a distance through a linked stone. That gives us eyes and a second channel of analysis." "No one else," Amelia said. "Too many wands in a cave make for messy reports." "Agreed," Ragnock said. "My people will watch the outer perimeter. You will not see them, but they will be there." Cyrus Greengrass tapped the map once. "You are sure you want Harry in there?" he asked. "You are making him your primary contact with these things." Harry spoke before Sirius could. "My scar still reacts," he said. "Less than before, but enough that I can feel riddle magic when it swells. That gives us warning. And I have more training for this kind of thing than most adults." Daphne frowned. "That is not an argument I like," she said. "It is not one I enjoy making," Harry replied. "But it is still true." Amelia studied him for a long moment. "You have a habit of being in the center of trouble," she said. "I also have a habit of walking out again," he said. "I would prefer to keep that pattern." Sirius brushed his fingers against Harry's sleeve under the table. A quiet, grounding touch. "We do this together," he said. "You are not going into that cave alone with a wand and bravado. You have me and Remus and Bill and an Auror whose entire job is to complain about procedure. That counts for something." "It counts for a lot," Harry said. Ragnock closed the map. "Then we have a plan," he said. "We leave in 2 days. Tide and ward cycle favor that window." "Which gives you," Daphne said to Harry, "1 evening to rest and 1 evening to stress about it anyway." He gave her a thin smile. "I will try to split the difference," he said. 2 nights later, they stood on a narrow strip of shingle under a gray sky. The sea rolled in slow, heavy waves. The air tasted of salt and cold stone. Roster for the night was clear in Harry's mind. Harry, Sirius, Remus, Bill Weasley, Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt. Creature. Ragnock waited back at Grimmauld, linked through a flat stone disc in Sirius' pocket. Goblin sentries were shadows further along the cliffs, unseen but present. Sirius pointed at the narrow crack in the rock where dark water pushed in and out. "Entrance," he said. "House records mention a natural cave there. No one used it for anything official, which made it perfect for anything Regulus did not want Mother to see." Kingsley adjusted his cloak, his broad shoulders almost blending with the night. "We have outer wards at the cliff edge," he said. "If anything tries to leave through another path, my people will feel it." Bill crouched near the waterline, eyes narrowed. His hair was tied back. His cursebreaker harness held tools, knives, and a small bag of goblin metal tokens. "The wards taste old," he said softly. "Blood and salt and something sharp under it. Riddle-like drama." He layered fear into his work. Anyone with a weaker mind would feel it as panic. Remus gave a short nod. "So we do not bring anyone with a weaker mind," he said. Creature stood a few steps from the water, his large eyes fixed on the crack. His hands twisted in the air, not in his usual fretful way, but in a pattern of remembered motions. "Master Regulus came here," Creature said in a low voice. "He made Creature go with him. He took the locket. He told Creature to destroy it. Creature could not. The magic hurt. It laughed." Harry's chest tightened. He knelt so he was level with the elf, feeling the damp chill seep into his knees. "You did what you could," Harry said. "You brought it back. That was more than anyone else managed." Creature blinked, then straightened, thin shoulders drawing back. "Creature will do better now," he said. "Creature will show young Master and Lord Black where the traitor snake hid his cursed toy." "Then we follow," Sirius said. They waded into the water. It was colder than the lake, a steady biting chill that climbed up hairy legs as he moved. The tide tugged at his boots. Bubble head charms went on one by one. Warmth spells settled over skin. Wands came out. Harry took a breath and stepped into the crack. Dark rock closed around them. The sound of the sea shifted, echoing oddly in the tight space. Water surged around their legs, then their waists, then their chests. Creature swam ahead, small body surprisingly quick, hand outstretched toward a faint glow further in. Harry followed, his own spell pushing water back from his face. Sirius kept pace on one side, Remus on the other. Bill and Kingsley brought up the rear. They emerged into a wider cavern. The roof arched high above, dripping salt. The water deepened until Harry's feet no longer touched the bottom. In the middle of the space, a pale green glow lit an island of black stone. At its center, on a small pedestal, something glinted. The locket. Harry felt it before he fully saw it. A pressure behind his scar, dull and sour. A taste in the back of his throat like old smoke. His stomach flipped. He tightened his grip on his wand. Anchoring stone, Bill murmured, eyeing the glow. That green sheen is a sustained enchantment. The lake itself is part of the ward. Touch the wrong point and the whole thing wakes up. Regulus note said the boat reacts to one magical signature at a time, Sirius said. It only carries one wizard. That is how he nearly died. He took creature instead of a friend. Kingsley scanned the water with his wand, then nodded once. There are bodies down there, he said. His voice did not shake, but his jaw was tight. Many, inferi, Remus said. Like the portraits mentioned. Harry forced his eyes away from the shapes that drifted under the dark surface. He focused on the island and the path to it. We will not repeat that mistake, he said. We know what waits. We plan around it. He turned to Bill. Can you anchor a path that does not trigger the blood ward? He asked. Bill's lips moved in a silent count as he studied the glow. There is a gap, he said at last. Here. He pointed just to the right of the obvious line where the boat rested against the rock. The ward expects entry from the center. If we skirt the edge and use non-living anchors, we might be able to cross without waking the lake. Might, Sirius repeated. Bill gave him a quick grim smile. You asked me here for my best guess, he said. That is it. Ragnar's voice came through the stone at Sirius' belt, thin but clear. The primary trigger is blood on the surface of the basin, he said. Secondary triggers include more than 2 human magical signatures on the island and active dark curses. Avoid these and the inferi will remain in a dormant state. No heroics, Kingsley said. This is not a stage. In and out. Harry nodded. Sirius and I go together, he said. One adult to cover, one idiot teenager with a scar tuned to riddle magic to feel any change. Remus and Bill anchor from here. Kingsley, you keep a shield ready for anything we miss. Creature guides the line. Everyone else stays off the water. Sirius gave him a look. You did not even pretend to argue about staying behind, he said. If I did, you would call me a liar, Harry replied. Sirius huffed a short breath that might have been a laugh. Fair, he said. They tied a tough rope from the rock ledge to Sirius' belt and then to Harry's own. Bill whispered over it, layering runes that glowed faintly gold, linking the rope to the stone at their feet. Anchor charm, Bill said. If the ward surges, this line gives us a way to pull you back without relying on the boat or swimming in a lake full of corpses. Pleasant image, Remus muttered. Harry stepped onto the small metal boat. The surface rocked under his weight. Sirius joined him, wand already in his hand. Creature climbed in without hesitation and pointed at the green glow. Straight line, he said. Do not touch the water. Harry nodded. He felt the locket press against his mind even from here. A steady pulse. Ready, he asked. Sirius smiled without humor. Not really, he said. Go anyway. They did. The boat slid forward as if pulled by a slow current. The water around them stayed still, thick and black. Under the surface, pale shapes turned but did not rise. Halfway across, Harry's scar throbbed once. Harder. The pulse from the locket flared. He swallowed hard. He knows we are here, he said quietly. He knew someone would come back one day, Sirius answered. He left this as a trap. We came with more information than he ever expected. That is our advantage. Harry focused on the island. By the time the boat ran up against the rock, his head pounded. His hands felt damp. Cold crawled under his ribs. He forced his feet to move anyway. They stepped onto the stone. Nothing shifted. No surge. Up close, the basin in the center of the island was a round bowl carved into the rock, filled with liquid that glowed the same flat green as the anchoring light. The locket sat on a pile of inner stone at the center, just out of reach. Regulus drank this, Sirius said. His voice was low. He made Creature watch him choke on it. Harry's throat tightened. We are not repeating that either, he said. Agreed, Ragnox said through the stone. We will not engage the original mechanism. Bill lifted his wand on the far shore, his face tight with concentration. I can freeze the surface, he called. Lock the potion in place. Then we can cut through the stone from below and lift the locket without touching the liquid. Harry squinted at the basin. That works if the potion does not react to sudden temperature change, he said. Or to stone movement. Ragnox spoke again. The enchantment is fragile, he said. It was always meant to be direct and cruel, not subtle. A gentle freeze will not trigger the emergency state. A heavy blow might. Sirius looked at Harry. We trust him, he said. Harry nodded once. Do it, he called. Bill whispered, wand tracing a careful pattern. The glow above the basin dimmed slightly as a thin layer of frost crept over the surface of the green liquid. Harry watched every ripple. His scar burned steadily now, a dull ache. The locket hummed. When the frost layer settled, Bill flicked his wand again. A small, precise cutting charm sliced through the outer stone under the basin. There was a soft grinding sound. The inner core under the locket shifted. Harry felt something snap. The pressure behind his eyes flared. For a second the world blurred. Then a voice hissed through his mind. You again. It was thin, distorted, but familiar. Tom Riddle. Harry staggered. Sirius grabbed his arm, steadying him. Harry, he said sharply. Talk to me. He felt that, Harry said through his teeth. He is pushing through the link. The green liquid shivered, even under the frost. Dark shapes stirred under the lake. Ragnar's voice sharpened. The secondary trigger is waking, he said. You must act now. Take the locket and cut the link before the full ward pattern fires. Harry stepped forward. The basin was low enough he could reach over it. His fingers hovered over the locket chain. The metal pulsed with a sick heat. You touch it, it touches back, he said. I know, Sirius replied. We do it together. They laid their hands on the chain at the same time. For a heartbeat, Harry's vision went white. He was in a blank space that smelled of ash. A figure stood in front of him, tall and thin and wrong. The skin was stretched tight. His eyes were red slits. His body was half-formed, edges flickering. Harry, it said. Its voice was the sound of knives on stone. You interfere again. Harry felt his heart slam. He forced his shoulders not to flinch. You left pieces of yourself lying around like rubbish, he said. I am taking out the trash. The thing shifted closer. It flickered, as if the very act of moving cost it. You think destroying a trinket weakens me? It hissed. I am beyond you, beyond death. You are a man who tore his soul up because he was afraid of dying, Harry said. The rest is decoration. Power surged around them, dark and cold. Harry braced for pain. It did not come. Instead, he felt Sirius' grip on his shoulder, a steady weight. Behind that, a different pressure. The hard, calm sense of goblin metal. The presence of the council watching through the anchored disc. He was not alone in this mind trap. He smiled, small and sharp. You are not talking to one scared child in a graveyard this time, he said. You are talking to the part of me that knows your tricks, to a Lord Black who hates you, and to half a bank who wants you gone because you are bad for business. The thin figure snarled. Its outline shook. You will die, it spat. All of you. You cannot stop what I am. Harry lifted his wand in the mind space. It moved as if cutting through thick air. Watch us, he said. He turned his focus inward, to the scar, to the place where this piece of riddle had once sat. He shoved his magic down that path, not with anger, but with the same clear precision he used for ward work. In the cave, his body gripped the locket chain. Magic flared from his hands into the metal. Ragnar's voice cut through the haze. Now, he said. Break it. Sirius raised his free hand and brought his wand down on the locket with a focus curse that Harry knew had taken him and the goblin's weeks to perfect. Severitas anima, the locket screamed. Not with sound. With magic. The Horcrux pattern inside snapped. Harry felt it tear. For a second his mind spun, as if he was falling. The thin figure in the white space convulsed. Chunks of its form flared, then went dark. You are not a god, Harry said through clenched teeth. You are a man who made stupid choices. The thing reached for him. Its fingers dissolved before they could touch. Then it was gone. The white space snapped back into the cold cave. Harry staggered in truth this time. Sirius' arms slammed around his back, keeping him from falling into the basin. The frost layer cracked but held. The locket in their hands had split along an invisible seam. The snake emblem on the front was scorched. The chain fell slack. Across the water, the dark shapes under the lake sank deeper, losing their thin shimmer. Whatever simple magic bound the corpses to riddlework faltered without a strong anchor. Ragnar let out a long, slow breath over the stone. Contain it, he said. Even broken, the residue is not safe. Sirius slid the ruined locket into a thick goblin-crafted box Bill levitated over on a line of light. The box snapped shut and locked with a click. The pressure in Harry's head eased. His scar still tingled, but the constant sick tug had faded. He sagged against Sirius for a second, then straightened, forcing his legs to hold. I am fine, he said. You are pale as parchment, Sirius replied. Matching my school books is not a crime, Harry said. His voice shook more than he wanted it to. Remus called from the shore. Status, he shouted. Anchor gone, Sirius answered. Infantry settling. No full ward search. Well done, Kingsley said, loud enough to carry. He sounded equal parts impressed and annoyed, which for an oar meant they had skirted closer to disaster than he liked. Bill kept his wand up, eyes scanning the water. Come back slow, he said. No need to hurry and trip something we missed. They did. The walk back across the water in the boat felt longer. Hairy muscles protested every small movement. The cold cut through his clothes now that the adrenaline was fading. When they reached the ledge and stepped onto rock, his legs almost buckled. Remus caught his elbow. Easy, Remus said. You held a soul shard in your hands and punched it. You can sit down. Harry let himself sink onto a flat stone. His hands shook as he pushed his wet hair back. The air outside the cave felt sharp and almost kind by comparison. Creature stood a few steps away, staring at the goblin box in Sirius' hands. It is done, Harry told him. Regulus' work is finished. Creature thin chest rose and fell. His large eyes shimmered. Master Regulus wanted the snake to pay, he whispered. He wanted the locket gone. Creature failed then. But young Master and Lord Black did not. You brought us here, Sirius said. You did not fail. Creature's shoulders trembled. Then he bowed low, hands pressed to the wet stone. House Black remembers, he said. Harry's throat felt tight. Kingsley cleared his throat, drawing them back. Sentiment later, he said, not unkindly. For the report, we need clear statements. Horcrux neutralized. No civilian harm. No or injuries. All according to charter. Amelia Bones would be pleased. Or as close to pleased as she ever got. Harry nodded. We did what we came to do, he said. He also knew something else. In that blank space, when Riddle had reached for him, the figure had looked wrong in a specific way. Missing pieces. The diary was gone. The fragment in his scar had been burned out. Now the locket piece had been cut. The Dark Lord was no longer a stable collection of anchors. He was a patched thing. Each strike would hurt more, which meant he would get desperate. The council reconvened 2 days later. The goblin box sat on the table between them. It hummed faintly with containment charms. Ragnar rested one hand on it. The soul fragment is fully severed, he said. No drift. No echo strong enough to rebuild. This anchor is dead. Amelia nodded, her expression tight but satisfied. We will log this as the first formal joint artifact cleanse under the charter, she said. I have signed the report. So has Kingsley. No leaks. No theater. Just work. Sirius leaned back in his chair. He looked tired and younger at once. That is one more weight off this world, he said. Harry rubbed his scar absently. It itched faintly, but the deep ache was gone. Daphne watched the motion, then looked at Ragnar. What does this do to him? She asked. To Riddle. You have studied these things more than any of us. Ragnar considered his answer. Each fragment was a hook, he said. A knot tying that twisted soul to your plane. Remove enough and the soul begins to slip. He can survive for a time as what you would call a wraith. But every blow makes that form more unstable. How many anchors until he cannot hold himself together? Cyrus asked. Ragnar tapped a finger once on the box. There is no exact number, he said. Souls are not simple. But I can say this. With 3 fragments already erased and 1 body destroyed, Tom Riddle is now more ghost than man. He will cling to what remains with ferocity. He will also find it harder to control his own magic. Amelia's mouth pressed into a line. Unstable dark wizard with less control, she said. That is not comforting. It matters, Harry said quietly. They all looked at him. In the cave, he went on. He tried to hurt me. He tried to push pain through the link. He did not manage more than pressure and noise. He felt thin. Daphne's brow furrowed. Thin, she repeated. Weak, Harry said. Like a spell cast with the wrong wand. Ragnar nodded slowly. You felt the strain, he said. Good. That means the next direct contact will do more damage to him than to you, if handled properly. Sirius frowned. I am not eager to feed you to him as a weapon, he said. Nor am I, Harry answered. But it is still a fact we can use. Amelia tapped the table. Next target, she said. We cannot stop here. The ring, Ragnar said. Gaunt Shack. That site is more accessible but carries its own curses. We will plan for it in detail. For now, your young strategist needs rest. Harry opened his mouth to argue, then caught Sirius' sharp look and shut it again. Rest might be a good idea, actually. The meeting ended with formal signatures and less formal promises. As the others filed out, Daphne lingered near the door. Harry stood, stretching his sore back. He felt older than his age for a moment, bones heavy, mind buzzing. You are walking like an old man, she said. I fought a soul jar in a cave, he replied. I think I am allowed to creak a little. She stepped closer, her expression softer than it had been in the council circle. You scared me, she said. When Ragnar said you had gone still in the mind space for 3 full breaths, he blinked. He told you that, he said. He tells the council everything that matters, she replied, which includes how close our champion came to fainting in front of a Horcrux. I did not faint, he protested. You swayed, she said. Fine. I swayed. She rolled her eyes. Pride will be the death of all of you. Pride got us a charter and a council instead of another secret club, he said. So it can stay for now. There was a short pause. The house was quiet around them, wards humming low. Thank you, she said suddenly. For what? He asked. For not turning this into your private crusade, she said. You could have. You have the scar, the history, the power. Instead you argued for oversight that will make your life more difficult. That matters. He looked at her, really looked. I told you on that balcony, he said. I do not want to become either of them. I know, she said. Then, before he could think of anything else to say, she reached up, took his collar in one hand, and kissed him. It was not dramatic. No fireworks. Just firm, warm pressure and the faint taste of tea and salt from the air. His brain went blank for a second. His hands hovered, then settled lightly at her waist. She pulled back first, eyes searching his face. That was impulsive, she said. I am not complaining, he managed. Good, she said, because I do not plan to pretend it did not happen. He felt his mouth curve. I would have to be very stupid to pretend, he said. She smiled, small and real. Rest, she said. Then write me a very boring report about your nightmares, so I can tell whether they are getting worse. He groaned. You are as bad as Remus, he said. Someone has to keep track of your head, she replied. He handles guilt. I handle ambition. Between us, we might keep you alive and mostly sane. Mostly, he echoed. She squeezed his hand once and then left, robes whispering against the old floor. Harry watched her go, then leaned back against the wall for a moment, eyes closed. He could still feel the echo of Riddle's scream somewhere deep under his skin. He could also feel the warmth of Daphne's mouth against his. Life did not wait for wars to finish. It just layered itself on top. He pushed off the wall and went to find Sirius and Remus. There was tea to drink, a ring to plan for, and a world to reshape one careful step at a time. The headline on the Prophet took up half the front page. Dumbledore questioned over security failures. Harry read it twice over his toast. The ink was slightly smeared where someone had gripped the edges a little too hard. Sirius. Across the table, Sirius sat with his arms folded, hair still damp from a quick shower, eyes fixed on the same headline. The Prophet crinkled under his fingers. Remus had the second page open flat beside his plate. He was not really eating. His tea had gone cold. Creature moved between counter and table, clinking dishes, muttering about filthy old wizards who thought they owned everything and needed a lesson. The kitchen felt cramped, full of steam and nerves. Harry tore off a piece of toast, chewed, swallowed. Tasted like ash. They are soft playing it, Sirius said at last. His voice was calm. That made it worse. They call it security failures. As if Barty Crouch Jr. wandered into the castle by mistake. They still printed it, Remus said. That alone is new. Sirius snorted. Bones did that, he said. She gave them the bare facts and told them if they tried to bury it she would deliver the full transcript of Crouch confession to the French papers instead. Harry let his eyes move down the column. The article laid out the basics. A Death Eater posing as a teacher. Months of access to students. A Triwizard task planned with his input. They were careful with language. No direct accusations. No talk of Horcruxes, no mention of the cave. But it was enough to light a fuse. He folded the paper and looked up. Amelia wants more, he said. Remus nodded. She sent a note last night, he said. Formal request to the council. She wants us present when she calls for an inquiry in front of the full Wizengamot. Sirius leaned back in his chair legs creaking. She wants witnesses, he said. Goblin reports. Regulus note. Creature testimony. My account of Dumbledore decisions around you and Neville. Harry rubbed the bridge of his nose. His scar did not hurt, but the skin there felt tight. This was always part of the plan, he said quietly. Not just breaking Tom. Breaking the idea that Dumbledore is the only sane voice in the room. Remus gave him a tired smile. You are allowed to feel sick about it anyway, he said. Harry shrugged. He still kept Crouch Jr. in the castle, he said. He still stacked children between his plans and any real risk. I can feel sorry for the old man who meant well and still testify that he should never hold that kind of power again. Sirius pushed the Prophet aside. The inquiry is tomorrow, he said. We will be there. Amelia will call us in order. Ragnarok has already prepared a brief the size of your defense textbook. Harry's mouth twitched. Which one? He asked. Lockhart or Moody? Point taken, Sirius said. The real question is Neville. Harry felt his stomach clench. He will be there, he said. He should be, Remus agreed. Some of the strongest evidence is what was done to him. But we still have no formal proof of the blocks. Just pattern and suspicion. If we bring it up without something harder, Dumbledore will call it bias and speculation. He will call it that anyway, Sirius said. But you are right. We need more than my word and Ragnarok guesses. Harry thought of Neville in the tent after the dragon, pale and shaking, spells dragging like he was casting through mud. His jaw tightened. We can get proof, he said. We just have to get Augusta to agree to an independent healer scan. Goblin-backed. Alliance-backed. Not a cozy street mungo visit where Dumbledore writes the notes. Remus rubbed his chin. She reads the Prophet, he said. She will have seen this. She is not a fool. If we go to her with Ragnarok report and a clear request, she might agree. Sirius stood. The chair rocked back into place. Then we pay a call, he said. Today. Before Bones sets the order of witnesses. If we are lucky, we walk into that chamber with hard proof that the boy who lived was chained for years without consent. Harry got to his feet as well. His legs felt steady. His heart did not. Then let's go now, he said. Longbottom Manor smelled of polished wood, old earth, and strong tea. Harry had been here a handful of times since the alliance began to solidify. Each visit had left a mark. The place carried a weight that was different to Grimmauld. Less poisonous, but no less heavy. Augusta Longbottom met them in a sitting room that had more firelight than daylight. She sat straight in a high-backed chair, vulture hat in place, wand resting across her lap. Her eyes, sharp and dark, moved from Sirius to Remus to Harry, then back again. Neville sat on a lower chair near the fire. His hands were clasped together so tightly his knuckles were white. He did not look at Harry at first. A house elf brought in tea, placed the tray, and vanished with a pop. The door closed. The room felt very still. All right, Augusta said. You have dragged my grandson and my tea hour away from the garden on a day when the prophet is already full of unpleasantness. Say what you came to say. Sirius did not flinch. You read the article, he said. I did, she replied. I am not surprised. Albus has always thought the rules were for other people. Seeing it in print is the only new thing. Harry felt Neville stiffen across from him. Remus set a folder on the low table between them. Neat, goblin-style binding held it together. No charms on the outside, but the air around it hummed with the faint sense of careful work. We came because this is about more than Crouch, Remus said. The council has been matching magical signatures across several events. The stone, the diary, the cave, the tournament, and your grandson. Augusta gaze snapped to Neville. Explain, she said. Harry took a breath. He had rehearsed these words on the way over. The practice did not make them easier. Neville magic does not move like mine, he said. That is fine. No one expects it to. But when he casts, it drags in a way that looks like something outside him is pulling back. In the dragon task, I felt it every time he threw a shield. It was like watching someone run with weights tied to their legs. Neville flinched. I did the best I could, he said. His voice came out tight. I know, Harry said at once. This is not about effort. You pushed harder than many would. That is the point. You are working against something you never agreed to. Augusta's fingers tightened on her wand. You think someone blocked him, she said. Sirius opened the folder and slid one page across. We asked Gringotts to look, he said. They ran a trace through the school wards and through the Triwizard wards, matched the patterns to your grandson and to me and to Harry. There is an old structure wrapped around his core. It carries the signature of a complex limiter spell cast when he was very young. Augusta did not touch the page. You are telling me, she said slowly, that someone bound my grandson magic as a child, and no one told me. Remus nodded once. That is what the evidence shows, he said. Who? She asked. Her voice was very quiet now. Ragnarok had written the conclusion in a single line. Harry could see it in his head. Primary caster Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Harry spoke the name aloud. The silence that followed made the ticking of the clock on the mantel sound like a drum. Neville's head jerked up. His mouth opened, then closed again. Color drained from his face, then flooded back. You are sure? Augusta asked. Yes, Sirius said. Ragnarok is not a man to guess. The pattern matches Dumbledore's known work on several other wards. It is clear. Neville scraped his chair back as he stood. The legs caught on the rug. The sound was harsh in the quiet room. He did what? Neville asked. His voice broke on the last word. Harry stood too on instinct, but he did not reach for him. Your spells felt wrong, Harry said. Not because you were weak, because someone made sure you never reached full strength. Someone who then spent years telling you that you were clumsy and needed guidance. Neville's chest rose and fell too fast. His hands shook. He said it was fine, Neville whispered. He said some people just take longer. He said I should not force it, that I was brave in other ways. Augusta pushed herself to her feet. She moved slower than Neville, but there was nothing frail in it. Her face had gone very calm. That was the only thing that kept the room from shaking. "Sit down, Neville," she said. He sank back into the chair because he had been obeying that tone all his life, not because he wanted to. She turned to Sirius. "I want a healer from outside the school," she said. "I want goblin oversight. I want him scanned from the root of his hair to the soles of his feet. If there is a shred of that old man work on my grandson, I want it on record before I tear it off." Remus let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. "Amelia can arrange it," he said. "Street Mungo under ministry seal, goblin warding, council witness. Before the inquiry." "Good," Augusta said. "Send your owls. Tell Bones that if she needs a statement for the chamber, she will have it." She looked at Neville again. Some of the anger in her eyes softened, but not much. "You will come with me to the healers," she said. "You will stand still and let them do their work. After that, you will decide for yourself who you listen to." Neville's throat moved as he swallowed. "Yes, Gran," he said. His voice shook. Harry caught his eye. There was a hollow look in Neville's gaze that Harry recognized from other kinds of bad news. The kind that rewrote your past in one line. He wanted to say something that would make it easier. There was nothing. "We will meet you at St. Mungo this afternoon," Sirius said. Augusta nodded once. "Get out of my sitting room," she said. "I have calls to make." It was not an insult. It was a simple statement of fact. Her world had just shifted under her feet. She needed space to steady it. They left. St. Mungo always smelled faintly of potion, soap, and panic. Harry hated it. He always had. Narrow corridors, too many people, too much raw magic pressed into one building. This time the corridors outside the private diagnostic ward were empty. Amelia Bones did not want this scan to turn into gossip before she could present it as evidence. The roster inside the ward was small and clear. Neville on the central bed. Augusta at his head. Healer Andromeda Tonks, her sleeves rolled, wand in hand. Amelia Bones against the far wall, quill ready. Ragnarok projected from a goblin stone in the corner. Image small but sharp. Sirius and Remus close to the door. Harry within reach of Neville, but not crowding him. No one else. Andromeda gave Neville a small nod. "You know me," she said. Her voice was firm but gentle. "You fell off your broom in my garden once and needed half your face mended." Neville managed a faint, strained smile. "I remember," he said. "You told my gran the grass was winning the fight." "The grass always wins," Andromeda said. "Now lie still. This will not hurt. If I find anything I do not like, I will tell you before I tell anyone else." Neville nodded. He closed his eyes. Andromeda set the tip of her wand at his temple and began a slow chant. Pale light spread from the point of contact, sliding over his skin, sinking into his chest. Harry watched. His hands were tight at his sides. He felt Augusta gaze on him as much as on her grandson. Ragnarok's voice drifted from the stone, cool and precise. "Main focus is the core and the channels to the hands," he said. "Look for repeating knots shaped like loops, tied back into each other." The light moved down Neville's throat, across his chest, along his arms. It gathered at his hands, bright and dense. Andromeda brow furrowed. "Found something," she said. Augusta grip tightened on the bed rail so hard her knuckles went white. "What?" she asked. Andromeda did not answer at once. She stepped back, moved to the foot of the bed, and traced a new pattern in the air. The light shifted, pulling in toward Neville's chest and glowing brighter. "There," Ragnarok said. "You see the loops." Harry saw them, not with his eyes, with the sense he had learned in goblin wards and cave light. Little knots of blocking magic, wrapped around the path where power should have flowed clean. Andromeda drew in a breath. Her face had gone tight. "These are limiter bindings," she said. "Old and deep. Whoever put them there knew exactly what they were doing." She turned to Augusta. "I will say this clearly," she said. "Your grandson magic has been bound for years. He has been working at maybe half of his natural core. In some places less." Neville's eyes flew open. "Half," he said. There was no strength in the word, just shock. Augusta looked like stone. Who? She asked again. Andromeda moved her wand in one more tight circle above Neville's chest. The light at his core shifted, forming a faint imprint. Lines of power traced out a familiar pattern. Ragnarok spoke first. Caster signature matches the same radius and pressure as the limiter in the Gaunt Cave ward, he said. And the age matches the year after the fall of the Dark Lord. The only wizard we know who casts in that pattern and had access to both sites is Albus Dumbledore. Amelia Quill did not move for a full second. Then she began to write. Augusta looked at Andromeda. Can you confirm? She asked. Andromeda jaw clenched. The style is his, she said. I trained under him. I know how his magic feels when it sets. I would stake my name on it. Silence again. Neville stared at the ceiling. His eyes were wet. He said he was helping, Neville whispered. He said I had wild surges, that I could hurt myself, that this would keep me safe until I grew into it. He told my gran I fell out a window and I could have died. Augusta shut her eyes briefly. You fell once, she said. You bounced. You did not even bruise. He told me you had scared your magic and that was why your plants grew faster than your metal charms worked. I believed him. She opened her eyes again. They were blazing. How do we take it off? She asked. Andromeda looked to Ragnarok. Ragnarok inclined his head. Slowly, he said. If we rip it all at once, the rebound could hurt him as much as the original act. The core will surge against years of pressure. We cut, we bleed off, we ground. Step by step. Neville turned his head. His gaze found Harry. There was something new there now. Not just hurt. Rage. He knew, Neville said. Bones knew. You knew. You all knew he was dangerous. You let him stand in front of us and say he loved us, and this is what he did. Harry's throat felt tight. I did not know this part until the goblins traced it, he said. I knew he used you. I did not know he tied you down. Neville clenched his jaw. Take it off, he said to Andromeda. His voice was flat. All of it. We should do it in stages, Andromeda warned. Over a few weeks. Let your body adjust. Neville shook his head. If you leave it there, he still has a hand in my magic, he said. I want every strand he touched gone. Augusta lifted her chin. You will remove it today, she told Andromeda. Then you will keep him here until the surges settle. My grandson is not going back to school until he can feel his own strength without that man's shadow over it. Andromeda hesitated. It will be rough, she said. I have been rough my whole life, Neville snapped. Do it, Ragnarok spoke again. If you choose full removal, we can anchor the surge through the goblin stone, he said. It will hurt, but it will not kill him. The safety lines are solid. Andromeda nodded once. Fine, she said. Neville, this is going to feel like tearing off a bandage that has been pressed into your skin for years. You need to stay with me. You pass out, I keep going. You try to stop me. We have a problem. Neville swallowed. I will stay, he said. Harry stepped closer, stopping just out of the main glow. You want me to leave? He asked softly. Neville shook his head. No, he said. You stay and watch. You were there when he tried to make me the story instead of you. You can be here when I stop being his project. Harry nodded. All right, he said. Andromeda shifted her wand grip, set the tip again at Neville Temple, and began a different chant. The light at Neville core brightened. The loops Andromeda had shown them glowed hard for a moment, then began to thin. Neville gasped. His back arched. Sweat broke out across his forehead. Augusta set her hands on his shoulders, firm and grounding. Breathe, she told him. In. Do not let him win. Harry could feel the push of magic in the air now, raw and hot, prickled at his skin. His own core stirred in response, wanting to answer. He held it back. This was not his surge. Andromeda pulled another binding. The loop snapped. The light rushed back toward Neville's center. His hands spasmed. His breath came in ragged pulls. Halfway, Andromeda said through her teeth. Hold. Neville made a harsh sound that might have been a laugh. It hurts, he gasped. Good. Let it hurt. Harry's chest twisted. He wanted to reach out and grab his hand. He did not while the spell still worked. One wrong contact could twist the flow. Another loop broke. Neville cried out a raw sound. Then his voice dropped into a growl. Harry had never heard him sound like that. Nearly there, Andromeda said. Her own face was pale now from effort. Ragnarok chant rose from the stone, low and steady, goblin words anchoring the surge. When the last knot snapped, the air went still for a heartbeat. Then Neville magic flared. Harry felt it as a wave, strong and wild and bright. It washed over the room, pressed against the wards, then settled back into Neville's body like water filling a space that had been held empty for too long. Neville slumped back against the bed. His chest heaved. His skin was slick with sweat. Andromeda staggered and caught herself on the edge of the bed. "Done," she said. "The bindings are gone." Ragnarok's voice had lost some of its usual distance. "The core is stabilizing," he said. "Stronger than before. Balanced. If he learns to control that, he will be more than a symbol." Augusta smoothed damp hair back from Neville's forehead. Her hand shook once, then steadied. Neville's eyes opened slowly. They were clearer now. There was a light in them Harry had never seen. "How do you feel?" Augusta asked. Neville swallowed. His voice came out rough. "Like I have been running with weights and someone just cut them off," he said. "Everything is loud." Harry let out a breath. "It looks loud," he said. Neville turned his head toward him. "You knew this could happen," he said. "You risked it because you thought Dumbledore would not stop unless someone forced him." Harry did not look away. "Yes," he said. "I did." Neville stared at the ceiling again. His jaw clenched. "Then we finish it," he said. "He does not get to walk back into that chamber and talk about the greater good while this stays a secret. He did this to me, to a child. He does not get to decide what it means." Amelia stepped forward at last. Her quill was still. "If you are willing to say that in front of the Wizengamot," she said, "I will make sure you are heard, not as a symbol, as a victim with evidence." Neville laughed again, a short, harsh sound. "Victim," he said. "Fine. I will start there. I do not plan to stay there." Harry felt the hairs on his arms rise. Something had shifted in Neville. The gentleness was still there under the anger, but there was steel wrapped around it now. Augusta straightened. "I will have statements ready by morning," she told Amelia. "You get your chamber in order. If anyone tries to shout me down, I will hex their teeth out." Andromeda sank onto a stool. "He stays overnight," she said. "No arguments. I want to see how his core settles. If he tries to get up, you sit on him." Neville's eyes slid closed again. "I am not going anywhere," he murmured. "Not yet." Harry stepped back. His heart was still pounding from watching. His head felt light. Ragnarok spoke once more before the stone dimmed. "The record is complete," he said. "We will present our copy with the council seal." The image faded. Outside the ward, the corridor hummed with ordinary hospital noise, far away. In here, the air was thick with anger and new power. Harry looked at Neville and thought of the outline he had once held in his head for this war. It had just changed. The inquiry convened the next morning in a chamber that was usually only half full. Today every bench was taken. Harry sat between Sirius and Remus near the front, council seats that put them facing the full assembly. Daphne and her father sat a row behind, along with Cyrus Notes and a neat greengrass crest on the bench. Ragnarok occupied a special stone chair to one side, goblin presence for the record. Across the circle, Dumbledore stood in the center, calm in dark blue robes, hands folded. His face was lined, beard neat, eyes their usual clear blue. He looked exactly as he always had when he stood to address the Wizengamot. That was the point. The old image. The old trust. Amelia Bones banged her staff once. "This emergency inquiry is now in session," she said. "We are here to examine the actions and decisions of Albus Dumbledore in his roles as Chief Warlock and Headmaster, in light of recent events." The murmur of voices faded. Harry scanned the benches. He saw familiar faces scattered through the mix. McGonagall sat near the educator's bench, lips tight, hands folded. Molly and Arthur Weasley together, Arthur calm, Molly flushed, Kingsley in Auror Blue, impassive. Madame Maxime and Karkaroff in guest seats, eyes sharp. Neville, pale but upright, in a side seat with Augusta at his elbow. No order meeting here. No secret club. Anyone with a title or interest in the case could see and hear. Amelia spoke again. Director Ragnarok will present the initial report, she said. Then witnesses will be called. Ragnarok stood. He did not raise his voice much, but the room still heard every word. He outlined the Horcrux pattern in simple terms, careful not to spill details that could teach someone to copy it. He spoke of the diary, the stone, the cave, the locket. He did not name the ring or the cup yet. That would come later. He listed failures. Stone guarded by children. Diary ignored until it nearly killed a student. Triwizard security entrusted to a man no one had checked. Each point landed like a weight. We do not claim Dumbledore acted from malice, Ragnarok said in closing. Intent is not the question. Results are. A world where children are repeatedly used as shields for dangerous magic is a world that has failed them. He sat. Amelia turned to Dumbledore. You have heard the report, she said. Do you wish to answer now or after witnesses? Dumbledore inclined his head. I will answer questions after the witnesses have spoken, he said. Their experiences are more important than my defense. It sounded humble. It was also a way to buy time. Amelia nodded once. Very well, she said. Lord Black, please take the stand. Sirius stood, squeezed Harry's shoulder once, and stepped into the center. Harry watched him. For a moment Sirius looked younger, the way he might have looked if Azkaban had never sunk its claws in. He stood straight, head high, eyes sharp. He spoke of that night in Godric Hollow, of Hagrid on the bike, of Dumbledore note on the Dursleys' door, of his own choice to run instead of obey. He did not embellish. He did not need to. The room listened. Many knew the broad strokes. Few had ever heard them in this much detail. He spoke of hidden safe houses, of teaching Harry before Hogwarts, of watching Dumbledore rage when he realized his plans had slipped. He laid out, in clear language, the pattern that had bothered him for years. Albus always expected children to step in, Sirius said. For the stone, for the chamber, for the tournament. He would set a stage, then look at 11-year-olds and talk about fate when things went wrong. That is not guidance. That is negligence dressed as prophecy. McGonagall's eyes closed for a moment as he said it. When she opened them, they were wet. Amelia let Sirius sit, then called Creature. The house elf waddled to the center with his chin up, ears twitching with tension. His voice shook at first, then steadied as he spoke of Regulus, the cave, the locket. The details hit the chamber like stones dropped into still water. When he finished, the silence felt heavy. Only then did Amelia turn to the side bench. Madame Longbottom, she said. If you are willing. Augusta rose. Her robes rustled. She walked into the center with the slow, certain tread of someone who had faced worse rooms with fewer allies. She gave her name and seat. Then she looked straight at Dumbledore. You came to me when my grandson was small, she said. You told me he was delicate. You said his magic was wild and soft, that he needed time to settle. You convinced me not to seek outside help because you said your own healers had things in hand. Dumbledore did not speak. His face had gone still. Augusta turned to Amelia. Her voice did not rise. It did not need to. Yesterday, under Goblin and Ministry warding, my grandson was examined by a healer with no link to the school, she said. She found limiter bindings wrapped around his core. Old ones. Deep. Cast when he was very young. Cast by Albus Dumbledore. A ripple ran through the chamber. Neville stood without waiting to be called. He said it was for my own good, Neville said. His voice carried more clearly than Harry had expected. He told me some children are not meant to be powerful, that my worth was in being steady and kind, that I should not be jealous of you, Harry. He looked across the circle at Dumbledore. His hands were clenched at his sides. Harry could see the faint tremor in them. You took my choice, Neville said. You built a world where everyone praised you for loving us and you knew you had shackled me. You left me to be the story while you tied the ending behind your back. For the first time, Dumbledore looked shaken. I feared your magic would hurt you, he began. You were a child and your first surges nearly killed you. I made a compromise. I meant to adjust it later once you were older and safer. There was always another crisis. Neville laughed, a sharp bitter sound that made the hairs on Harry's neck rise. You decided I could wait, he said. You decided I could struggle and stumble and think I was broken while you chased your grand plans. You did not trust me with the truth of my own power. He looked around the chamber. Ask yourself this, he said. If he did this to me, what would he have done to Harry if Sirius had not taken him away? What would he have done to any of us if we did not fit his story? The question settled over the benches. Harry could feel it like a weight. Molly Weasley clutched at Arthur's arm. Arthur stared straight ahead, his face unreadable. Kingsley's eyes narrowed in thought. McGonagall bowed her head. On the other side, a few older lords shifted in their seats, unease and anger mixing. Amelia let the silence stretch just long enough to make the point, then tapped her staff again. Thank you, Madam Longbottom. Mr. Longbottom, she said. You may sit. They did. Finally, she turned to Dumbledore. You have heard the evidence, she said. You have seen the records, heard the witnesses, and listened to Director Ragnar's analysis. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Dumbledore drew in a slow breath. When he spoke, his voice was steady, but there was none of the usual twinkle in it. I have always tried to do what I believed would save the most lives, he said. During the First War, we faced a threat unlike any we had seen. Tom Riddle was brilliant, ruthless, and cruel. I was arrogant enough to think I could outplay him by making sure the pieces on the board were placed where they would hurt him most and the least number of children would die. I misjudged. Many times. He looked at Neville. I am sorry, he said. The words were simple. They sounded honest. They were also, Harry thought, far too late. I did not tell you, Dumbledore went on, because I did not want you to fear your own magic. That was cowardice. I told myself I would fix it when you were ready. You were ready long before I let myself see it. He turned, taking in the whole chamber. I do not ask for forgiveness, he said. I ask for something far less comfortable. I ask that you believe I truly thought I was acting in the best interest of our world, even when I was wrong. And I accept that the cost of those choices may be that you no longer trust me with any position of authority. A murmur ran through the room. Some faces softened, others hardened. Sirius sat very still beside Harry. Harry could feel tension in him like a held breath. Amelia spoke again. You admit to binding Neville Longbottom magic without full informed consent, she said. Yes, Dumbledore said. You admit that you placed children in the path of dangerous artifacts in the hope they would do what you could have done yourself. Yes, you admit that you hired staff without proper vetting and trusted sealed correspondence instead of independent checks. Yes, Amelia nodded once. Then the question is not whether you are a good man, she said. That is for your own conscience. The question for this body is whether you are a reliable guardian for children and for law. She turned to the benches. We will vote on censure and removal from positions of power, she said. Before we do, if there are any last questions, now is the time. A voice rose from the benches. Minerva McGonagall stood. Her eyes shone, but her face was steady. I have one, she said. Amelia gestured for her to speak. McGonagall looked at Dumbledore. When Harry first came to us, you told me it was his destiny to face Tom Riddle, she said. You told me we had to prepare him. If Sirius had not taken him, would you have bound him as you bound Neville, or would you have left him whole and thrown him at the Dark Lord? The chamber held its breath. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. I would like to say I would have left him whole, he said. In truth, I do not know. I have changed enough that I can see how many ways I might have gone wrong. McGonagall nodded, slowly. Then you should not be trusted with that choice again, she said. She sat. The vote that followed was not quick. Old loyalties tugged at old fears. Some wanted to protect the image of the man who had once led them through a war. Others could not ignore fresh scars. In the end, the numbers were clear. Dumbledore stepped down as Chief Warlock. He surrendered the role of Supreme Mugwump. He kept his headmaster post only until a replacement could be chosen, with strict oversight and a council of governors given real teeth. He did not argue. He accepted the decision with a tired nod, then left the center of the chamber and took a seat on an ordinary bench. The citadel had cracked. It did not fall in a roar. It crumbled in the slow sound of old stone shifting under new weight. The order meeting that followed that evening was the last of its kind. Sirius insisted on hosting it at Grimald. It was his house, his wards, his rules. Harry stood in the corner of the old dining room and watched people arrive. Roster for the night. Sirius at the head of the table. Remus to his right. Molly and Arthur near the middle. Fred and George pressed against the wall, wide-eyed. Tonks, hair a flat brown for once, near the fire. Kingsley, Moody, McGonagall, Hagrid. A few others Harry knew by name but not by story. No Dumbledore. He had declined the invitation, sending a short note that said he would not use Sirius home as a stage for his explanations. That alone told Harry how tired he was. Sirius did not wait long. When the murmurs settled, he rapped his knuckles on the table. "Welcome to what may be the most awkward dinner this house has seen," he said. "That is saying something." A few weak chuckles. "We have two options," Sirius went on. "We can pretend nothing has changed and carry on with a secret club taking orders from a man the Wisengamot just voted out of his posts. Or we can be honest and admit that the world is different now. You know where I stand." Molly bristled. "Albus has made mistakes," she said. "He has admitted that. He has still saved us more than once." Arthur laid a hand on her arm. "Molly," he said quietly. She shook him off, eyes bright with tears. "He took Harry in when no one else would," she said. "He gave us somewhere to fight from. He is the reason our children are not speaking Parseltongue in school." Harry felt heat crawl up his neck. He stepped forward before Sirius could answer. "He took me in after he sent me to the Dursleys," Harry said. "He is the reason I spent years in that cupboard before Sirius got to me first." "Both of those things can be true." Molly flinched. Fred and George exchanged a look and stared at the table. McGonagall spoke then, voice faint but clear. "Albus always thought he had more time," she said. "More time to fix old spells, more time to guide difficult children, more time to catch up on what he had ignored. That time ran out today. We cannot give it back." Moody grunted. "Old fool got lazy," he said. "Thought his reputation would cover his blind spots. Does not mean he stopped wanting to stop Riddle. Just means he stopped thinking he could be wrong." Kingsley folded his arms. "We are not here to put him on trial again," he said. "That part is done. We are here to decide what we do next. Bones has the oars. The Alliance has its council. If this order continues, it needs a clear aim and clear rules." Sirius nodded. "The Alliance will keep hunting Horcruxes," he said. "We will keep working with Bones to clean out Death Eater pockets and set new laws. We will not be taking instructions from Dumbledore. If this group wants to work with us, you are welcome. If you want to go back to waiting for Albus to tell you where to stand, you will have to find another roof." Tonks looked between them. "You are asking us to pick sides," she said. "I am asking you to tell the truth about which side you already picked," Sirius replied. "Some of you follow Albus. Some of you follow the idea of a war that ended years ago. Some of you just want your family alive. The Alliance is not a cult. We will never ask you to swear blind loyalty to me or to Harry. We will ask you to be honest about what you are willing to do and who you are willing to answer to." Arthur cleared his throat. "What do you want from us?" he asked. "Eyes," Sirius said. "Ears. Voices. If you see corruption, speak. If you see someone trying to pull Riddle tricks under a different name, tell us. If you want to help in direct raids, there will be training and clear command. No more half-planned missions based on whispers." Molly looked torn. She looked at her children, at Harry, at the scars on Remus' hands. At last she exhaled. "I do not like it," she said. "I do not like any of this. But I like the thought of more children bound without their knowledge even less. The Weasley family will work with the Alliance. I will still send Albus a Christmas card. But I will not hand you over to him." Harry's throat felt tight again. "Thank you," he said. Fred muttered something about never trusting anyone who stole a dragon from under a ministry nose and still acted surprised when it bit. George snorted. The tension eased a fraction. McGonagall straightened. "I will remain at Hogwarts as long as I can," she said. "The children need some stability while the governors find their backbone. But I will attend council meetings as deputy for the school, not as Albus II." Moody rolled his shoulders. "I will train your people," he said. "Real training. No more trusting fake eyes and letters. If anyone else sneaks into this castle under a fake name, it will not be because I did not check." Kingsley nodded. "Or cooperation will continue," he said. "But on the record, Bones will not allow backroom deals. If you want raids, they will be legal." Sirius smiled, small and tired. "Then the order as you knew it is done," he said. "What is left is a network of people who have finally admitted the war never really ended, and that we cannot keep pretending one man will fix it." There were no cheers, no speeches, just quiet agreements and a sense that an old story had finally been put away. Later, when the crowd had thinned and the kitchen had turned into a place for tea again, Harry slipped out into the small back courtyard. The air was cool. The stones under his feet were damp. He leaned against the low wall and let his head thump back. His muscles ached with the slow shock of the day. His mind buzzed with voices and votes and Neville angry eyes. Footsteps sounded on the stone. Neville joined him, wrapped in a plain cloak, skin still a little pale. His presence was different now. His magic sat closer to the surface, like a heat on the air. "Gran came," he said. She nearly hexed Moody when he called her statement impressive. Harry smiled despite himself. "I can picture that," he said. They stood in silence for a moment. "How do you feel?" Harry asked at last. Neville flexed his fingers. Little sparks ran along his knuckles, visible even in the low light. "Loud," he said. "When I pick up my wand now, it is like it has been asleep and just woke up angry." He looked at Harry. "I remember every time he told me I was brave in other ways," Neville said. "Every time he asked me to trust him and to trust that he knew best. I feel stupid for believing it." "You were a kid," Harry said. "He was the most trusted man in the country. That is not stupidity. That is a grown man using his reputation to keep you quiet." Neville's jaw clenched. "I want to make him see what he did," he said. "Not just to me, to everyone. I want him to feel it in his bones when he looks at me. I want him to know that the boy he tried to turn into a pawn is not going to sit quietly anymore." Harry held his gaze. "You can have that," he said. "You already started. You told the chamber. You have more power now than he does, even without a single spell. People saw you. They heard you. They will not forget." Neville shook his head. "Words are not enough," he said. "Not for this. You and Sirius are cutting away at Tom Anchors. You have plans. You have committees. I do not want a plan. I want something he cannot ignore." Harry felt a cold little knot start in his stomach. "What are you thinking?" he asked. Neville looked out at the dark patch of garden beyond the wall. Plants drooped under night moisture. Even from here, Harry could feel them perk up as Neville magic brushed against them. "I am thinking about every student who trusted him," Neville said. "Every kid who walked into that castle thinking the adults had them. And I am thinking about how many secrets are still buried under the floor." He took a breath. "If you have to be the strategist, fine," he said. "I am not built for endless meetings." He met Harry's eyes again. There was no softness there now, just a clear, hard line. "I will be the cost," he said. Harry felt the words land. Heavy. "That sounds like you are planning something stupid," Harry said, honest and sharp. Neville laughed, short and humorless. "Probably," he said, "but it will not be blind. I am done stumbling. If I move now, it will be because I chose to." Harry stepped closer. "Neville," he said, "you matter, not just as a symbol, not as an example, as you. Do not throw yourself into something just to prove a point to a man who already lost his throne." Neville looked at him, and for a second the anger cracked enough to show the hurt under it. "I spent years not being enough," he said. "Not fast enough, not strong enough, not brave enough. You were always smarter. He was always kinder. I was always the one who could not pull a spell without shaking." Harry shook his head. "You stood up to your friends in first year," he said. You walked into a dragon arena with half your power and still walked out. That was never nothing. Neville swallowed. Maybe, he said, but now I have the rest of it. And I am going to use it. He turned away, cloak shifting around his shoulders. I do not know what I will do yet, he said. But when I figure it out, I am not asking you for permission. Harry watched him go. His chest felt tight. He understood. Too well. The war had always been about choices. Who made them? Who paid for them? Dumbledore had made choices for them for years. That time was done. Now Neville had his own power back and a fresh scar in his mind that no healer could see. Harry stood alone in the courtyard until the night air made his fingers numb. Inside, voices rose and fell as plans shifted under new truths. Above, the sky was clear, sharp with stars that did not care about wizards or wars. Down here, in the small gap between one era and the next, Harry knew one thing with painful clarity. The Citadel had cracked. What came after would cost all of them. Neville barely made it around the first corner before his legs gave out. He slammed into the cold stone outside the Wizengamot chamber, shoulder first, and slid down the wall. The roar of the courtroom was still in his ears. Voices shouting, chairs scraping, Dumbledore trying to explain, Sirius cutting him apart with calm words, and his own name on that parchment. Blocks, control, weapon. His hands shook so hard he could not even unclench them. His wand dug into his palm. He did not drop it. It felt like the only solid thing he owned. Augusta reached him first. Her heeled shoes clicked on the floor, sharp and steady, exactly the way she always walked. Neville, he did not look up. If he looked at her, he would see the same thing he saw in the chamber when the healer read out the report. Confusion. Hurt. The moment she realized she had agreed to Dumbledore decisions that had broken him. Her voice softened, just a little. Neville, look at me. He heard the tremor under the command. That made it worse. He squeezed his eyes shut instead. Magic pressed against his skin. It crawled along his spine and buzzed behind his teeth. The torches in the corridor flickered, then flared bright. A painted wizard on the wall flinched back into his frame. Neville, Augusta tried again. We need to speak to Madame Bones and to that healer. They can remove these spells. We will get them to remove them. I will demand it. But you must calm down and listen. Dear boy, dear boy. He let out a cracked sound that was almost a laugh. Stop calling me that, he muttered. Augusta fell silent. He dragged in a breath. It tasted of ash and old stone and the faint tang of Wizengamot ink. He forced his head up and looked at his grandmother. Her hat sat crooked from the chaos inside the chamber. Her lips were tight. Her eyes, which had always seemed carved from granite, were wet. How long his voice sounded wrong, like it did not belong to him. How long did he have them on me? Augusta hesitated. That was answer enough. I did not know, she said low. Albus assured me you needed guidance, that you would grow into the magic in time. He told me it was for your safety, for the prophecy. He said this was the way to keep you alive. Neville barked out a laugh that scraped his throat. Alive, he stared at his hands. Everyone laughed at me in class. I could not even keep my wand steady. I thought I was just bad at this. I thought I was the weak 1 inch. Augusta reached toward him. Neville, the nearest torch burst with a loud pop. Glass rained down, then froze halfway, held in the air by a violent pulse of magic that did not feel like his usual clumsy spells. It felt like something old and furious had been pushed under water for years and finally punched through the surface. People further down the corridor flinched and turned. Robes rustled. Someone shouted for an oar. Neville stared at the suspended shards. His magic responded without a word. The shards twisted in the air, then fell neatly to the floor in a ring around him. Augusta lowered her hand. I am sorry, she said. No titles. No lectures. Just that. The words hit harder than any scolding she had ever given. Sorry does not give me my years back, Neville whispered. Sorry does not erase every time he smiled at me like a kind grandfather while I was failing in front of the whole school. He could see Dumbledore's face when the healer had read the diagnostic. The way the old man had tried to speak over it. The way Sirius had cut through his excuses with line after line of evidence. Pawn. The word would not leave his head. Augusta straightened a little. Then we make sure he pays for it. You heard Lord Black. You saw what Harry has built. The Grey Alliance will not let this stand. You do not have to carry this alone. Neville shook his head. You still do not get it, he said. He did not just steal my magic. He stole who I could have been. Every time I dropped a wand. Every time I froze while Harry moved. That was not me. That was him. And everyone watched and called it destiny. His magic surged again. The crack along the wall beside him widened. Dust drifted down. Come home, Augusta said quickly. We will go straight to our healers. We will find someone we trust to remove those spells gently. You are exhausted. This is not the time to act rashly. He thought of Dumbledore's decision written out in neat script. Binding spells layered while Neville was small enough to fit on a lap. All for a story the old man wanted to tell. I am not being rash, Neville said softly. I am finally thinking clearly. He pushed himself to his feet. His legs trembled, but they held. The magic inside him steadied into a cold thread rather than a wild burst. He met Augusta's eyes. I need air, he said. I need my plants. Neville, I will come with you. He shook his head. No. You stay here and make them finish what they started. Make them strip every last spell off me. If anyone tries to stall, shout the place down. That is your war. This one is mine. He turned before she could answer. Neville James Longbottom, you will stop this moment and look at me. The command cracked across the corridor like a whip. For his whole life that tone had frozen him in place. His muscles twitched with the old habit. Nothing happened. The bindings were gone. The compliance they had built was gone with them. Neville did stop. He looked back at her. I love you, he said, voice raw. But I will not be someone pawn again. Then he walked away, boots echoing on the stone. The torches dimmed as he passed, responding to the heavy pressure of his magic. No one stepped in front of him. No one dared. The greenhouses at Longbottom Manor had always felt like the only place he could breathe. The ministry had cleared the way for him to leave after a tense few minutes and more than one Auror with a wand half raised. Augusta had sorted that with clipped words and a glare that could have stripped paint. Now, back on his own land, Neville moved through the humid air between rows of plants that knew him better than most people did. Venomous tentacula tendrils rattled their leaves when he went by. Puffapods swayed in their beds. A line of devil snare coiled lazily near the ceiling of the furthest house, resting under containment charms he had personally checked 100 times. He set his wand on the workbench and braced both hands on the scarred wood. His breath came short and sharp. They made me into a symbol, he muttered. They dressed me up and told me a story. All that time I thought I was failing them. I thought if I just tried harder I could catch up. But they had already decided what I was allowed to be. The earth in the nearest pot shifted. A small sprout pushed through faster than it should have. Neville stared at it. His magic was still leaking out of him without effort. Even here, in a space that had always felt safe, it buzzed like a hive. He grabbed a set of leather gloves and pulled them on with shaking fingers. Fine. If they were so afraid of what he could become without chains, he would see what that meant. On his own terms, he moved through the greenhouse with the sure steps of someone who knew every shelf, every jar. His hands paused over a line of labeled vials. Fanged geranium sap, bubotuber pus. Then he reached the locked cabinet at the end. Augusta had shown him this cabinet once and told him he was not ready. He touched the wards with his wand. The binding spells rippled under his fingers. Old Longbottom magic, nothing like the blocks that had smothered him. These wards tested intent, not power. What do you think of me now? He whispered. The wood hesitated, then clicked open. Inside, thick glass bottles nestled in carved slots. A jar of dried Peruvian poisonous pomegranate seeds sat in the center, dark and glossy. The sap vial beside it looked almost ordinary, a clear red liquid that caught the light. A small book lay flat under them, thin pages filled with cramped writing. Forbidden herbology. Augusta notes. Neville lifted the book carefully and flipped it open. His grandmother handwriting stared back at him. Precise, ruthless, Peruvian poisonous pomegranate sap note. extremely reactive to emotional intent in caster. When mixed with binding vines, can be directed at symbolic targets and fed with core magic. Useful for battlefield denial, ward cracking, and destruction of cursed items. Under no circumstances employ near civilians. He traced the words with one glove finger. Battlefield denial, ward cracking, destruction. The wizarding world had turned him into a stage prop while this sat on his shelf. His chest ached. He set the book down and took out the sap vial, then the jar of seeds. Next he walked to the devil's snare, still dozing under containment. "Wake up," he murmured. The vines stirred. They knew him. He had tended them since first year. Students whispered that devil snare only listened to Professor Sprout, but these plants had long since learned a different name. He touched the edge of one coil. Warmth pulsed under the surface. Not just plant life. Magic, old and half-wild. "They used you too," Neville said quietly. How many times has Dumbledore sent students into danger with plants he barely understands? How many times did they call it a lesson instead of an attack? The vine tightened. He thought of first year, tangled in devil's snare under the trapdoor, while Harry and Hermione shouted at each other in the dark. That had been Dumbledore's idea as well. Another test. Another piece on a board. His jaw clenched. "Help me make them see," he whispered. He lowered his wand and began to weave. It was not a spell from a school textbook. It was older than that. Longbottom family technique layered over standard herbology charms, and something rawer that came from the center of his chest rather than his wrist. He guided the devil's snare into thinner strands and coaxed them into waiting patterns. Coiled around tiny glass beads, he filled with the pomegranate sap. The work took time. Sweat dripped down his back under his robes. Humid air stuck to his skin. Every so often his vision swam and he had to lean on the bench until the rush of power settled. When he finally stepped back, a cluster of seed and vine constructs hung in the air before him. They pulsed faintly, reacting to his heartbeat. "These are not bombs," he told himself. "They are mirrors." He would not strike at civilians. He would not turn into the thing Dumbledore had prepared him to fight. But he would make sure no one could pretend this was clean light anymore. Targets that symbolized control. He saw them clearly. The statue in the Ministry atrium that had once honored pure-blood wizards and now carried a tasteful plaque about unity. The same floor where Dumbledore had once swept through with his bright robes and easy smile while people whispered about the boy who lived. The sealed office in Hogwarts that still carried Dumbledore wards even after his political fall. An empty throne waiting for a man who thought he knew best. And last, the Order safe house where they had planned his life like a chess match. He could reach two of those with plants alone. The safe house lay under too much protection. The Ministry and the school would have to be enough. Neville gathered the constructs carefully. Each one wrapped itself around his wrist like a bracelet of living thorns. They did not bite. Not yet. He took one last look around the greenhouse. The ordinary plants rustled softly. A pot of forget-me-nots had spilled seeds on the floor. "I remember now," he told them. "I remember what they did to us." Then he walked out into the night. Alarms woke Harry long before anyone reached his door. The Black Estate wards did not scream in the way Hogwarts ones did. They pulsed. The magic along the walls thrummed like a plucked string, pulling him out of sleep with a jolt that left his heart racing. He sat up fast. Daphne's hand slid away from his where it had rested on the quilt. She blinked, hair loose around her face, and pushed herself upright. "What is that?" she asked. Her voice was rough with sleep. "Trouble," Harry said. He pressed his bare feet to the floor and grabbed his wand from the bedside table. The air in the room tasted sharp, like snow just before a storm. Sirius had tuned the wards to react that way when any powerful magic flared close to their sphere of influence. Daphne swung her legs over the side of the bed as well. She did not waste time asking if he needed her. They both knew the answer. A moment later, the door slammed open. Sirius stood there already dressed, wand in hand, hair tied back. His jaw was set. Behind him Remus moved with the same quiet speed. "Ministry atrium," Sirius said at once. "Longbottom magic, high saturation. Plants through the tiles. Atrium statue is already covered." Harry's heart lurched. "Neville." Has to be, Remus said grimly. No one else uses plant magic like that. The Aurors are trying to contain it, but the report said devil snare-shaped growth and something corrosive eating through wards. People are trapped. Daphne was already on her feet, pulling on her robes. Do they know it is Neville, or are they calling it an attack from former Death Eaters? Half the Ministry thinks the Grey Alliance did it to drive the point home about Dumbledore, Sirius said. The other half is shouting about dark magic. Bones sent a direct call to us through the secure mirror. She wants help before the atrium caves in. Harry's chest tightened. He thought of Neville's face in the chamber, the way his eyes had looked when the healer described the blocks. We go, he said. Harry, Daphne stepped in front of him for a second. If this is Neville, he is not going to be himself. Do not try to fight him like an enemy. He has already been used enough. I know that, Harry snapped, then sucked in a breath, guilty at the tone. Sorry. I know. I am not planning to duel him for glory. I am planning to stop him before the Ministry decides the easiest answer is to shoot first and ask questions never. Sirius nodded. We will take the black landing point near the visitor entrance. Remus, get us through any Ministry blocks. Daphne, you stay with Harry. Clear. Daphne lifted her chin. I am not here as decoration, Lord Black. I will hold the containment pattern if the plant magic spreads. My family wards are as old as yours. A flicker of a smile touched Sirius' mouth at the title. Exactly why you are coming. I want someone I trust at Harry's side who will tell him when he is about to do something stupid. Always, Daphne said. Harry did not argue. There was no time. They moved. The black transport circle in the study glowed as Sirius activated it with a sharp incantation and a drop of his blood on the central rune stone. The floor tiles shifted underfoot, and then the world snapped sideways. The Ministry smell hit first. Ink, paper, the faint scent of polished wood. Under that, new things. Smoke, wet earth, something sharp and almost fruity that burned his nose. Peruvian poisonous pomegranate sap. He had seen the entry in the Black Library. The atrium no longer looked like a place of government. Vines choked the statue at the center, wrapping around the carved figures with vicious intent. The fountain itself had cracked down the middle. Water poured out and mixed with the sap, turning the floor into a thin, gleaming sheet of red. Wherever the liquid pooled, the tiles hissed and crumbled. Aurors stood on the edges of the chaos, some trapped on raised sections of stone, wands out, faces pale. A few had already fallen, tangled in coiling devil snare. The plants did not just grip, they pierced. Thorns as long as Harry's hand jutted from the coils, dripping more sap. At the center of it all, standing on the broken base of the statue, was Neville. His robes were splashed with dirt and streaks of that same red glow. His hair stuck up worse than usual. His eyes were wide and bright, fixed on the towering mess of vines like he could finally see something that had been hidden from him for years. Neville, Harry shouted. His voice cut through the shouting and the crack of spells. Neville's head snapped around. For a second Harry saw his friend, the boy who had once tripped over a root in the forest and apologized to it. Then the moment passed. Harry, Neville called back. Did you come to arrest me for making a mess in your nice clean narrative? Sirius stepped up on Harry right, wand level. Remus took the left. Daphne slid in behind them, already tracing containment runes in the air, her jaw tight. Longbottom and Auror yelled from the far side. Stand down this instant. Neville ignored him. He lifted his wand instead. The vines responded like a living tide, shifting toward the nearest Ministry crest carved in the wall. When they touched the metal, it blackened and cracked. This is what they did to me, Neville shouted over the noise. They wrapped me up and told me it was love. They fed me stories and called it destiny. They said the light was clean, that Dumbledore was the only one who could be trusted. Look what his lessons grow into when you stop pruning them. The plants surged toward a group of Aurors. One woman slipped on the wet tiles and went down with a cry as a coil shot toward her ankle. Harry did not think. He lunged forward, flicking his wand. A shield charm sprang up, not the simple school version, but a layered gray variant Sirius had drilled into him. Runes spun silently in the air, invisible to anyone without the training to see them. The devil snare slammed into the barrier and recoiled with a hiss. "Stop this," Harry shouted. "Neville, listen to me. You have made your point. Everyone saw the evidence. Dumbledore is finished. You do not need to burn the ministry to the ground to prove it." Neville laughed, high and sharp. "You still think this is about him? This is about me. This is about the boy who stood in front of his dorm every night and tried to make his wand obey him, while the headmaster nodded and said he would get there in time. The boy who was told his fear was noble and his pain was necessary. There is no justice if I just walk away and let them say they are sorry." He gestured. A fresh wave of vines erupted from cracks in the floor. Harry felt the magic in it now. It was not tidy or controlled. It was a raw stream that had been dammed for years and finally ripped free, tearing the banks as it went. "Sirius," Harry said under his breath. "We need to cut off the source. The plants are riding his core like a storm." "I know," Sirius murmured. Sweat beaded on his brow already from holding the wide shield web that kept the nearest group of workers safe. "We cannot sever him cleanly without risking ripping his core apart. And if we try to stun him through that flow, it will rebound on everyone connected to the vines." Daphne spoke quietly. "You have to ground him, not fight him. Give his magic somewhere harmless to go." How Harry snapped. "Use what you are good at," she said. "Wards. Structure. You are not just a duelist. You are a strategist. So act like 1 inch." More vines lashed across the atrium, smashing light fixtures. Glass rained down. Screams rose as one Auror misjudged and got a vine across the arm. The sap sizzled on contact. He fell, clutching his wrist. Neville flinched at that. For a heartbeat, his expression crumpled. "They turned me into a warning story," he yelled, more to himself than anyone. "The boy who lived and the boy who never quite measured up. I am done being the example of failure." Harry stepped forward until he stood almost at the edge of the flowing sap. His shoes soaked through. The stinging burned even through the leather. He could feel the poison reaching for his skin. "Neville," he shouted. "You are not a failure. You were sabotaged. The fact that you are standing here with enough power to tear this place apart after everything they did to you proves that you were never weak. But this is not justice. This is exactly the kind of mess they will use to justify the next set of chains." Neville's eyes flicked to him. There was pain there, and guilt. "I tried being patient," Neville said. "I tried believing in you, in Sirius, in the Alliance. I sat in that chamber and listened to them talk about my life like a political tool. No one asked me what I wanted. No one even asked if I wanted to be a symbol. They just moved from one hero to another. First me, then you." Harry felt the words like a punch. "I know," he said, voice rough. "You are right. They did that. I am trying to fix it. But if you kill people here, if you lose control, then this becomes your story forever. Not the boy they broke. The boy who snapped and turned on everyone. That is all they will remember." Neville's mouth twisted. "Maybe that is all I am good for." The vines reared. For a moment they hung there, suspended, as if even the plants were waiting to see which way he would fall. Sirius swore under his breath. "We are running out of time. If those vines reach the main support columns, the atrium will come down." Remus moved up beside Harry. "Let me try to reach him." "He knows you as another adult who kept secrets," Neville called back before Remus could speak. "You knew about the Order. You knew Dumbledore was playing games. Did you ever look at me and think to ask what he was doing to make sure his pawn marched in step?" Remus flinched. The accusation hit home. "No," he said quietly. "I did not. I failed you there, Neville. That is on me. On all of us. We chose to trust a man instead of checking his work." "I am sorry," Neville swallowed. The plants around him shivered. "Stop saying you are sorry," he whispered. "It is too late for that." Harry felt the shift before he saw it. The magic inside Neville tilted, like a wave about to break. The sap on the floor glowed brighter. The air thickened. "Harry," Daphne said sharply. "He is about to push everything through at once. If he does that inside the Ministry, the entire building goes." Harry's mind sketched possibilities in a flash. Containment spheres, drain wards, sacrificial conduits. Every option snapped under the weight of Neville's uncontrolled power and the number of people in the room. Unless he could give the magic a target big enough to drink it. His eyes landed on the statue. Once it had shown wizards standing proud over other beings. After the war, they had replaced it with a more acceptable piece, all smiles and unity. It still sat at the center, an empty promise carved in stone. Neville, Harry called. You want a symbol? Fine. Take that one. Pour everything into it. Show them what their pretty stories cost. Neville stared at him, thrown. What are you talking about? Focus on the statue, Harry said, voice urgent. Not on the people. Not on the walls. Just that. You want them to remember this day every time they walk in here. Turn that into your tombstone and your warning. Daphne muttered under her breath. You are going to kill yourself with that kind of improvisation one day. Not today, Harry said. He lowered his wand and began to trace a pattern in the air, fast and tight. He did not aim at Neville. He aimed at the stone. Binding arrays spun out, half visible, latching onto the base of the statue and anchoring deep into the floor. He used gray magic that blurred the line between ward and ritual, the kind Sirius had taught him for disasters rather than duels. Lord Black, he shouted. Give me power. Sirius did not hesitate. He extended his own wand toward the pattern and fed his magic into the structure. Remus added his. So did Daphne. The strain ran through Harry's arm like fire, but he held it. Neville, Harry yelled over the rising hum. I am giving you something that can hold it. If you really want them to see what they did, pour your magic into my pattern and into that stone. No civilians. No oars. Just your mark. If you still want to after this, I will stand with you in front of the world and name what Dumbledore did as a crime. Silence settled for one heartbeat in the middle of chaos. Neville looked at the people trapped on their little islands of stone. At the Auror cradling his burned arm. At the vines creeping toward support columns. At Harry, straining to keep the binding net stable. Tears finally spilled over. You should have been the one in the chamber with me, he said quietly. Not just as a witness. As someone who knew what it was like to have your life decided before you could spell your own name. Harry's throat closed. You are right. I am here now. Let me help carry this. Neville drew in a shaking breath. Then he slammed his wand down toward the statue. The vines responded at once. Every tendril in the atrium whipped around, abandoning random targets. They shot toward the central stone mass like a nest of snakes seeking heat. The pomegranate sap flared. The air filled with the scent of fruit and blood and ozone. Harry grit his teeth as the surge hit his pattern. It felt like trying to hold back a river with bare hands. The array groaned. For a moment he was sure it would snap and send the energy back into the room as shrapnel. Then Sirius layered another black ward over the top, older and harsher, lending structure. Come on, Harry muttered. Come on, hold. The statue screamed without a voice. Cracks shot through it. The faces of the carved witches and wizards twisted as vines drove into their stone eyes and mouths. Light spilled from the fractures, bright enough to hurt. Neville stood at the center of the platform, arms shaking, wand pressed into the air as if he were physically holding the power in place. His magic poured out of him in a visible stream, pale green and gold, feeding the plants, feeding the sap, feeding the stone. Too much, Daphne warned under her breath. Harry, he is emptying himself. If he keeps that up, his core will collapse. Neville, Harry shouted. That is enough. You made your point. Stop. Neville did not stop. His eyes were fixed on the statue, but his voice carried clearly. They need to understand, he said. They need to walk in here every day and see exactly what happens when you turn a child into an instrument and call it light. They need to feel it in their bones. If I let go now, they will clean up the mess, repaint the walls, and say it was an unfortunate incident. I will not let them forget me that easily. The magical stream wavered. Harry could feel the edges of Neville's core shredding under the strain. Sirius hissed through his teeth. If we cut him off, we might save his life, but we will lose the pattern and the backlash will take half the atrium. And if we let him keep going, he dies, Remus said hoarsely. Those were the options Dumbledore always gave us, Neville said, still pouring power into the stone. Sacrifice one boy to save the world. Sacrifice a piece of your soul to keep the light bright. No one asked if there was another way. Maybe there is. Maybe there is not. But I am done playing his game. He took a half step forward. The vines swarmed around his feet like loyal pets. Harry, he called. Harry's heart lurched. Yes, tell my gran this was my choice, Neville said. Tell her I loved her. Tell her I am sorry I could not be the grandson she thought she needed. But I am going to be the one I needed. Harry shook his head, panic clawing at his throat. Neville, stop it. We can fix this. We can get you to a healer. The Alliance can help you build a life that is yours. You do not have to die for this to matter. Neville smiled. It was small and fierce and heartbreaking. You of all people should know sometimes the cost has to be paid in blood before anyone believes the bill is real, he said. You made sure it was not yours this time. That is enough. Before Harry could move, Neville lifted his wand from the statue and turned it on himself. The vines obeyed. They wrapped around him in a sudden rush, not to crush but to bind. The pomegranate sap along their thorns flared blinding white as he drove the last of his magic inward instead of outward, forcing the uncontrolled storm into a single living focus. Himself. Harry felt the pattern shift. The energy that had been threatening to burst outward collapsed instead into Neville's body. For a moment there was only silence, a breath held by the entire atrium. Then the light exploded upward in a column that pierced the ceiling, carved straight through the statue, and vanished into the sky beyond. When Harry's vision cleared, the vines were gone. The sap had burned away. The statue was nothing but a cracked stump. Its proud figures melted into an unrecognizable mass. Neville lay on the shattered base. Harry ran. His legs felt like lead. His chest burned. He stumbled over broken stone and dropped to his knees beside his friend. Neville's eyes were open. They fixed on Harry with surprising clarity. Hey, Neville whispered. His voice was barely audible. Looks like I finally did something impressive in herbology. Harry laughed through tears. You idiot. Neville tried to shrug and winced. Yeah, maybe. But they cannot pretend it was a minor incident now. There will be reports and inquiries and speeches. They will have to say my name. They will have to admit what he did to me. Daphne reached them and knelt on the other side, hands already moving in diagnostic patterns. Her face tightened as the readings bloomed in the air. There is nothing to stabilize, she said quietly. His core is shattered. Every piece of magic that used to sit in his system went into that strike. There is no way to pull it back. Neville smiled faintly. Guess that solves the prophecy problem. Harry grabbed his hand. It was cold and slick with sap and sweat. I am sorry, Harry said. I should have been there earlier. I should have seen you fading under the weight of all this. I was so busy playing at strategist I forgot my friend was being used as a shield for my freedom. Neville squeezed his fingers weakly. You are doing what you can. Just promise me something, anything. Do not let them turn me into another neat little story, Neville murmured. No shining memorial about noble sacrifice. Tell them I was angry. Tell them I was broken. Tell them this was the only way I saw to make them listen. Make them look at what their light did to me and do not let them look away. Harry swallowed hard. I promise. Neville's eyes drifted past him to the ruined statue. Good. His grip slackened. The last bit of life left his gaze. The air around them went strangely still. For the first time since they had arrived, Harry could not feel Neville magic pressing on his skin. A low sound escaped Harry's throat, somewhere between a sob and a curse. He bowed his head over Neville's hand and let the tears fall. Behind him, the atrium remained silent. Dozens of people watched. Some Aurors lowered their wands. Madame Bones stood at the edge of the broken tiles, face drawn, eyes unreadable. Sirius came to stand behind Harry. He did not speak. His hand settled on Harry's shoulder, solid and warm and shaking just a little. Amelia, Sirius called after a moment, voice hoarse. Make sure the official record reflects every part of this. The blocks, the proof, the self-sacrifice. If anyone tries to spin this into another propaganda piece, the Grey Alliance will burn that lie down to the roots. Bones gave a single sharp nod. Understood. Harry did not move. He sat there with Neville's hand in his, until the Aurors finally came forward with a stretcher and a conjured white sheet. He helped lift his friend's body onto it. He did not let go until the last possible second. Night had fully fallen by the time they returned to the Black Estate. Harry dropped onto the sofa in his office rather than his bed. Sleep felt impossible. His robes still smelled faintly of sap and smoke. He had not bothered to change. The fire in the grate burned low, casting the room in deep orange light. Daphne closed the door behind them and leaned against it for a moment, eyes shut, as if she was holding the rest of the world out by force. Then she crossed the room and sat beside him. They stayed like that in silence for a long time. Finally Daphne spoke. "The prophet is already screaming for blood." Harry snorted without humor. "Of course it is. Do they call him a madman or a martyr?" "Both," she said. "Different columns, different bylines. Plenty of people are shouting about how this proves that tampering with prophecies leads to disaster. Very few are saying the obvious, that Dumbledore used him as a shield until he broke." Harry stared into the fire. Dumbledore will sit comfortably in whatever quiet cell they give him and tell himself that he never meant for this to happen, that the boy made his own choices, that he is sad, but not responsible. Daphne watched him closely. "And you?" "I put the pattern in place," Harry said. "I gave Neville a target. I helped shape his last act into something the world could not ignore. Did I push him to die for the cause, or did I give him the only shape of death that did not take everyone around him with him? Which one sounds cleaner to you?" She reached out and took his hand. Her grip was firm. "Do you really want the truth?" she asked. "Yes, you did what you always do," Daphne said. "You walked into a disaster you did not create and tried to turn it into something that would not wipe out everyone on the floor. Neville was going to unleash that power no matter what. Either it tore the Ministry apart, killed every Auror in the atrium, and confirmed every story about unstable so-called dark magic, or you gave him a way to aim it at stone and symbol instead of flesh. You chose the smaller tragedy." He let out a hollow laugh. "You say it like that and it sounds almost noble." "It is not noble," she said. "It is ugly and heavy and unfair, but someone had to carry that choice. You did, because you were there and you refused to stand by and watch another boy die as a nameless accident in Dumbledore's story." Harry looked at her. "He still died." "Yes," Daphne said softly. "He did. And now the question is what you do with that weight." He swallowed. The room blurred. He blinked until it came back into focus. "I promised him I would not let them turn this into a neat little story," he said. "No shining statue. No speech about the bravery of the light. I will make sure every law we pass in the Alliance carries his name somewhere in the footnotes. Every reform on magical consent. Every limitation on the power of headmasters. Every rule about diagnostic scans for children with prophecies. They will not get to say they did not know." Daphne nodded. "Good. That is something he would have understood." Harry shifted on the sofa, restless. His body still hummed with leftover magic. Every muscle ached. His eyes burned. "Do you ever feel like this is just another version of the same game?" he asked suddenly. "Different pieces, different colors, same board. We remove one manipulator and build new rules, and in 50 years some bright young politician will decide the laws we wrote are chains and tear them down in the name of freedom. How many times do we have to do this before it stays fixed?" She gave him a level look. "You are tired and grieving. This is the closest I have heard you get to philosophy in weeks. I do not like it on you." He let out a short, unwilling chuckle. "Sorry." "Better," she said. Her expression softened. "Listen, you are right that no system lasts forever. There will always be someone who tries to bend it to their own will. The difference is what story the next kid hears when he looks at the wall. If there is a plaque that says Neville Longbottom died because a headmaster decided he belonged to the light, that kid might think twice before trusting anyone with that much unchecked power again. So we are writing warnings more than answers," Harry said. "Exactly," Daphne replied. "We cannot build a perfect world. We can leave scars where everyone can see them." He went quiet again. The image of Neville on the broken stone would not leave his mind. "It still feels like I failed him," Harry said. I built escape routes for myself and left him standing under the weight of a title he never asked for. Daphne shifted closer. She rested her head on his shoulder. You were 11, she said. By the time you had the tools, the story had already been written. You are not a god, Harry. You cannot rewrite every past choice. You can only decide what happens next. He closed his eyes for a moment and let himself lean into her warmth. Her hair smelled faintly of citrus and parchment. Her presence, solid and uncompromising, kept him from drifting too far into the fog of guilt. We are going to be expected to make speeches, he muttered. Bones will want an alliance statement by morning. The prophet will twist whatever we say. Augusta will want blood. The old families will pretend to be shocked and secretly terrified. It is going to be a mess. Then we write something messy, Daphne said. Something honest. No cleaned-up hero narrative. No talk about noble sacrifice for the greater good. You stand up there and you say Neville was angry and hurt and powerful and that he died because the light broke him. You call out names. You put it on the record. You use the power you have to do exactly what he asked. Harry looked down at their linked hands. You make it sound simple. It is not simple, she said. It is hard and dangerous and every word will be picked apart. But you are not alone. You have Sirius. You have me. You even have Remus Ugly Jumper and Good Heart. You have an alliance that is finally starting to see how deep the rot goes. Neville is gone. But the warning he carved into the ministry floor is not going anywhere. He breathed out slowly. Daphne, yes. Do you ever regret joining this? He asked quietly. You could have stayed in your greengrass bubble, played the old game, married some safe choice and kept your family in its quiet corner. Instead you tied yourself to a potter who keeps walking into fires. She snorted. My family was never safe. We just pretended the flames were pretty. You offered me the chance to put that fire to use. I am exactly where I want to be. He turned his head. Their faces were close now, shadows from the firelight cutting across her cheekbones. Her eyes were steady on his. And besides, she added, voice softer, I like you better than the safe choices. His chest tightened in a way that had nothing to do with grief. I do not know what comes next, he admitted. Voldemort is still out there, weak but not gone. The Alliance is going to be under pressure from every side after this. The old guard will call us dangerous. The scared ones will cling to us. Every move we make will be watched. Then we make them worth watching, Daphne said. He leaned in. Their lips met in a slow, tired kiss that tasted of salt and ash and stubborn hope. It was not a dramatic claim to eternal love. It was something small and real, two people grounding each other after too much death. When they broke apart, Daphne rested her forehead against his. You are allowed to sleep, you know, she murmured. The world will still be broken in the morning. It can wait a few hours for you to stand up straight. I am not sure I will be able to, he said. Then I will be here when you wake up, she replied. We will face it together. For Neville. For everyone who never got the choice he forced into their hands today. Harry swallowed. I hate that his freedom cost him his life. I do too, she said. But if we do this right, no one will ever be able to pretend they did not see the price. He nodded. The tiredness hit him all at once, a heavy weight dragging at his limbs. He let himself lie back on the sofa, pulling her with him. She settled against his chest. One hand splayed over his heart as if to check that it still beat. Outside, the wards hummed softly, picking up the faint ripple left by the distant column of light that had torn through the ministry ceiling. Somewhere in the city, workers were already trying to patch stone and calm witnesses. Somewhere else, Augusta Longbottom sat alone with a glass of something strong and a framed photograph of a boy who had finally done something too big to fit on a mantel. Harry stared up at the ceiling. We will make them remember, he whispered. Daphne's fingers tightened on his shirt. We will, she said. For the first time since the atrium, Harry let his eyes close. The image of Neville on the shattered stone burned behind his eyelids. But now, beside it, he saw something else. A ministry hall where future children would walk past a scarred block of melted stone and read the plaque that told the truth. Not just about a dark lord. About the light that had pushed a frightened boy there in the first place. The cost of the pawn. He drifted toward sleep with Daphne Waite, a steady anchor and a grim promise set in his chest. The war was not over. Voldemort still waited in the shadows. But the board was no longer the same, and Harry Potter had no intention of letting anyone forget how it had been changed. Sources: the Ministry did not sleep after Neville died. Harry barely did. In the morning the atrium still smelled of sap and burnt stone. Workers moved in careful lines, guided by Aurors and Goblin ward teams. Red ropes marked off the shattered center where the statue had stood. Someone had tried to hang a white cloth over the melted stump, as if that could make it less brutal. Amelia Bones had the cloth taken down before the ink was dry. Harry watched from the edge of the broken circle as goblins set rune plates into the cracked floor. Ragnarok stood in the middle, robes dusty, voice low and firm as he directed them. The plates glowed, then settled, turning the ruin into something stable rather than a sinkhole. No one had tried to wash away the dark stains on the stone where Neville had fallen. Daphne stood at Harry's shoulder, quiet and straight-backed. Her hand brushed his once, a brief touch. "You do not have to stay here for all of this," she said. "I promised him," Harry answered. His voice sounded thin. "He wanted them to see. I am not going to vanish now and leave the Ministry to write its own script." Amelia crossed the circle and joined them. Her hair looked more gray than usual. There were lines around her eyes that had not been there even last week. "Lord Black," she said. "Potter." "Madam Bones," Harry answered. She did not waste words. "The Prophet has 3 different versions of Neville by the hour," she said. "Madman, martyr, dark prodigy. We are not going to win that battle by shouting at every columnist. We need one clear record that sits where no one can ignore it." Harry looked at the stump of the statue. "A plaque," he said. "Or something more than that." Ragnarok approached. "A binding record," he said, voice calm. "Goblin work, human approved. A statement of fact fixed to the magic of the place. Lies will slide off it. It will not stop people from twisting his story, but it will give every child who walks in here a chance to learn what really happened." "What would it say?" Daphne asked. Harry thought of Neville's last words. "Name," Harry said slowly. "Age. What was done to him. Who did it. What he chose. No softening." Amelia nodded. "Write it," she said. "Now. Before anyone from public relations tries to polish it." Harry crouched by one of the rune plates. The stone still radiated a faint warmth from yesterday's light. He took the quill Ragnarok offered and wrote in simple, cramped script on the prepared parchment. "Neville Longbottom, student of Hogwarts school, bound in secret by Albus Dumbledore for the sake of a prophecy used as a symbol and a shield, died here by his own choice when he refused to be a pawn again. Let this place remember what unchecked power over children can do." His hand shook once as he signed his name at the bottom. Harry James Potter Black. He passed the parchment to Ragnarok. The goblin read it once, then pressed it flat over the central plate. The letters sank into the stone as if the rock itself were drinking them. "There," Ragnarok said. "The words are part of the atrium now. Anyone who steps onto the circle will feel them whether they look down or not." Daphne let out a slow breath. "It is ugly," she said. "And true." "Good," Harry said. Voices rose near the lifts. A small crowd had gathered. Ministry workers, visitors, a few witches and wizards in plain clothes who held hand-written signs. Harry could not make out the words from here, but he heard the tone. Anger, fear, confusion. Ragnarok watched them without much expression. "The fracture you wanted is here," he said to Harry. "The old trust is cracked. People are asking questions they should have asked a decade ago. And while they argue, Riddle is still out there," Harry replied. Amelia straightened. "We reached the same conclusion in the night," she said. "You and the Alliance have broken his anchors one by one. The goblin readings after the atrium incident show a massive disturbance in the Horcrux field. He is unstable. He will not wait." "Do we know where he is?" Daphne asked. Ragnarok nodded once. "We think so," he said. "One of the last intact anchors was tied to a place he considers a seat of power. He has retreated there and is trying to hold what is left of his protection around him." Harry met his eyes. "Where?" he asked. Ragnarok looked toward the ceiling as if he could see through stone to the world above. The ruins near Little Hangleton, he said. The old gaunt shack has been overrun. The field spikes there. If you want Riddle, that is where you go. The name settled like a weight. Harry had never seen the place, only read the reports. Old blood, bad soil, a house steeped in hate. How long? Harry asked. Amelia answered. He will move soon, she said. Our best guess is that he is calling Death Eaters to him right now. Some will answer. Some will not. The ones who do will be desperate. Remus joined them, cloak dusty from a long night. Sirius walked beside him, eyes hard, jaw set. Then we need to move before he does, Sirius said. We can argue politics later. Right now we end this before some frightened pure-blood idiot decides the best way to prove their loyalty is to blow up a Muggle street in his name. Harry looked at the ruined statue, then at the crowded atrium. He thought of Neville, of the way his magic had flared, of the choice he had made. All right, Harry said. We finish it. The plan came together faster than any battle Harry had ever seen. Part of that was the alliance. They had been preparing for a final move since the first Horcrux fell. Most of it was the mood. Neville death hung over every argument like smoke. No one wanted another drawn-out clash that fed on children. Bones, Ragnock, Sirius, Kingsley, McGonagall, Madame Longbottom, a small cluster of other leaders. They gathered in a warded room deep under the ministry. The walls were bare stone. The table was scarred. No portraits watched. No ghosts listened. Harry sat at one end. Daphne quiet beside him. Quill ready. We keep this small, Amelia said. No grand army. No spectacle. We are not marching to war for the profit. We are removing a tumor. The Horcrux field around the gaunt place is thin, Ragnock added. There is one last fragment there, tied into Riddle's own body. When that goes, so does he. You do not need to fight him in a duel for the songbooks. You need to isolate him enough to let the curse hit home. Harry rubbed his scar. It still did not hurt, but there was a pressure behind it, like a storm far away. He will expect the old script, he said. A dramatic arrival, a duel in front of his followers. He has always liked an audience. Then we take the audience away, Daphne said. Cut the roots, not just the head. Sirius leaned over the table. We drop in from 3 points, he said. Aurors and curse breakers from Bones. Goblin strike team from below. Alliance cell from above. No chance for him to pin all his attention on one spectacle. Kingsley for the Aurors, Amelia decided at once. He has the respect to keep them in line and the sense to pull them back if it turns ugly. Director Ragnock will handle his own teams. Ragnock inclined his head. And you, Amelia said, turning to Harry. You handle the part only you can do. Whatever link is still left between you and Riddle, use it. Find the exact moment when the field around him thins. That is when we strike. Harry felt Daphne gaze on him. You do not need me to be your chosen one, he said slowly. You just need a tracker and someone who knows how to break a ward. Sirius gave a short, humorless smile. Welcome to adulthood, he said. No prophecies. Just work. Good, Harry replied. They sketched the details. No drawn-out narrations. Every minute they spent talking was a minute Voldemort could use. Finally Bones pushed her chair back. You understand the risk, she said. He is unstable, but that makes him more dangerous, not less. I will not send people in blind. Harry met her eyes. We have been living with this risk since the day he killed my parents, he said. I would rather face him now with a plan than wait for him to choose his next move. Augusta, who had been silent so far, spoke at last. You finish him, she said simply, and then you come back and help us finish the rest of the work. Neville did not die for a world that shrugs and says it was inevitable. Harry nodded. Yes, Madame Longbottom. She held his gaze for a heartbeat, then looked away, jaw tight. When the meeting broke, Daphne caught Harry's arm before he could leave. You good? She asked. No, he said honestly. But I am ready. She studied his face, then nodded. That will do. The gaunt shack looked worse in person. They arrived in silence near the knotted tree line, dispersing under layers of cloaks and subtle disillusionments. Dawn had not fully broken yet. The sky was thin gray above the hills. Mist clung to the ground. The air tasted of old curses and rot. Harry crouched behind a low stone wall and studied the place. The house itself was a sagging pile of timber and stone, half sunk into the ground. Dark magic seeped out of it like smoke from rotten wood. At some point a group of Death Eaters had tried to reinforce it with fresh wards and snarling protective charms. They lay over the original curses like sharp glass on top of old bones. He could feel it all pressing on his skin. His scar throbbed faintly. "Talk to me," Sirius murmured at his shoulder. "He is in there," Harry said. "There is a ring of followers around the house. The field is thin. He is holding what is left of the Horcrux net around his own body. Feels like a cracked shell. One good hit and it goes." Daphne knelt on his other side. "How many outside?" she asked. "Two groups," Harry said. "Inner circle nearest the door, maybe 6. Outer ring of watchers scattered. Some of them are already trying to slip away. They can feel him weakening." "Cowards," Sirius muttered. Harry almost said they were human, not cowards, but this was not the time to argue ethics. Kingsley's voice whispered through the little mirror in Harry's pocket. "Or team in position," he said. "A waiting signal." Ragnar's own message hummed against the stone. "Ground team ready," he said. "We have carved a tunnel under the far corner. When you disrupt the outer wards, we will bring the floor down under him." "On my mark," Harry said. His heart hammered. His hands were steady. He closed his eyes for a moment and reached inward, touching that faint, ugly thread that had linked him to Voldemort since the night in Godric Hollow. It did not feel like a destiny anymore. It felt like a scar someone had carved into both of them. He followed it. For a second the gaunt shack vanished, replaced by a flicker of another view. A narrow room stinking of smoke and fear. Voldemort stood in the middle of it, wand in hand, skin stretched thin over bone. The eyes burned red, but there was a wildness in them Harry had not seen before. Death Eaters knelt around him. Some still wore masks, some did not. Bellatrix was closest, eyes shining with worship and madness. Others shifted, uneasy. Lucius Malfoy was not there. Neither was Snape. Voldemort shouted something at them about loyalty and sacrifice. His voice cracked. Magic flickered around him, unstable, flaring too bright then guttering. Harry pulled back. "He is ready to lose it," Harry said quietly. "If we give him a big enough shock, he will overreach. That is when the Horcrux shell will crack." Sirius breathed out through his nose. "Then we hit him hard and fast. No speeches." Harry drew his wand. He felt Daphne magic coil beside him, cool and sharp. Remus, Kingsley, Sirius, the weight of the Alliance and the Aurors and the goblins all waiting on him. He gave the signal. The first wave came from above. Harry fired 3 silent curses at the outer wards, not to break them but to twist their focus upward. Daphne layered her own spell on top, gray light threading through the air. The protective net around the shack shivered and looked up at a threat that was not there. At the same moment, Kingsley and his team hit the scattered outer watchers with stunners and binding spells. Red and blue light stabbed through the mist. Shouts rose and were cut off. Ragnar's team moved. The ground beneath the shack shifted, then dropped a fraction. Old Stone groaned. Inside, Voldemort spun, snarling. Harry felt the spike of anger through the link like a punch. Now, he raised his wand toward the house and threw everything he had at the core ward. Not a flashy curse. A concentrated, brutal tearing spell Sirius had taught him for breaking prison anchors. The outer net shattered with a sound like ice breaking. Magic screamed against his ears. Harry stepped through the gap as it opened, Sirius at his side, Daphne close behind. Kingsley and a handful of Aurors flanked them. The ground shook again as the goblin tunnel opened under the shack. The front door blasted outward. Death Eaters spilled into the yard in a spray of dust and curses. Harry barely saw them. All his attention locked on the figure in the doorway. Voldemort looked less like a myth now and more like a starving thing. The face was pale and stretched, but the eyes still burned. When they found Harry, the mouth twisted into a grin that showed far too many teeth. "Potter," he hissed. "I have been waiting." Harry did not answer that. There was nothing left to say. No prophecy did no chosen boy. Just one wizard who had been hunted since birth and a man who had built his immortality on the bones of others. Voldemort raised his wand. The air around him crackled. The first curse was bright and vicious. Harry lunged aside, shield snapping up. The spell smashed into the stone behind him and turned it to dust. Sirius answered with a cutting curse that grazed Voldemort's arm. Blood spattered the step. For a heartbeat, Harry felt the Horcrux shell around Voldemort flare. It tried to heal, tried to pull strength from anchors that were no longer there. The ring was gone. The diary gone. The locket broken. Whatever fragment Neville Light had struck was screaming. There was a gap. Now! Harry shouted. Daphne moved. She had been waiting, wand drawn back, breath held. She spoke a short phrase in clear, cold Parseltongue that Harry recognized from the cave studies. A goblin-made counter-curse designed to rip at soul anchors. The spell left her wand as a tight lance of pale light and drove straight into Voldemort's chest. He staggered. For a moment nothing happened. Then the world shook. Harry felt the Horcrux shell crack. It was not a sound, exactly. It was a tearing in the fabric of the link. A sudden absence where there had always been a foul weight. Voldemort screamed. The sound scraped at nerves and stone. His body jerked as if invisible hooks were being ripped out of him. Kill them! He shrieked at his followers. Kill them all! The Death Eaters did not need more permission. Spells filled the yard, red and green and white. Kingsley dropped two with tight, precise stunners. Remus shielded a fallen oar. Sirius laughed once, wild and sharp, and drove forward, drawing curses to himself so they hit wards instead of Harry. Harry focused on Voldemort. There was no point in a fancy duel. The man in front of him was still dangerous, but he was also broken. The long reach of his influence had been cut. Finite, Harry said, voice steady. He targeted the remaining wards clinging to Voldemort like web. They peeled away under the spell, leaving raw magic exposed. Voldemort flung a killing curse at him. Harry stepped aside. It brushed his shoulder, close enough to raise the hairs on his neck, and vanished into the mist. Is this it? Voldemort snarled. This is what you bring. No speech. No noble sacrifice. You think you can end me with tricks and borrowed goblin phrases. Harry remembered Neville on the broken stone. This is not about you, Harry said. Not anymore. He lifted his wand. The spell he chose was simple and old. A binding blast that hit not the body but the space where soul clung to flesh. Reducto, he said. The curse struck Voldemort in the chest. There was no flash, no wind. Just a sudden, brutal impact that shattered what was left of the anchor. The link between them snapped. Voldemort jerked like a puppet whose strings had been cut. For a second his eyes cleared. Harry saw confusion there, and anger, and something small and almost human that might have been fear. Then his body collapsed inward, crumbling to ash that hit the stone step and scattered. No ghost rose. No shadow lingered. Silence dropped over the yard. The remaining Death Eaters faltered. Some dropped their wands. Some tried to run and met goblin steel or aura spells. A few sank to their knees, stunned by the sudden emptiness where their master presence had always been. The scar on Harry's forehead did not burn. For the first time in his memory, it simply sat there, no more important than any other mark. Sirius came to stand beside him, breathing hard. There was a cut along his cheek, bleeding freely. That it? He asked. Harry stared at the pile of ash. Yes, he said. That is it. In the days that followed, the world tried to catch up. The prophet ran headlines in thick black script. Some shouted about the fall of you-know-who. Others asked hard questions about Dumbledore and the Council and the price of victory. Bones and Ragnarok moved fast. Trials opened for captured Death Eaters. Not the old show kind where everyone wore purple robes and pretended they had never known their neighbors were carving dark symbols into their lounges. These trials had seat numbers, recorded testimony, and no forgiving nods for old family names. The Grey Alliance shifted. What had once been an emergency council hardened into something more formal. Not a second ministry. A spine inside the first, made of goblins and old families and people like Andromeda and Kingsley who had seen enough to know that law needed teeth if it was going to mean anything. Dumbledore sat through it all in a modest warded house under supervision. Not a prison cell, but not a seat of power. He sent letters, some to Harry, some to Neville's grandmother, some to the Board of Governors. Harry read only one. "I thought I could carry it for you." That line stayed with him. He did not write back. Instead he went to work. He spoke in front of the Wizengamot again, this time not as a boy in a courtroom or as a witness in someone else's inquiry, but as a representative of the Alliance. He did not make pretty speeches. He talked about consent for magical procedures on minors, about clear scans and second opinions, about limits on headmaster powers, and about the right of parents and guardians to seek independent help. He named Neville more than once. Augusta watched from the benches, back straight, hat rigid. Her face did not soften, but she nodded once when he stepped down. The plaque in the atrium stayed. People complained. Some said it was too harsh, that it made children afraid. Bones pointed out that perhaps children should be afraid of blind trust in any one leader. That shut them up. At Hogwarts, McGonagall took the office of headmistress for real once the governors finally stopped wringing their hands and voted. She cleared the walls of some portraits. Not all. Enough. The defense post went to a curse-breaker who had never written a book and did not care about fame. The man taught shields and breaking traps first. Then he taught his students how to walk away from a fight instead of rushing in for glory. Sirius refused every title the Wizengamot tried to stick on him. He accepted, with a grimace, a seat on a reformed oversight council for the Aurors. He joked that he had spent enough time on the wrong end of that system to know exactly where the rot hid. Daphne took on more of the paperwork than she had ever wanted in her life. She wrote drafts of laws and corrected people when they tried to soften the language around what Dumbledore had done. She also made sure someone restocked the tea in the Alliance meeting rooms before tempers frayed too much. She claimed this was strategic. Harry did not argue. Harry spent his days in meetings and his evenings catching up on homework with Daphne, Hermione, and a handful of others who were trying to balance exams with the work of remaking their world. It was absurd and tiring and occasionally funny. Sometimes, when the meetings ran long and the paper stacks got too high, he would sneak away with Sirius to fly for an hour over the Black Estate fields. No crowd, no orders, no prophecy. Just wind and sky and the faint sound of Sirius shouting from the next broom over. Life did not turn into a neat, happy ending. Too much had broken for that. People were still poor. Some Death Eater children still went to school with scars they did not talk about. Old families grumbled when goblins sat at the same tables. Muggle-born students still met prejudice in corridors, though now there were clear rules about what happened to anyone who pushed too far. The war was over. The work was not. On a clear afternoon in late spring, Harry stood in the ministry atrium and read the plaque again. He was not alone. A small boy with hair as messy as his own had stopped beside the circle. He could not have been more than 10. His mother hovered a few steps back, looking nervous. The boy frowned as he traced the carved words with his eyes. "Who was Neville Longbottom?" he asked. Harry answered before his mother could. "He was a student," Harry said. "About my age. The world decided he was supposed to be a hero, and then someone decided he was too dangerous to be one and tied his magic down. When he found out, he was very angry. He made a choice that hurt a lot, but it also forced people to stop lying about what had been done to him." The boy studied him. "Are you Harry Potter?" he asked. Harry fought the reflex itch to adjust his fringe. "Yes," he said. The boy gaze flicked to the scar on his forehead, then back to the plaque. "Did you fight you-know-who?" he asked. "Yes." "Did Neville help?" the boy asked. "Yes," Harry said again. "He helped more than most people know. That is why this is here." The boy nodded, serious. "Adults do stupid things," he said. Harry actually laughed. "Yes, we do," he agreed. "The point is to do fewer of them, and to listen when people say no." The boy looked back at the plaque. "I am glad you did not die," he said, "and that he is on the wall." "So am I," Harry whispered. The boy mother finally stepped forward, cheeks pink. "Come along, Evan," she said. "We are going to be late." They moved away. Daphne joined Harry a moment later, slipping her hand into his. She wore formal robes, neat and dark, with the greengrass crest pinned at her throat and a small badge marked council clipped beside it. Bones says your latest draft passed the committee, she told him. Mandatory scans for every child flagged by prophecy departments. Signed, sealed, and witnessed by Goblin Record. Harry let out a breath. One small thing, he said. Small things add up, she replied. Ask Neville. He squeezed her fingers. Do you ever think about what this would have looked like if Sirius had not taken me from the Dursleys? Harry asked quietly. Sometimes, she said. Then I stop because he did. You are here. We are here. That is the world we have. Sirius would have loved to hear that, Harry thought. He glanced up at the ceiling where the old statue had been. Now the center of the atrium was clear. No heroic figures. No fountain. Just the rough stone circle with the plaque and a ring of benches where people could sit if they liked. Do you like it? Daphne asked, following his gaze. Yes, Harry said. It is honest, she smiled. You know they still want to build a proper memorial to you somewhere, she said. There is a committee. Of course there is, he groaned. What are they calling it? Something dreadful, she said. I hid the document so you would not burn it. He leaned his head briefly against hers. Thank you. Any time, she said. They walked toward the lifts. There was another meeting upstairs, something about international agreements and the role of goblins abroad. Harry did not feel ready. He suspected he never really would. But he had Sirius, who had pulled him out of a cupboard and refused to hand him back. He had Daphne, who kept him from falling into old scripts. He had friends who had bled and worked beside him, and a world that was at least trying to look at its own reflection without flinching. He had Neville's name on a stone where no one could pretend they had not seen it. Outside, the sun broke through the clouds. Light poured through the tall windows and fell across the rough circle in the center of the atrium. Dust motes drifted in the beam. Harry stepped into that light, Daphne beside him, and for once it did not feel like a spotlight. Felt like morning.